Before leaving for Kyoto, Tang Rui had to bring more food. Otherwise it would be easy to starve to death on the road. So Tang Rui took Ao Bao back to the cave, and made all the fish he had caught into dried fish, and took them with him as dry food. When he officially set out for Kyoto, Ao Bao suddenly thought of Yanyu and Du, Ao. Hearing Ao Bao asking why Yanyu and the others hadn't come back yet, Tang Rui's expression was relatively calm. They won't come back again. Ao Bao's little eyebrows drooped down, and he was a little sad. Ao, really not coming back? Tang Rui stroked the back of Ao Bao's head and whispered, if there is fate, you can still see them in the future. Ao Bao was a little sad at first, but thinking that Rui was by his side, he was not so sad in an instant. Tang Rui took a piece of roasted fish meat and stuffed it into Ao Bao's little hand as a snack. After the dry food was ready, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and embarked on the journey to Kyoto. Not long after Tang Rui left, Yanyu and Du returned to the cave. They entered the cave and found that no one was inside. Yanyu still refused to believe that Brother Rui would abandon them like this. So he lied to himself and said, Brother Rui must have taken Ao Bao out hunting. Let's wait here. Du looked around and said, if he just went out hunting, why did he take the pot with him? Not only the pot was taken away, but everything else was taken away as well. It was clear that Tang Rui had left with Ao Bao. Not hunting. Yanyu still couldn't believe it was true, but Brother Rui clearly promised to wait for us to come back. Du analyzed, we have been away for 4 or 5 days, and have not come back for such a long time. He must have thought that we would not come back. Tang Rui is sometimes very heartless. He only cares about Ao Bao, so it is normal for him to leave them and go. Du looked as if he was used to it, while Yanyu looked as if the sky had fallen. What should we do in the future? Without Brother Rui and Ao Bao, I can't live at all. Yanyu relied too much on Tang Rui and Ao Bao. He always felt that he could not live without Ao Bao. So he was very upset now, and squatted on the ground crying. Du rolled his eyes helplessly. Why are you crying? Without them, don't you still have me? Yanyu was already heartbroken. But he suddenly saw a red spark in the burnout fire next to him. There was still a spark, which meant that Tang Rui and his friends should not have been away for too long. Yanyu got up from the ground, quickly pulled Du's hand, and said, let's go. Hurry up. We will definitely catch up with Brother Rui and the others. Yanyu and Du's speed could not catch up with Tang Rui, unless Tang Rui stopped to rest, and the two of them needed to chase him without sleep, so that they could catch up. Du couldn't understand why Yanyu was so dependent on Tang Rui and Ao Bao. Do you really want to be their labor force? Yanyu was afraid that he could not catch up with Tang Rui and the others, so he did not stop running all the way. Ao Bao's space has a lot of food. As long as you follow Ao Bao, you don't have to worry about starving to death in this life. Serving as a labor force for Ao Bao is nothing, as long as you can exchange labor for food. Yanyu is willing to be a dog. How do you know there is a lot of food in Ao Bao's space? Du didn't know how much food there was in Ao Bao's space, but he felt that the food would run out someday. So following Ao Bao was not a perfect plan. As a result, Yanyu directly replied to him, there is so much food in Ao Bao's space that you can't finish it in your lifetime. This was the information Yanyu got from Ao Bao when he was playing with him. Ao Bao said that there was a warehouse of rice in his own space, and there were other foods. Those miscellaneous foods were enough for the 4 of them to eat for a lifetime. Du said while running, Tang Rui is very secretive. There is so much food in Ao Bao's space, but he always pretends that there is a shortage of food. He really never trusted us. Tang Rui sneezed twice, feeling that someone was talking about him behind his back and saying bad things about him. Ao Bao saw Rui sneezing, thinking that Rui had a cold, and asked with concern, Ao. Tang Rui rubbed his nose and said, it's okay. Just a sneeze. When it was getting dark, Tang Rui took Ao Bao to find an empty house, stayed overnight, and set out again the next morning. Yanyu and Du were still chasing. They chased all the way to the town, but did not see Tang Rui in the town. Then they chased to the national highway and finally found Tang Rui's footprints on the national highway. Whether it was Tang Rui's footprints, it was easy to tell, because Tang Rui's soles were very large. Few could be bigger than his, and there was a string of small footprints next to the big footprints, which must have been left by Ao Bao. Sometimes Ao Bao would come down to walk a few steps, and when he got tired, he would let Tang Rui carry him, because Ao Bao was too lazy. There were not many small footprints of Ao Bao left on the snow. Only a few scattered ones. Yang Yu was 100% sure that these were Tang Rui and Ao Bao footprints. But there was one thing he couldn't understand. Why did Brother Ray go to the national highway? Is he going abroad? They were already in the southernmost part of the country. If they continued to go south, they would have to go out of the country. You patted Yang Yu's head lightly. Didn't you see that the footprints were going north? Yang Yu suddenly thought, going north? It's the way to Kyoto. Right? You nodded, yeah. According to the direction of the footprints, it should be on the way to Kyoto. Brother Ray is crazy. He knows it's dangerous to go to Kyoto. But he still takes Ao Bao with him. Isn't he afraid that the group of people will capture Ao Bao for research? Yang Yu used to yearn to go to Kyoto. But when he knew that the group of people in Kyoto were not good people, and only wanted to use Ao Bao for research, he never thought about going to Kyoto again. Looking at Yang Yu's surprise, Yu frowned and said, you know how much Tang Rui cares about Ao Bao. He will never joke with Ao Bao life. Why did Brother Ray go to Kyoto? Yang Yu didn't really want to go to Kyoto with him. He thought he could just stay in that small town and live a stable life. Yu glanced at Yang Yu, catch up with Tang Rui first, and then ask him clearly. After hesitating for half a second, Yang Yu agreed, okay. Yang Yu and Yu chased overnight in the wind and snow. Tang Rui and Ao Bao huddled in a warm sleeping bag, talking to each other. Ao Bao, why did you push me away before? Do you hate me? Tang Rui is still a little bothered by the previous incident. The specific incident was that Tang Rui wanted to feed me to Ao Bao, but Ao Bao refused. At that time, Ao Bao refused to eat meat because he saw that Rui had an injury on his head and was not easy to do strenuous exercise. Tang Rui still thinks about that incident, but Ao Bao has forgotten it. When Rui brought it up again, Ao Bao was still a little confused, not knowing what Rui was talking about. Tang Rui was not petty and cared about that little thing. He cared about whether Ao Bao hated him. Ao Bao, don't you remember that incident? Tang Rui was depressed for a long time because of that incident. But Ao Bao actually forgot it. Ao Bao looked at Rui with a tiger head, but still couldn't remember what it was. Seeing Rui cared so much, Ao Bao asked, Ao, did Ao Bao do something wrong? Since I can't remember, forget it. Anyway, it seems that Ao Bao doesn't hate him now, so he doesn't need to care about the previous incident anymore. If he continues to care about it, it will make him look very narrow-minded. How can Rui just let go of something he cares so much about? Ao Bao turned over and pressed on Rui and asked, Ao. Tang Rui didn't intend to hide it, and said directly and clearly, I'm just worried that you will hate me. Ao Bao shook his head vigorously. Ao Bao won't hate Rui. Tang Rui didn't feel very happy, but sighed heavily and said, if you hate me one day, don't tell me. Otherwise I will go crazy. Ao Bao lay on Rui's chest, rubbing his little face left and right. Ao Bao will never hate Rui in his life. Tang Rui also hopes that Ao Bao will never hate him in his life. But one day he will do something that will make Ao Bao hate him. Tang Rui can't help but worry. Seeing that Rui's brows were still frowning, Ao Bao got up, propped up his upper body, and kissed Rui twice in the frowning brows, calling in a sweet and sticky voice, Rui. Hearing this Rui, Tang Rui's heart melted. He smiled and kissed Ao Bao a few times. Okay. Go to bed. Ao Bao is still very energetic and doesn't want to sleep. Ao Bao got into Rui's warm clothes, put his little mouth on Rui's chest muscles, and sucked twice as if sucking milk. Ao Bao breathing was choked, and then it became rapid again. And he said with a gasp, Ao Bao, don't you want to sleep? Ao Bao didn't want to sleep, and wanted to play for a while. Rui meet. Tang Rui looked at the little head hidden under his warm clothes, and said, it will be very tiring. It doesn't matter if it's a little tiring. Anyway, Ao Bao doesn't need to walk on the ground, and wait until the next day. Ao Bao can lie on Rui's back all day to catch up on sleep. Ao Bao didn't care, and clamored for food. Meat. Tang Rui couldn't help it, and finally compromised. I really can't do anything about you. Ao Bao raised his little hand excitedly. Awoo. It's good to have no pain. Even if it's torn apart, there's no feeling. Although Ao Bao didn't feel any pain, Tang Rui still felt very distressed. Tang Rui deliberately slowed down his movements, and tried not to hurt Ao Bao. In fact, Tang Rui wanted to move quickly, but he could only endure it. Ao Bao had no sense of pain. He could not feel any pain. He just felt full and happy. Ao Bao. Tang Rui was reluctant to exert force, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Ao Bao. I exerted force. Ao Bao didn't care whether Rui exerted force or not. He didn't feel any pain anyway. Seeing that Ao Bao agreed, Tang Rui couldn't bear it anymore, and exerted a little force. But he didn't dare to be too strong, for fear of making Ao Bao bleed. Tang Rui didn't do it for too long, because he had to continue on the road the next day. So he finished early. Ao Bao had fallen asleep at this moment, with a smile on his lips. Tang Rui lowered his head and sucked on Ao Bao's little mouth, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Now the temperature has risen, and the snow on the road has almost melted. When you step on it, it's all snow water, which easily wets your shoes. Yang Yu and you are now walking in wet shoes, and their toes are so cold that they can't feel anything. Do you really didn't want to go on? So he said, let's find a place to rest for a night, and go tomorrow. You can't rest, or you won't be able to catch up. With Brother Rui's walking speed, they had to stay up all night to catch up, even though his hands and feet were numb from the cold. Yang Yu still insisted on continuing to walk. You didn't want to be so stubborn with Yang Yu, then you go by yourself. I'll find a place to rest first. After saying that, you turned around and walked off the national highway, and found a house nearby to spend the night. Yang Yu couldn't travel alone. His combat power was too weak, and if he met a high-level zombie, he would be dead. So he had to follow Du Yu closely, because only Du Yu could protect him at the moment. Wait for me. Yang Yu hurriedly chased after him. Tang Rui was sleeping in the bedroom on the second floor with Ao Bao in his arms, when he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening downstairs and two people talking. Tang Rui was awakened. He heard the two voices sound familiar, very much like the voices of Du Yu and Yang Yu. Tang Rui pricked up his ears and listened carefully, and found that it was really those two rubbish. He didn't expect that they would follow him here. To be honest, Tang Rui didn't need those two rubbish to follow him. First, these two rubbish can only help with work at most, and have no other use. Second, it is a waste of food to keep these two rubbish. In addition, they are also very weak, and will only drag us down. Therefore, Tang Rui didn't plan to go down and recognize them. As soon as Yang Yu entered the door, he kept muttering, this house is too broken. Will there be unclean things? Should we move to a better house to live in? Although it is only a temporary stay for one night, we have to choose a better place. Du Yu said impatiently, the houses around here are all similar. What's so good about choosing? Although Du Yu said this, he finally followed Yang Yu and moved to another house to spend the night. It was not because he cared much about Yang Yu's opinion, but because he felt that this house was indeed very mean. Tang Rui was relieved when he heard that the two people left here, hugged his Ao Bao, and continued to sleep. After leaving the house, Yang Yu always felt as if he had missed something. Where do you think Brother Rui should be now? Based on the burning of the fire in the cave, Tang Rui must not have walked far. Du Yu was looking for a luxurious house to spend the night. He didn't want to talk to Yang Yu, so he just said, I'm not a navigation system. Why are you asking me? I smelled a little bit of nectar in the house just now. At that time, Yang Yu was busy looking at how old the house was. After leaving, he remembered that he smelled a little bit of nectar. In the whole apocalypse, only Ao Bao would emit that kind of smell. Du Yu didn't answer Yang Yu's words. He paused and stopped in front of a 3-story building and said, this house looks good. I'll stay here for one night. Yang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by Du Yu's words. He soon put the smell of nectar behind his mind, because he thought it was unlikely that he would meet Brother Rui and the others here. The next day, when it was still dark, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and set off on the road, just to avoid meeting Yang Yu and the others. This trip to Kyoto was for important things to be completed, and he didn't want to bring those two extra burdens. After all, he was already worried enough about protecting Ao Bao, and he didn't have time to worry about those two rubbish. So he simply didn't let them follow him. Otherwise they would just die if they followed him to Kyoto. But Tang Rui underestimated the stickiness of Yang Yu and Du Yu. Tang Rui thought he should have left those two guys far behind, but he still ran into them in the end. As soon as Tang Rui saw them, he turned around and left, not wanting to attract the attention of those two people. But Ao Bao also saw the two guys, and waved to them enthusiastically. Ao Bao is here. Originally, Yang Yu and Yu didn't notice Tang Rui. But when Ao Bao shouted, their eyes were attracted. Finally, he found Ao Bao, who he had been thinking about for a long time. Yang Yu excitedly ran over there, shouting, Ao Bao, Brother Rui, I finally found you. Tang Rui's face was very dark, and he really didn't want to see those two people. Ao Bao was completely the opposite, and responded to Yang Yu excitedly, Ao Bao thought Yang Yu and the others were dead, but he didn't expect them to be alive. Now they meet again. It seems that their fate is not over yet. After Yang Yu ran over, he didn't have time to catch his breath, and hurriedly asked, Brother Rui, didn't you say you would stay in the cave and wait for us? Why did you leave first? It made us look for you so hard, and my shoes are worn out. As he said, Yang Yu also lifted his right foot to let Ao Bao and Tang Rui see his worn soles. Ao Bao showed a little sympathy to Yang Yu and comforted him. Ao Bao will not abandon you in the future. Ao Bao actually dared to say such ambiguous words to other men. Isn't this deliberately making Tang Rui jealous? Tang Rui's face became even uglier, and he shouted hard, Ao Bao. Tang Rui shouting did not shock Ao Bao, but scared Yang Yu a lot. Brother Rui. Ao Bao meaning may be very simple. Don't misunderstand. When Yang Yu heard Ao Bao say that he would not abandon him, he was quite happy in his heart. But now, he only felt scared. How could Ao Bao say such love-like words in front of Brother Rui? The current atmosphere became very awkward. And finally Yu came over to break the deadlock. He looked at Tang Rui and asked, Are you going to take Ao Bao to Kyoto? Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao, but with a heavy face, as a punishment, and then responded to Yu indifferently, Yeah. Yang Yu asked in confusion, Why go to Kyoto? Tang Rui knew that there were a group of people in Kyoto who wanted to do something bad to Ao Bao. But he still took Ao Bao with him regardless of the danger. Is there any reason? Yang Yu couldn't figure it out. Tang Rui's answer was very simple, to find Ao Bao parents. Yang Yu asked again, But didn't you say before that you wouldn't take Ao Bao to meet your parents? Ao Bao rubbed his little butt that had just been slapped and said, Ao Bao wanted to follow Rui to conquer the world. Yang Yu barely understood Ao Bao words. But after understanding, he seemed even more confused. Conquer the world? Conquer the world. Isn't this too childish? Tang Rui didn't want to tell the real reason, but he couldn't stand Yang Yu asking so much. So he finally told the truth, End this apocalypse. Brother Rui, how are you going to end this apocalypse? Yang Yu admitted that Tang Rui's strength was indeed very strong. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't end this apocalypse by himself. Yang Yu suddenly thought of something, and he quickly set his eyes on Ao Bao. At this moment, his mind was full of the words Yu Liang said before his death, Ao Bao died, and the apocalypse would end. At this time, a bold idea appeared in Yang Yu's mind. Brother Rui, are you going to let Ao Bao sacrifice? Tang Rui loved Ao Bao so much. How could he be willing to sacrifice Ao Bao in exchange for the end of the apocalypse? After Yang Yu finished speaking, he regretted it. He wanted to take back what he had just said, but he couldn't take it back. Yang Yu knew that Tang Rui would be angry after hearing this, so he hid behind Yu first. But Tang Rui didn't get angry as Yang Yu imagined. Tang Rui just clenched his fists. His face was still normal, but when he spoke, he gritted his teeth a little. What nonsense are you talking about? Brother Rui, don't be angry. I just said it casually. Yang Yu also knew that Brother Rui would not let Ao Bao sacrifice, but he had said that nonsense before for no reason. Tang Rui showed his fist. If you say that again, don't blame me for being rude. Yang Yu's words just hit Tang Rui's thunder point. What Tang Rui couldn't stand the most was words about Ao Bao's death. Yang Yu nodded vigorously, indicating that he remembered. I won't say it again. But Brother Rui, how do you plan to end this apocalypse? Yang Yu was curious, so he asked anyway. Tang Rui said slowly, As long as the zombie virus is eliminated, the apocalypse will end. The apocalypse was originally caused by the zombie virus. When the zombie virus is completely gone, the apocalypse will naturally end. Yang Yu said, But Ao Bao and Dio both still have the virus in their bodies. If you want to completely eliminate the zombie virus, then, do you have to eliminate Ao Bao and Dio as well? Tang Rui replied, Kill all the other zombies. As for Ao Bao, I will keep an eye on him. Tang Rui meant that he could guarantee to keep an eye on Ao Bao and not spread the zombie virus in Ao Bao's body. But according to Tang Rui's words, wouldn't there be only Ao Bao? a little zombie left in the world. And all other zombies would have to be destroyed. There will only be Ao Bao, the last zombie left in this world. If that happens, Yang Yu suddenly got nervous and asked anxiously, Brother Rui, does the Duke have to die too? Tang Rui nodded calmly, yes. Yu himself didn't have any emotions. But Yang Yu began to plead anxiously, can you spare him? Anyway, he doesn't bite people now, and won't spread the zombie virus. Tang Rui said firmly, as long as the zombie virus exists, the end of the world will never end. Yang Yu argued excitedly, but you said before that you don't care whether the end of the world ends or not. And Ao Bao is still a zombie. And he still has the zombie virus in his body. Why don't you get rid of Ao Bao together? Yu was very moved that Yang Yu could think so much about him. But if he let Yang Yu continue to speak so recklessly, Tang Rui's fist would hit him. Yu pulled Yang Yu to his side with force, and sealed Yang Yu's mouth with one hand. Stop talking. Tang Rui was already angry, and looked at them angrily. You too. Get out of here. Yang Yu had calmed down. He pulled the hand off his mouth and apologized to Tang Rui. Brother Rui, I'm sorry. I said the wrong thing just now. Tang Rui's brows pressed down, and his eyes became sharp. Get out quickly. Don't let me say it for the third time. Seeing that they made Rui angry, Ao Bao was also angry, and yelled at the two of them, Ao. Go away. Rui doesn't want to see you. Ao Bao. I was really impulsive just now, and said the wrong thing. I didn't actually mean that. Yang Yu likes Ao Bao very much. So how could he bear to see Ao Bao eliminated? He really just made a slip of the tongue because he was anxious. Ao Bao wrinkled his little face, and looked very fierce. Ao. Go quickly. Rui doesn't like you. And Ao Bao doesn't like you either. Seeing Ao Bao defending him, Tang Rui's anger disappeared immediately. And he lowered his head, and kissed Ao Bao's mouth as a reward. After finally catching up with Tang Rui and Ao Bao, Yang Yu was unwilling to leave like this. Brother Rui, please forgive me once. It can be seen that Tang Rui obviously doesn't want them to follow him anymore. Yu grabbed Yang Yu's arm and pulled him away. Let's go. Yang Yu shook off Yu's hand and said irritably, where are you going? Yang Yu couldn't leave Ao Bao because he was still thinking about the food in Ao Bao's space. After that, Yang Yu apologized to Tang Rui several times in a row. Yang Yu only said some excessive words, but he did not cause any substantial harm to Ao Bao. So Tang Rui finally chose to forgive him this time. The anger on Tang Rui's face subsided a lot. Be careful in the future. Don't say things I don't like to hear. As long as it is about Ao Bao, Tang Rui will take it seriously. He never jokes about Ao Bao. To show his sincerity, Yang Yu slapped himself a few times. Tang Rui didn't care too much about this matter. Carried Ao Bao on his back, and continued on his way. Yang Yu pulled Yu's sleeve and chased after him. Following behind, he asked carefully and cautiously, Brother Rui, isn't there still a vaccine in Ao Bao's space? When Ao Bao's space is restored, can you give Yu a shot of the vaccine to eliminate the zombie virus in his body? Tang Rui walked in front with Ao Bao on his back, and replied slowly, I have used up the vaccines in Ao Bao's space. Brother Rui, do you need so many vaccines? Yang Yu was confused about this matter. After Tang Rui found that vaccination could improve his strength, he secretly injected himself with many shots of vaccine, which was why his strength improved so quickly in a short period of time. Tang Rui didn't want to tell Yang Yu about this matter in detail, so he just said that all the vaccines had been used up, and didn't explain anything else. Yang Yu asked persistently, is there no vaccine left? If that's the case, then Yu will definitely die. I don't know. Maybe there are some left. Tang Rui didn't remember how many shots of vaccine he had injected, but he guessed that there should be 1 or 2 left in Ao Bao's space. Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a big hand pressed the back of his head, and then Yu's voice rang out, you care so much about me? Yang Yu didn't look back at Yu, but looked ahead and said, what else? Ao Bao had been listening carefully to Rui and Yang Yu. When he heard that Rui had injected all the vaccines, Ao Bao was confused. Ao, when did Rui get the vaccine? Ao Bao didn't even know when Rui got the vaccine, and he got so many. Tang Rui took advantage of Ao Bao's sleep to vaccinate, so Ao Bao knew nothing about it. Tang Rui didn't explain much to Ao Bao, and forced to change the subject. Ao Bao, are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Ao Bao looked down at his stomach and felt that his stomach was getting tight. He must be hungry, and needed Ruerwe to fill it up. Ao Bao meat. Ao Bao was hungry and wanted to eat meat. Ruerwe's meat. Eat some dried fish first. I'll give you meat later. Tang Rui took a piece of charred dried fish from his backpack and handed it to Ao Bao. The bones of the dried fish were already crispy, so you can bite it directly, and it won't get stuck in your throat. With Ruerwe's big piece of delicious meat in front of him, Ao Bao had no appetite for this piece of dried fish. Ao Bao didn't want to eat the dried fish and shook his head vigorously. I want meat. Before, Ao Bao only said meat, but now he knows to say meat. Tang Rui also wanted to meet Ao Bao's request, but it was too early now, so he couldn't be so anxious to eat meat, and eating meat wouldn't fill his stomach. Tang Rui coaxed him, saying, Ao Bao, if you eat the dried fish, I'll feed you meat. After eating the dried fish, there would be meat to eat. So Ao Bao had to pick up the dried fish and eat it. Yan Yu, who was standing next to him, was already drooling with greed. He hadn't eaten anything all day, and now he was so hungry that his stomach was about to reflux. Noticing that Yan Yu had been staring at the dried fish in his hand, and Ao Bao didn't want to eat it, he secretly handed the dried fish to Yan Yu. Seeing Ao Bao bringing the dried fish to him, Yan Yu was a little flattered, and waved his hand hurriedly. Ao Bao, eat it yourself. I won't eat it. As soon as Yan Yu said this, Tang Rui immediately knew that Ao Bao didn't eat obediently, and raised his hand and slapped Ao Bao little but eat it quickly. Food is so scarce now, and Ao Bao wants to share food with others. He really deserves a beating. Tang Rui hit Ao Bao again, eat it quickly. This time, Tang Rui wanted to watch Ao Bao eat the dried fish with his own eyes, so that Ao Bao would not waste food again. Under Rui's gaze, Ao Bao chewed the dried fish slowly. Bit by bit, the dried fish was over-roasted, a little hard, and not easy to chew. Ao Bao had a bit of effort to eat. Watching Ao Bao eating, Yan Yu's saliva kept flowing. Tang Rui noticed Yan Yu's greedy look, so he kindly gave him a large piece of dried fish. The dried fish was quite big and Yan Yu couldn't finish it by himself, so he gave some to Du Yu. While chewing the dried fish, Yan Yu asked, Brother Rui, why don't you eat it? There's not much food left. Tang Rui wanted to save some food so that he wouldn't starve to death on the road. It was still winter, and the ground was bare, and there was no grass to eat. Yan Yu suddenly felt that the dried fish in his mouth was even more fragrant. So fragrant that he couldn't bear to eat it. He had to chew it very carefully, savor it seriously, and then slowly swallow it to fully feel the deliciousness of this piece of fish. Thinking that Ruerwe hadn't eaten yet, Ao Bao quickly spit out the dried fish in his mouth that he hadn't chewed much. Then he fed the dried fish with saliva to Ruerwe's mouth. Ruerwe eat. Looking at the dried fish with Ao Bao's saliva on his mouth, Tang Rui swallowed and said, Ao Bao, I won't eat it. You eat it yourself. Ao eat. Ao Bao finally forced the dried fish into Tang Rui's mouth. The dried fish with Ao Bao's saliva was extremely delicious. After Tang Rui finished eating, he still felt a little unsatisfied. It is the time of melting snow, and the temperature difference between day and night is very large. It is not cold in the daytime when there is sun, but at night when the sun sets, the temperature will drop to -10 degrees. It is so cold at night that they want to find a house to stay for one night. But it is too remote nearby, and there is no house for them to stay temporarily. They can only set up a camp by the roadside and light a fire to keep warm. Ao Bao is completely hidden under Tang Rui's down jacket, and no cold wind can blow on him, so he does not feel cold. But Yan Yu, Du Yu and others are already cold, thinking that there will be a long time to suffer like this in the future. Yan Yu misses the warm time in the cave. Brother Rui, this place is still so far from Kyoto. Why don't you go? Yan Yu has been accustomed to surviving in the end of the world, so he really doesn't care whether the end of the world ends or not. So he doesn't agree to take the risk to go to Kyoto. Yan Yu just wants to try his best to persuade him to see if Tang Rui can change his mind. The answer is of course no. After all, we have come this far, and Tang Rui is determined and no one can shake him. Tang Rui explained the reason and said, there are only a few humans and zombies left now. If we don't save the remaining humans, who will rebuild our home in the future? If we don't end this apocalypse quickly and wait for humans and zombies to be wiped out, then humanity will be completely finished. Because at that time, there may only be Tang Rui and Ao Bao left on the earth. Both of them are men and can't have children. How can humans reproduce? So it's time to clean up the zombie virus. Tang Rui doesn't have any great ambitions. And he has never thought about becoming the savior of mankind. He is just tired of the dark human nature in the apocalypse. And he wants to return to the legal society before. Only by returning to that harmonious legal society can Tang Rui and Ao Bao live the most peaceful and stable life. In this apocalypse where everyone is in danger, it is impossible to live a peaceful day. This is why Tang Rui wants to end the apocalypse. Yang Yu didn't care whether the apocalypse would end or not. But when he heard Tang Rui say that he wanted to rebuild the human home, he couldn't help but think back to the days when he was still a star. If the apocalypse hadn't come, he would have gone from being a popular top star to a washed-up niche. There was no way. The internet at that time was so easy to forget people. Although it was a bit tragic that he encountered the apocalypse when he was the most popular, he didn't regret it at all. Because he learned a lot and witnessed a lot in the apocalypse. Yang Yu pulled his down jacket closer, still feeling a little cold. So he leaned towards the fire, shivering with cold, and asked, "Brother Rui, if human society is rebuilt, what do you want to do?" Tang Rui's muscular arms firmly held Ao Bao's small body, preventing the cold wind from invading Ao Bao. As for Yang Yu's question, Tang Rui thought about it briefly and replied, "Play with Ao Bao well. Find a livable city, and live an ordinary life with Ao Bao. I just want such a simple life. No other ideas." Yang Yu's eyes fell on Ao Bao and Tang Rui's arms, and asked with a smile, "Then do you want to hold a wedding?" Tang Rui did not hesitate and quickly gave an answer, "Yes. There must be a wedding. And he also wants to put a diamond ring on Ao Bao in person, and announce that Ao Bao is his wife. But Ao Bao might call him wife first, because Ao Bao already knows how to call Rui wife." Tang Rui didn't care too much about it. It didn't matter who was whose wife. Yang Yu said excitedly and very positively, "I will be your best man on the wedding day." Tang Rui picked up a small branch and threw it into the fire, saying casually, "It depends on whether you can live to that day." Tang Rui's words were creepy. Yang Yu was not so excited in an instant, and said with a sad face, "Brother Rui, don't say that. I am a little worried that I won't live that long. If you are afraid of death, don't go to Kyoto with me and Ao Bao. Tang Rui can at most guarantee the safety of Ao Bao, but not the safety of Yang Yu and Du Yu. So it's safest for them not to follow him." Yang Yu admitted that he was a little afraid of death, but he was still determined to follow Brother Rui. Only by following the protagonist can he not become cannon fodder. While Tang Rui and Yang Yu were talking, Ao Bao suddenly poked his head out and asked, "Ao? Will Rui leave Ao Bao to his parents after they go to Kyoto?" Ao Bao didn't want to go to Kyoto, mainly because he was afraid that Rui would abandon him to his parents. Tang Rui smiled, then scratched Ao Bao's nose with his finger and said, "How could that be? I will never give you to someone else." Ao Bao also smiled, and contentedly went back under Rui's down jacket to avoid the cold wind. Ao Bao didn't want to see his parents at all, because his parents had given him too little love, and Rui was much better than his parents. It's not an exaggeration to say that Tang Rui is Ao Bao reborn parents. Yang Yu barely understood the conversation between Ao Bao and Tang Rui. As he listened, he couldn't help but worry. What if Ao Bao parents forcefully want to take Ao Bao away? What should I do? Tang Rui had also thought about this question, but he was not panicked. He knew that Ao Bao chose him, so he could directly confront Ao Bao parents. If the irresponsible parents really wanted to snatch him away, Tang Rui wouldn't mind giving them a lesson. Of course, Tang Rui wouldn't attack his father-in-law directly. He would first see what his father-in-law's attitude was like, and then he would take action when it really didn't work. Tang Rui left his words here today. "If they dare to snatch, I dare to fight." Yang Yu gave a thumbs up. "You have courage." After walking for about half a month, winter was over. The snow on the ground had basically melted, and some small green buds emerged from the soil. This was the breath of spring. The seed in Ao Bao's stomach was almost about to sprout. When the seeds germinate, they will absorb nutrients from Ao Bao's body. This caused Ao Bao to be listless these days and lose weight instantly. This made Tang Rui so anxious that he couldn't sleep at night, thinking that Ao Bao was sick. For this reason, Tang Rui had to stop traveling and find a place to stay for Ao Bao to recuperate. After Ao Bao recovered, he would continue to set off. In the past few days, Tang Rui kept an eye on Ao Bao all the time and didn't dare to slack off at all. Tang Rui had learned some medical knowledge in the army before, but it was only simple emergency treatment. In addition, He also knew some Chinese herbal medicines, mainly for treating colds and headaches. But Ao Bao didn't have a cold or a headache. It was a bit like the nutrients in his body were drained by parasites. Tang Rui began to suspect whether Ao Bao had roundworms in his stomach. Or perhaps he accidentally ate roundworm eggs when drinking raw water. If there are roundworms or other parasites in the stomach, we have to find a way to remove them. Otherwise the nutrients in Ao Bao body will be drained. The most direct way Tang Rui thought of was to give Ao Bao an enema to see if he could pull out the roundworms in his stomach. It's just that the weather is not too hot now. And it's a little chilly. If a lot of cold water is suddenly poured into Ao Bao's stomach, it will cause many adverse reactions. Yang Yu said, there shouldn't be roundworms in zombies. After all, in theory, Ao Bao is a corpse. And there shouldn't be things like roundworms in the corpse's stomach. Maggots are more like that. Tang Rui firmly believed that he was right. He was sure that there must be parasites in Ao Bao's stomach. The abominable parasites absorb the nutrients in Ao Bao body, causing Ao Bao to lose a lot of weight. Before, Ao Bao felt a little heavy. But now it has become light, and can't feel any weight. Tang Rui felt distressed. Just when he was hesitating whether to give Ao Bao an enema, he suddenly found a hint of green on Ao Bao's little head. Looking more closely, it was a small green flower bud. The outer layer of the small flower bud was green, but you could vaguely see that the petals inside were white. Originally, there was a small white flower on Ao Bao's head, but that small white flower was picked off and fed to Ao Bao. And now this small white flower has grown again. Could it be that this little white flower is the one that absorbs the nutrients in Ao Bao's body? When he thought that it was this little white flower that caused Ao Bao to change from its original plump appearance to its current malnourished appearance, Tang Rui was more or less angry. He wanted to pull the flower out by the roots, but he was afraid of hurting Ao Bao. Yang Yu also quickly noticed the small green bud on Ao Bao's head. Wow! This flower really grows on Ao Bao's head. It's amazing. And this flower represents Ao Bao crystal core. So has Ao Bao space returned? You nodded in agreement. Theoretically, it's correct. Yang Yu said excitedly, Ao Bao, check to see if the space has recovered. Ao Bao leaned weakly on Tang Rui and replied weakly, Ao. Looking at Ao Bao's weak appearance, it is known that the space has not recovered yet. Yang Yu sighed and said, it should be necessary to wait until the flower bud on Ao Bao's head is fully opened before the space will return. Tang Rui was very dissatisfied with Yang Yu's concern for Ao Bao's space, and frowned involuntarily. Wait until Ao Bao gets better. Tang Rui was only worried about Ao Bao's identity now, and whether the space was restored was completely secondary. The nutrients were absorbed by the little white flower on his head. No matter how much Ao Bao ate, his weight still couldn't return to what it was before. The baby fat on his face was almost gone, and the cute little belly was also going to disappear. In order to nourish Ao Bao, Tang Rui would go out hunting every day, and he would never stop until he caught a small animal. Tang Rui didn't care what animal he caught, as long as he peeled the skin, removed the internal organs, and put it in the pot and cooked it. It was all the same. Ao Bao eats all kinds of meat every day, but he still doesn't gain weight after eating. After all, Ao Bao is a zombie, and has to eat human flesh. When Ao Bao didn't gain weight for several days in a row, Tang Rui cast his eyes on the only human present, Yang Yu. Seeing Tang Rui looking at him, Yang Yu immediately felt extremely creepy. Rui. Brother Rui. Why are you looking at me suddenly? Yang Yu actually guessed that Brother Rui wanted to stew him to nourish Ao Bao. Tang Rui quickly shifted his gaze from Yang Yu. Go find me a bamboo pole. That? What do you need a bamboo pole for? Yang Yu couldn't help but think wildly. Are they going to string him up with a bamboo pole and roast him? Go to the river to fork fish. Tang Rui just wanted to catch a live fish to nourish Ao Bao, and he didn't mean to stew Yang Yu at the moment. Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Ao Bao's current physical condition cannot be restored by eating a piece of fish. Only when the flower bud opens can it recover little by little, because it needs a lot of nutrition during the flowering period. This period is also the most difficult period for Ao Bao. Ao Bao has no appetite at all, but he is still forced by Rui to eat a lot of things. Although he ate a lot, Ao Bao was still very thin, and had almost no meat on his body. Seeing Ao Bao so uncomfortable, Tang Rui wanted to pick the little white flower several times. Tang Rui resisted the pain and waited for another 2 days, and finally waited for the green flower bud to bloom. The little white flower is very small, probably only the size of a fingernail, And the appearance is also ordinary. Just a small wild flower on the roadside. But this flower contains energy that ordinary people can't imagine. The little flower on Ao Bao head finally opened. And Tang Rui was so worried that he was about to break his heart. After opening, Ao Bao body slowly began to recover. And his weight also rose little by little. The baby fat that had been lost grew back. And his bulging belly also returned. Tang Rui held Ao Bao in his arms. And felt much more solid than before. As for Ao Bao's space, it has been restored. When the space was just restored, Ao Bao took out his small milk bottle and hung it around his neck. Then Ao Bao quickly took out a lollipop and held it in his mouth. It's no wonder that Ao Bao is so anxious. After all, he hasn't eaten candy for many days. While sucking on the lollipop, Ao Bao took out a pack of biscuits from the space and gave it to Ruirui. Ruirui hasn't eaten much these days, leaving all the good things for Ao Bao. Now Ao Bao's weight has increased, while Ruirui's weight has visibly decreased. His cheeks have become thinner than before, and his deep facial features appear more three-dimensional. However, this three-dimensionality is too skinny, and it still needs some meat to look good. So Ao Bao also wants to raise Ruirui's weight. Ao Bao personally helped Ruirui tear open the outer packaging bag of the bread, then took out the bread inside and fed it to Ruirui with his own hands. Ruirui. Ao. Eat. Ao Bao can't let his wife become hungry and thin. Otherwise Ao Bao will feel sorry for her. Tang Rui was not polite either. He opened his mouth and took a big bite. And the piece of bread was bitten off in half. Tang Rui really didn't eat anything these days. Every time he hunted and caught an animal, he gave it to Ao Bao to eat. Even if Ao Bao didn't eat it, he would force it into Ao Bao's mouth. Ao Bao ate so much that his stomach was about to burst. The other three were all hungry. They could only suck the bones left by Ao Bao every time to absorb some bone marrow and calcium. It was miserable. Now that Ao Bao's space was back, they could finally have a full meal. That day, they cooked a big pot of white rice to celebrate, and fried some fresh vegetables to mix with rice. These fresh vegetables were picked before, and have been kept in Ao Bao's space. The time in Ao Bao's space is frozen, so when the vegetables are taken out, they are still very fresh. Now they can be planted in the soil and still grow. When the steaming, full rice entered his mouth, Yang Yu felt that this trip was worth it. Fortunately, he did not leave Ao Bao. Otherwise he would definitely not be able to eat hot rice. Tang Rui, Yang Yu and Du Yu. The three of them were very hungry, and eating was almost like fighting a war. Ao Bao licked a lollipop beside him, and watched them, as if he was watching a monkey perform tricks. Tang Rui put down the bowl only after he shoveled the last grain of rice into his mouth. Seeing Ao Bao staring at him, Tang Rui felt a little embarrassed. He must have looked very ugly when he ate just now. But Ao Bao saw it all. Tang Rui burped and held Ao Bao to sit on his lap. Yang Yu and Du also put down their bowls and chopsticks one after another. They were very full after this meal. And they also experienced what it felt like to have a full stomach for the first time in a long time. Yang Yu picked the vegetable leaves stuck in his teeth with his fingers and asked, "Brother Rui, are we leaving for Kyoto tomorrow?" "No need to wait until tomorrow. Leave today." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and prepared to leave. This place is still a little distance from Kyoto. If we don't hurry up, how long will it take to reach the destination? For Ao Bao, a lot of time has been wasted. And now we can't stay any longer. Yang Yu and Du had no objection to hurrying on the road right after eating, just as they thought of it as a digestion after the meal. As they walked, Yang Yu suddenly discovered something. "Hey, how come we haven't encountered any zombies or humans all the way? They have walked at least hundreds of kilometers, but they haven't encountered any other living people, even zombies, on such a long journey." Du was beside him and explained to him, "It has been hailstorms for almost 2 months. This is an unprecedented ice disaster. I don't know how many lives have been taken away. Only a few people can successfully survive this ice disaster. At present, humans have experienced a mass extinction. It's just not extinction in the true sense. After all, there are still humans who can survive safely. But the number of surviving humans is pitifully small. This is the main reason why we didn't encounter many living people along the way. Because most humans have died in this natural disaster." Yang Yu couldn't help but worry about the future. Will such a big ice disaster happen again in the future? If it happens again, humans will probably really go extinct. Just like the mammoths before Christ. Frozen forever. and the race will be completely extinct. Du said confidently, when humans develop, such a big ice disaster will no longer exist. When humans develop, global warming will occur. At that time, we will have to worry about rising sea levels, changes in the moon's tidal lock, and species extinction caused by the greenhouse effect. But these are too far away. Hearing Yang Yu and Du mumbling behind them, Tang Rui couldn't help but interrupt them, and said, the weather in the end times is unpredictable. No one can predict what will happen in the future. We can only take it one step at a time, regardless of whether the future is good or bad. What Tang Rui has to do now is to clean up the zombie virus, and let humans return to that legal society. After experiencing a major ice disaster, nature has screened humans. Those who can survive to this day are basically strong. But there are also weak people like Yang Yu and Du who survive by hugging thighs. Du and Yang Yu are actually not too weak. They are a little below average. But if they don't rely on Tang Rui and Ao Bao, they won't survive. Yang Yu is now extremely grateful to Ao Bao and Tang Rui. If it weren't for them, he would have starved to death in this ice disaster. When he heard that most humans did not survive this unprecedented ice disaster, Yang Yu's gratitude reached its peak. He almost knelt down and kowtowed to Tang Rui and Ao Bao, asking them to recognize him as their godson. Thinking of this, Yang Yu did so. He did not really kneel down, but just asked, Ao Bao, do you need a son? How could Ao Bao not need a son? He was so desperate that he called a wooden man his son. Ao Bao also said frankly that he wanted a baby. Ao. There is no little baby. But there is a big baby. I just don't know if you can accept it. Yang Yu was not shy at all and called himself a big baby. Ao Bao really thought that there was a big baby to raise, and immediately expressed his excitement to raise his son, Ao. Yang Yu took the opportunity to ask, then should I call you dad or mom? Ao Bao needs to think about this question. In Ao Bao impression, the names of dad and mom are too unfamiliar. Ao Bao can't even tell the difference between dad and mom. So Yang Yu asked this question, which really stumped Ao Bao. After thinking for a long time, Ao Bao gave a final answer, Ao. Mom. Ao Bao's sudden call of mom surprised the other three. Ao Bao can say very few words. Every time he learns to say a new word, Tang Rui will be happy for a long time. Ao Bao is also very stupid. Some words he has learned for a long time, but he can't learn them no matter how hard he tries. This time, the word mom was called out in a clear and loud voice, and no one deliberately taught Ao Bao to say it. Ao Bao said it well by himself. Yang Yu smiled and said, Ao Bao may miss his mother. As soon as Yang Yu finished speaking, Ao Bao shook his head violently. Ao Bao didn't miss his mother, but wanted to be a mother. Ao Bao stretched out his little hand to Yang Yu. Ao. Where is the baby? Yang Yu said before that there was a big baby who would be Ao Bao's son. But Yang Yu was just joking. Just teasing Ao Bao. Seeing that Ao Bao took it seriously, Yang Yu also shouted, Mom. Hearing this, Mom, Ao Bao frowned. Tang Rui and Du also frowned, and goosebumps appeared on their arms. Yang Yu completely ignored the psychological discomfort of others and deliberately made a very coquettish voice and shouted, Mom, I am your son. Ao Bao felt that he had been seriously deceived, and he went up and slapped Yang Yu. The slap was not heavy, but it was not light either. A small palm print was left on Yang Yu's face. Even after being slapped, Yang Yu was still laughing, mainly because he didn't feel any pain. So he continued to joke, Mom, are you not satisfied with my son? Tang Rui and Du shouted almost at the same time, shut up. If Yang Yu continued to shout like this, they would have goosebumps all over the floor. Tang Rui's shut up was sonorous and powerful, full of warning. Du's shut up was intolerable and helpless. It's just a joke. Otherwise, the journey will be boring. Yang Yu just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. If he walked happily, he wouldn't feel tired. Yang Yu's method was quite useful. He talked and laughed while walking, and soon arrived in Kyoto. Ao Bao parents were in the safe zone of Kyoto, which was located in the center of the city. They only needed to travel for another day to reach the safe zone. Tang Rui was very nervous because he would probably meet Ao Bao parents tomorrow, because he didn't know what kind of attitude he should have towards Ao Bao parents. Should he use a hateful attitude, hating them for not taking care of Ao Bao, or a flattering attitude? After all, they were Ao Bao biological parents. Ao Bao, we will see our parents soon. Although Tang Rui didn't quite approve of the irresponsible parents, He still called them Mom and Dad. Ao Bao shook his head, not looking forward to seeing his parents at all. Ao. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's forehead gently, and said distressfully, I know they treated you badly in the past. If the couple could care a little more about Ao Bao, even if it was just a little bit of care, Ao Bao wouldn't dislike them so much. In the past, Yu Liang, as the elder brother, bullied Ao Bao so much and injured Ao Bao and sent him to the hospital many times. But the couple never stood up for Ao Bao or favored Ao Bao. In the eyes of the outside world, Ao Bao is the only son in the Shangwan family. But in fact, the couple only recognized Yu Liang as their son, because Ao Bao was a useless little fool. Tang Rui didn't dare to think about Ao Bao's past experiences. Otherwise he would be heartbroken. He even wanted to travel back in time to save Ao Bao when he was young. Go to take the wrong medicine, which leads to the nanny of the intellectual development. Of course, the main envoys behind the scenes cannot be let go. The ruler of the entire end of the world. Brother Rui, you have a better attitude. There is only such a safe zone of the chief's base in the last days. And the safety areas of other cities have become ruins. And most survivors are gathered in the Shangwan base. So the parents of Bao Bao are the ruler of the entire end of the world. If he confronted Ao Bao's parents, Yang Yu really couldn't guarantee that Tang Rui would still be alive. Tang Rui said frivolously, I have to see their attitude first. The couple had sent people to find Ao Bao before, wanting to capture Ao Bao and study him. Such people were not worthy of being parents. So Tang Rui was unlikely to take the initiative to please the couple. Yang Yu finally chose to support. If you can't handle it, I can help you hypnotize them. Tang Rui nodded and recognized Yang Yu's role. Yeah. Finally, he could help a little. Yang Yu suddenly felt that he was not a waste, but the hope of the whole team. Thinking of this, he soon became proud. You poured a basin of cold water on the side. You can talk about it first when you can get close to Ao Bao's parents. Tang Rui might not be able to get close to Ao Bao's parents, let alone Yang Yu. Yang Yu was quite confident at first, but after Yu said that, he had no self-confidence. He was a small figure, and would definitely not be able to get in touch with those top bosses. How about I teach the hypnosis technique to Ao Bao? At present, only Ao Bao can get close to his parents, and others may have to wait outside. So Yang Yu came up with this bad idea to teach hypnosis to Ao Bao. Yu said bluntly, Ao Bao is so stupid. Can he learn it? After saying that, do you realize that he said the wrong thing? And he soon felt the low pressure emanating from Tang Rui. Yu then explained in a panic, I mean, how can Ao Bao learn it in such a short day? In fact, Yang Yu was just joking. And he didn't really want to teach Ao Bao. Ao Bao didn't necessarily want to learn it, because learning things was too tiring. Tang Rui glanced at them. We'll talk about it later. It's still unknown whether we can enter the safe zone now. We'll discuss these things after we get in. The next morning, they got up and set off. After walking for a whole morning, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the base. This Shangwan base is stronger and more unbreakable than all the safe zones they have seen before. It is really a copper wall and iron wall. Other safe zones are surrounded by a wire mesh. But the entire wall of the Shangwan base is made of mixed metal materials, with a thickness of an astonishing 1 meter and a height of about 7 or 8 meters. Even birds can't fly in. The safety factor of this base is full. No wonder so many survivors are rushing to take refuge here. This is really the last ray of hope in the end of the world. Facing this solid metal wall, Yang Yu and Yu were stunned. How do we get in? Is there a door? There must be a door, but it's hard to find. After all, the periphery of the safe zone is very wide. They walked around the wall for more than an hour before finally finding the entrance. And there were more than a dozen superpowers guarding the entrance. Tang Rui sent Yang Yu to try first. Go and ask what conditions need to be met to enter the safe zone. Yang Yu felt that he would definitely not be able to enter, because he had no superpowers. He was just an ordinary person. In the minds of those strong people, the weak would only waste resources if they lived. So he should not meet the conditions to enter the safe zone. But he still had to ask with a little remaining hope. 10 minutes later, Yang Yu returned to Tang Rui and said excitedly and sadly, Brother Rui, they said that there are not many survivors now. So as long as you are human, you can go in. Among them, only Yang Yu is a pure human being. And the other 3 are not considered human beings. Those superpowers can see at a glance that Ao Bao and Duyo are zombies. And Tang Rui is also at risk of being found out as not human, which would be very dangerous. Tang Rui said to Yang Yu, then you go in alone first, and we will find other ways to get in. Hearing that he had to go in alone, Yang Yu felt a little lonely. In addition, he was worried that after he went in, Brother Rui and the others would not be able to go in. And then, he would be separated from Ao Bao. Yang Yu said with a sad face, I'd better think of other ways to get in with you. You said, if you go in through the main gate, you can get a legal ID card. If you climb over the wall with us, you will be an illegal resident and may be executed if you are discovered. You had heard about some rules in the Shangwon base before, saying that every survivor in the Shangwon base has an ID card in his hand, which is equivalent to an ID card, no matter what you do in the base. You need to show your ID card, so you must have an ID card to do things. After hearing this, Yang Yu had no choice but to part ways with them, and walk through the main gate alone into the safe zone. Just as Yu said. When Yang Yu went in, he received an ID card. The person who issued the ID card to him repeatedly reminded him that he must not lose the ID card. Otherwise, he would be kicked out of the safe zone. Yang Yu was quite panicked and quickly put the ID card in his pocket and kept it well, for fear of losing it. Tang Rui was trying to find a way to climb over the wall. It was not an easy task to climb over a wall that was 7 or 8 meters high. Besides, the wall is so smooth that a fly can do a split if standing on it. There is no foothold, so it is not suitable for rock climbing at all. It is really impossible to climb up, unless you can find a magnet and use the magnet's absorption force to help climb up. Just when Tang Rui and Yu racked their brains and couldn't come up with a good idea, they saw Ao Bao climbing up and down beside them. Ao Bao made a small ladder for himself with vines, and then climbed up the tree to catch small insects for fun. Tang Rui, do you? I didn't expect that the most useful person at this time was Ao Bao. In fact, no matter what time, Ao Bao is the core figure of the team, an indispensable and important role. Tang Rui called Ao Bao, who was climbing up the tree to catch insects. Ao Bao, come here. Hearing Rui calling him, Ao Bao quickly came down from the tree and ran to Rui. Ao, what did Rui call Ao Bao for? Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao's waist and said, can I use vines to build a ladder on this wall? Ao Bao effortlessly gave birth to 2 thick vines from the ground. The vines grew rapidly and entangled together, finally forming the shape of a ladder. With this ladder, they quickly entered the safe zone and finally met up with Yang Yu. Yang Yu was afraid that they would not be able to get in, but fortunately they all came in. Yang Yu reached into his pocket, touched his ID card and asked, Brother Rui, what should we do next? First, go and find out about Ao Bao's parents. Tang Rui didn't dare to take Ao Bao to meet his parents rashly. He was afraid that the couple would pay attention to Ao Bao, so he had to investigate first to be safe. The inquiries could only be left to Yang Yu, because he could not only hypnotize others to get the most authentic information, but he was also the only one with an ID card. People like Tang Rui who didn't have ID cards dared not wander around outside. Otherwise they would be easily caught. Yang Yu knew that it was time for him to be ordered to do this, and he gladly accepted the task. Rush to the street, catch someone, hypnotize him directly, and then get information about Ao Bao's parents from him. After unremitting efforts, Yang Yu successfully obtained very complete information before dark. Ao Bao's parents are now the masters of this safe zone, and they are also high-level superpowers. And they are the kind of superpowers with all superpowers. You couldn't believe what he heard was true. You said Ao Bao's parents have all superpowers? Well, they are all powerful superpowers. And it seems that they have become so powerful through transformation. These are the information Yang Yu got from others. How do you transform this? Yu was a little tempted after hearing this. He also wanted to transform into an all-powerful superpower. This way, he would be invincible. Tang Rui was also tempted after hearing this. If he could transform into an all-powerful superpower, he could better protect Ao Bao. Yang Yu replied, I heard from others that this kind of transformation is to hollow out the brain of other superpowers, and then place the brain of the transformed one in the hollowed-out brain of the superpower. In short, it is very bloody and brutal. As the rulers of the apocalypse, Ao Bao's parents must be at the top of the apocalypse. There is no doubt about that. When he knew that Ao Bao's parents were all-powerful superpowers, Tang Rui's expression did not change much, and he was quite calm. Yang Yu, however, could not remain calm. It was really the emperor who was not anxious, but the eunuch was anxious. Brother Rui, can you beat them? I don't know. Tang Rui was not very sure, but he was calm on the surface. Diu shook his head and frowned and said, "Then we are like sheep walking into the tiger's mouth. It's too dangerous. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise Ao Bao parents will find us, and won't let us go easily." Diu is both an illegal resident and a zombie, and it is easy for other superpowers to see through his identity. Once he is discovered, he may be besieged. This is too risky, so it is better to leave quickly. Now that Yang Yu has an ID card, he is a little reluctant to leave here. After all, it is so dangerous outside, and natural disasters may happen again at any time. It is safest to hide in this indestructible safe zone. Hearing Diu instigating Tang Rui to take Ao Bao away, Yang Yu immediately opposed it. "We spent a month or two and finally got here. How can we just leave like this?" After that, Diu and Yang Yu quarreled because of their different opinions. Tang Rui and Ao Bao watched them quarreling from the side. After watching for a while, Tang Rui stopped them because he was annoyed. "Okay, don't fight each other at this time." Under Tang Rui's persuasion, Diu and Yang Yu gradually calmed down the war. Diu's words still made sense, while Yang Yu was making trouble for no reason. Ao Bao and Dio are zombies. Other superpowers can see through them as soon as they get close. So it is really dangerous to stay in the safe zone because you may be discovered at any time. Yang Yu took out the ID card from his pocket and stroked it repeatedly with his fingers, looking very cherishing. While touching his ID card, he asked, "Brother Rui, what should we do next? Do we really have to leave here?" If Tang Rui really planned to take Ao Bao away, then Yang Yu might not go with him anymore, because he now has an ID card and can stay in this safe zone openly. Yang Yu's thoughts were written on his face. Among the people present, except Ao Bao, who did not see through Yang Yu's thoughts. The other two had already seen through Yang Yu's selfishness clearly. Yang Yu planned to stay in this base. Tang Rui had no objection and even expressed his support. This place is much safer than other places. If you want to stay, stay. Hearing Tang Rui say this, Yang Yu suddenly felt reluctant. "Brother Rui, to be honest, after being with Ao Bao for so long, Yang Yu's feelings for him are already inseparable." When Yang Yu thought that he would never see the cute little Ao Bao again, his heart felt empty. In addition to being reluctant to leave Ao Bao, Yang Yu was also a little reluctant to leave Diu. After careful consideration, Yang Yu decided to leave with them. "Forget it. It's meaningless for me to stay here alone. I want to leave with you." Tang Rui stopped him and said, "You can't leave. You have to stay here and help us gather intelligence. Yang Yu, there is still a lot to learn about Ao Bao parents, especially the fact that they want to study Ao Bao, which must be investigated clearly." Tang Rui now put all the responsibilities on Yang Yu. Yang Yu said that he could not bear such an important task and the pressure was very great. "Brother Rui, I can't do it." Tang Rui praised him generously and said, "You are so good at hypnosis. I believe you can do it." He had never heard Brother Rui praise him before, and now he suddenly heard it, which really made Yang Yu feel a little flattered. His heart unconsciously floated again, and he once again felt that he was the hope of the whole team. Since Brother Rui thinks highly of him, he should work hard. "Brother Rui, don't worry. I will work hard." Tang Rui patted Yang Yu's shoulder and affirmed, "Well, then you should find out the news. I will wait for you at the north corner of the wall at 8 o'clock every night." Yang Yu nodded, "Okay," taking advantage of the fact that there were not many people at night. Tang Rui, Ao Bao, and Diu climbed over the wall again. It is indeed unsafe to stay in the safe zone. It is better for them to stay outside the safe zone. After climbing over the wall, Tang Rui and his friends did not go too far. They just made a fire and set up a tent by the outer wall. Even if they left the safe zone, they could still live happily, because there was almost everything in Ao Bao's space. Nothing was missing. And there were even live caterpillars. Maybe Ao Bao caught a caterpillar, got bored of playing with it for a while, and threw it directly into the space. The time and the space is still, so the caterpillar did not turn into a butterfly and remained a little caterpillar. Wait! Tang Rui felt that he had missed some important information, so he quickly pieced the information together. Caterpillar, space, time stopped, still alive. Putting it together, a living caterpillar can actually be put into the space. Does this mean that living people can be put into Ao Bao's space? After thinking about this problem, Tang Rui suddenly said, "Ao Bao, try to put Diu into the space." Diu showed a horrified expression. "What are you doing? Is Tang Rui going to put him into the space as a reserve food?" But he is a zombie, and zombie meat is not delicious. Seeing Diyu so flustered, Tang Rui explained, just try whether Ao Bao space can hold living people. Diyu would not be fooled so easily. He asked cautiously, can I still get out? Tang Rui did not dare to make a guarantee. I don't know. Let's try it first. Or change to another living thing to do the experiment. Diyu was really afraid that he would not be able to get out after entering. Diyu's words made sense. Let's do the experiment with a small animal first. When it succeeds, try a bigger animal. Tang Rui went to the corner and caught a small gecko. This gecko is one of the animals that Ao Bao likes to catch and play with. Tang Rui first gave the small gecko to Ao Bao to play with for a while. After Ao Bao had enough fun, Tang Rui said, Ao Bao, put this gecko into the space and see if it works. Ao Bao did as Rui said and stuffed the small gecko into the space. The little gecko, which was still alive, successfully entered Ao Bao's space. It seems that Ao Bao space can indeed accommodate living things. Tang Rui cast his eyes on Diyu again. Ao Bao, put him into the space too. Ao Bao was very obedient, opened his little hands, and touched Diyu, trying to put Diyu into his own space. Seeing Ao Bao coming over with his teeth and claws bared, Diyu was scared and crawled to the side. Don't come over. Tang Rui held Diyu's body and stopped him from running around. What's there to be afraid of? It's just an experiment. Diyu knew he couldn't run away, so he stayed quiet. Ao Bao touched Diyu's arm and put him directly into his own space. Diyu disappeared out of thin air, and Tang Rui disappeared with Diyu. Tang Rui had just been holding Diyu's body with his hands, and the two were close together, so they were brought into the space together. Seeing Rui was gone, Ao Bao was still looking for him foolishly. Rui. Why did Rui suddenly disappear? Where did he go? Ao Bao was lying on the ground looking for Laogong. Ao. Where did Rui go? Come out quickly. How could you leave Ao Bao behind? Tang Rui and you were in Ao Bao's space at the moment. Ao Bao's space was white and full of supplies. These supplies were automatically classified, so it was easy to find what you wanted. The first time he entered Ao Bao's space, Tang Rui felt very novel and explored everywhere. Then he found that Ao Bao's space was infinite. That is, there was no edge. In this way, he could put as many supplies as he wanted, and even the entire Shangwan base. Diyu wandered around in the space casually, and stopped to eat when he was tired. He took a small snack from the pile of supplies and ate it, saying, if we encounter danger in the future, we can hide in Ao Bao's space. They can take refuge in Ao Bao's space. But what about Ao Bao? Should they leave Ao Bao alone outside? This is definitely impossible. So Tang Rui will not come into Ao Bao's space next time, because he doesn't want to leave Ao Bao alone outside. But he should not think about the future, and think about how to get out of the space first. If they want to get out of the space, Ao Bao must take the initiative to let them out. But it has been unknown how long, and Ao Bao has not let them out yet. Tang Rui and you are a little worried about Ao Bao IQ. They don't know if Ao Bao can find them in the space earlier and let them out earlier. At present, Ao Bao should have forgotten that they are in the space. What can we do with Ao Bao brain? I don't know when he will remember us. When Diyu said this, he was also thankful that Tang Rui came in with him. Otherwise, he would be trapped in this space alone. Tang Rui comforted Yang Yu and said, Ao Bao may have tried to let us out. But in fact, Ao Bao was still lying on the ground looking for someone. After searching for a long time without finding him, Ao Bao was so anxious that he cried, Ao, Rui. Why did Rui suddenly run away? Did he not want Ao Bao anymore? Ao Bao refused to give up and continued to search on the grass. Rui disappeared on this grass just now. So Ao Bao tried hard to turn over the grass, and the grass was turned bare. But he still couldn't find Rui. No matter how hard they looked, they still couldn't find Rui. Ao Bao lay helplessly on the grass and cried, Woo! Rui. Tang Rui and Diyu, who were trapped in Ao Bao's space, were also very anxious. More than 10 minutes had passed, but Ao Bao hadn't let them out yet. Diyu was so anxious that he couldn't sit still. Has Ao Bao not discovered that we are in the space yet? Tang Rui was now much more anxious than Diyu. He was very worried about leaving Ao Bao alone outside. What should he do if he encountered danger? Although he was already very anxious, Tang Rui said calmly on the surface, wait a little longer. There was no other way except to wait. No matter how anxious he was, it would be in vain. Diyu couldn't help sighing and said, I hope Ao Bao is smarter and finds out that we are trapped in the space earlier. If Ao Bao doesn't find them, then they can't get out. Tang Rui replied, don't worry. It will be soon. Ao Bao often takes snacks out of the space to eat. When Ao Bao takes snacks later, he should find that they are trapped in it. Ao Bao was still sitting on the ground crying stupidly, thinking that Rui had left him and ran away. After crying for a long time, his eyes were swollen, and finally, he couldn't cry anymore. Ao Bao stopped crying and planned to take a lollipop from the space to eat to relieve his bad mood. Ao Bao probed his consciousness into the space, and when he was looking for a lollipop, he accidentally found Rui and Duyo trapped in it. Afterwards, Ao Bao let them out. Tang Rui and Duyo were talking about when Ao Bao would find them. Halfway through the conversation, the world in front of them suddenly spun, and then they came out, seeing the familiar blue sky and green grass. Duyo was so excited that he roared like a monkey, finally out. Tang Rui pulled Ao Bao into his arms. Seeing that Ao Bao's eyes were swollen from crying, he couldn't help but laugh and scolded, how could you be so stupid? You didn't realize that we were trapped in the space for so long. Being scolded by Rui, Ao Bao pouted his little mouth, feeling very wronged. After Duyo calmed down his excitement, he came over and said, Ao Bao's space is amazing. Other space-based psychics can't put living things in their space, and the size of the space is also limited. The average space-based psychic has a space of more than 10 square meters at most. But Ao Bao's space seems to be infinite, and it can also put living things in it. Even people can be put in it, which is amazing. After Duyo finished praising him, he said, if you need to take refuge in the future, you can hide in Ao Bao's space. It is true that you can take refuge in Ao Bao's space, but Tang Rui will not enter Ao Bao's space again, because he is worried about leaving Ao Bao outside. At the same time, he does not allow others to enter Ao Bao's space again, because the space is part of Ao Bao privacy. How can he let others hide in Ao Bao privacy? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Tang Rui took Ao Bao over the wall from the north into the safe zone to meet Yang Yu. Yang Yu had been waiting at the corner of the wall early in the morning. When he saw Brother Rui carrying Ao Bao over the wall, he quickly trotted over and said, Brother Rui, I know a very shocking news. When Yang Yu said the above sentence, his tone was extremely excited. Tang Rui became interested and asked closely, what news? Yang Yu replied, Ao Bao's parents are currently conducting a secret study on the Son of the Earth. Tang Rui had a bad feeling. Son of the Earth? What kind of study is this? The information Yang Yu got was not very complete, because the research was highly confidential and could not be obtained casually. He shook his head and said helplessly, I don't know much either. I only heard that once the research on the Son of the Earth was successful, they could change the order of the 4 seasons at will. Humanity is so ambitious that they actually want to change the 4 seasons. It's incredible just to hear it. Tang Rui then asked, is the Son of the Earth a person? Yang Yu nodded, yes. A person. They said they want to select a suitable person to be the Son of the Earth. Tang Rui thought that the Son of the Earth was just the name of this research, but he didn't expect that they wanted to select a person to be the Son of the Earth. Have they selected someone? Yang Yu shook his head. They haven't selected the right person yet. I guess they want Ao Bao to be the Son of the Earth. After all, they sent someone to find Ao Bao before. Tang Rui agreed with Yang Yu's point of view. It seems that Ao Bao parents intend to train Ao Bao to be the Son of the Earth. Brother Rui, what do you think? Do you think this is a good thing? Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Yang Yu personally thinks this is a good thing. If Ao Bao can really become the Son of the Earth, it would be too impressive. Yang Yu even wanted to replace Ao Bao as the Son of the Earth. But unfortunately, that group of people had already selected Ao Bao. But this is a bad thing for Tang Rui. Ao Bao becoming the Son of the Earth is equivalent to becoming a puppet of those people. How could Tang Rui let Ao Bao be manipulated by others? Moreover, Tang Rui's goal is to end the apocalypse and return to the previous legal society, rather than let the apocalypse continue. But the goal of Ao Bao parents is obviously to continue the apocalypse. In this way, Ao Bao parents and Tang Rui's opinions are at odds with each other, and there will definitely be a fierce battle in the future. Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu and said, you continue to find out the news. We will meet here at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Okay. Yang Yu nodded, and then left first. Watching Yang Yu's back gradually going away, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back, and climbed up the ladder made of vines, and climbed over the wall. Duyo has been waiting for them outside. How is it? Any new news? Nothing? Tang Rui was tired and didn't want to discuss so much with Du. He just wanted to be alone and think about countermeasures. Seeing Tang Rui's worried look, there must be something important. Although Du is not a nosy person, he still wants to ask clearly, mainly because he doesn't like the feeling of being confused. What happened? Tang Rui said impatiently, when you meet Yang Yu, ask him yourself. This matter has little to do with Du. So Tang Rui doesn't need to explain it to Du so clearly. Tang Rui didn't intend to say it. But Ao Bao told Du very enthusiastically, Ao. Du couldn't understand Ao Bao's language. So after listening, Du was still confused. Even more confused than before. In the next few days, Tang Rui, Ao Bao, and Du stayed outside the safe zone, while Yang Yu stayed inside the safe zone to get intelligence. For several consecutive days, Yang Yu found out useful information. But it was precisely because Yang Yu knew too much that he attracted the attention and suspicion of those people. On the fourth day, Yang Yu was arrested. Tang Rui still climbed over the wall to meet Yang Yu at 8 o'clock on time as before. But this time, he took Ao Bao to wait in the corner for dozens of minutes. But Yang Yu didn't come. In the past, Yang Yu would wait here in advance. But now, he didn't come for dozens of minutes. Which was very wrong. Tang Rui had a hunch that something must have happened to Yang Yu. After waiting for a few more minutes, Yang Yu still didn't come to meet up. So Tang Rui had to climb over the wall with Ao Bao again. Otherwise, he would be discovered if he continued to stay in the safe zone. After climbing over the wall, Tang Rui immediately told Du that Yang Yu did not show up. Yang Yu did not come to join us tonight. I guess he must be in danger. Du was so excited that he stood up directly from the ground, and then rushed into the safe zone to see if Yang Yu was really in danger. Tang Rui stopped Du. Are you going in to die? Du is a zombie, entering the human realm. Isn't this looking for death? Du himself knew the danger, so he quickly forced himself to calm down. And then he could only anxiously ask, what should we do? Tang Rui tried to comfort Du and said, let's wait and see tomorrow. Maybe he didn't come to join us because he had something tonight. At 8 o'clock the next night, Tang Rui once again carried Ao Bao and climbed over the wall into the safe zone. This time he saw Yang Yu. But Yang Yu was beaten so badly that Tang Rui almost couldn't help but yell at him. What's wrong with you? Yang Yu's face was swollen, and he couldn't speak clearly. I was arrested for interrogation. The group suspected that Yang Yu was intentionally trying to get information, so they arrested him for interrogation. Yang Yu was stubborn and didn't say anything, so he was beaten. And then, he was released. He didn't come to join the group last night because he was beaten so badly that he couldn't move and could only lie in bed to rest. Tonight, Yang Yu moved step by step, and it was very difficult to walk. Seeing Yang Yu so miserable, Ao Bao felt sorry for him. So he took out a lollipop from his space to reward him. Yang Yu took Ao Bao lollipop very unceremoniously. Thank you. After such a serious injury, it shouldn't be too much for Yang Yu to eat Ao Bao lollipop. Tang Rui looked at Yang Yu who was eating a lollipop and asked, did you find out anything? No. Yesterday and today, Yang Yu was recovering from his injuries and couldn't go out to gather intelligence. He stubbornly got up from the bed and rushed to join up with his brother Rui with his injuries, just to wish him peace. Looking at Yang Yu's miserable state, Tang Rui couldn't bear to let him work while sick. So he said, you should rest for a few days and heal your injuries. You don't need to join up in the next few days. Okay. Yang Yu didn't want to show off, because he really needed a good rest now. Brother Rui, I'm leaving first. Tang Rui was about to nod when a strong light shone on them. It was the patrolman in the safe zone shining a flashlight on them. The patrolman shouted arrogantly, what are you doing? Don't you know there is a curfew? Tang Rui flashed over and knocked the patrolman to the ground with one punch. I thought the patrolman would faint after being hit. But he didn't faint. He got up from the ground and pressed the alarm. As soon as the alarm sounded, a large number of patrolmen came over here. Tang Rui knew that something was wrong. So he quickly carried Ao Bao on his back and climbed over the wall. But Yang Yu had no time to run, and he was injured and couldn't run. So he was surrounded by a large group of patrolmen. Yang Yu cried and called for help to Tang Rui, who had climbed to the top. Brother Rui, don't leave me. Tang Rui turned around and looked at Yang Yu, and he really couldn't help. But if Yang Yu died, no one could help him get intelligence. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang Rui first took Ao Bao outside the safe zone, and then climbed back to rescue Yang Yu. Those patrolmen were no match for Tang Rui at all. so they were all knocked down soon. Tang Rui successfully rescued Yang Yu, and the two came to the outside of the safe zone together. After nearly 5 days, Yang Yu and Yu finally met each other. They both became inexplicably shy, and even became shy when speaking. When seeing the wounds on Yang Yu's face and body, Yu couldn't help but feel distressed. "Your wounds, are they okay?" Yang Yu lowered his head and said awkwardly, "Fortunately, it doesn't hurt much." Tang Rui interrupted them. "They will definitely come out to find us tomorrow. It's not safe here now. We have to move our position." Yang Yu and Yu responded at the same time, "Okay." Ao Bao lay on Tang Rui's back and asked, Rui. "Ah? Rui, are you going back?" Tang Rui was a little confused when he heard it. Where to go back? Ao Bao tilted his head and said in a chubby voice, "Ao? Going home." Ao Bao was still thinking about going back to the cabin to live. Tang Rui smiled and rubbed Ao Bao's face. "Ao Bao, do you want to go home?" Ao Bao nodded, saying he wanted to. "Ao." Tang Rui sighed and said, "You can't go back now." In fact, Tang Rui never thought about going back to the cabin again. He just wanted the end of the world to end quickly, and build the human home as soon as possible. Ao Bao was a little disappointed when he heard that he couldn't go home yet, and the silly hair on his head fell down. Tang Rui didn't want to see Ao Bao's disappointed look, so he comforted him. "Ao Bao, where I am is home. It's the same whether you go back or not." Rui was right, and Ao Bao soon saw it through. Hugged Rui's neck, and kissed him. "Ao, where there is only Rui is Ao Bao home." After comforting Ao Bao, Tang Rui began to pack up the tent. They had to move to another location tonight. Seeing Tang Rui packing up and preparing to leave, Yang Yu hesitated for a while and asked, "Brother Rui, do I not need to go back to the safe zone?" Tang Rui disassembled the tent bracket and stacked them neatly. "Wait until the storm is over, then sneak into the safe zone." Yang Yu was now suspected, so he had better not go in for the time being. Otherwise he would definitely be arrested and interrogated again. Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Brother Rui did not intend to let him take the risk of going in. When Tang Rui had just folded the tent and was about to leave with Ao Bao on his back, a beam of strong white light hit them, exposing their whereabouts, and they could not escape. Soon, they were surrounded by a group of armed guards. Tang Rui originally planned to fight with the guards, but he was afraid that the guns in their hands would accidentally hurt Ao Bao. The guards approached step by step with guns, and Yang Yu retreated step by step to Tang Rui, seeking shelter. "Brother Rui, what should we do now?" Tang Rui frowned and replied, "The shotgun in the opponent's hand has a wide killing area, and we can't beat them." Tang Rui couldn't beat them, so Yu and Yang Yu couldn't beat them even more. Although he knew he couldn't beat them, Tang Rui still wanted to resist. When the opponent approached, he took action to eliminate one or two. But Yu and Yang Yu were two weak teammates, which seriously hindered him. So Tang Rui still lost in the end. If he hadn't been afraid that the shotguns in the hands of the guards would hurt Ao Bao, Tang Rui would definitely not have been defeated so quickly. After all, with his strength, it would be no problem for him to fight 20 people at once. The guards first controlled Tang Rui and asked in confusion, "Why are you two humans with two zombies?" The two humans referred to Tang Rui and Yang Yu, and the two zombies referred to Ao Bao and Du Yu. In the end times, humans will kill zombies as soon as they see them, and will not live together peacefully and friendly. One of the guards put a gun to the back of Ao Bao's head, intending to get rid of this little zombie first. Tang Rui saw that Ao Bao was in danger, so he broke free and rushed over, punching the guard who was holding the gun against Ao Bao. When Ao Bao was in danger, Tang Rui would always unleash his strongest strength. This guard happened to step on Tang Rui's bottom line, so he died very quickly. When the other guards saw Tang Rui kill his companion, they all pointed their guns at Tang Rui, the most dangerous person. This time it was Ao Bao who stood in front of Tang Rui without hesitation. Ao Bao won't let you hurt Rui." Seeing Ao Bao standing in front of him, Tang Rui panicked and quickly pulled Ao Bao into his arms. "Hide behind me obediently. It doesn't matter if Tang Rui is injured, but Ao Bao must not be injured." Seeing that the dozen guards pointed their guns at Tang Rui and Ao Bao, Yang Yu, who was forgotten on the side, said, "Hey, my Ao Bao is the young master Shangwan. Dare you touch him?" After Yang Yu introduced Ao Bao family, the four of them were all taken back to the safe zone, ready to meet Ao Bao parents. Before Ao Bao parents arrived, Tang Rui had been looking at Yang Yu, his stupid teammate, with a look that seemed to torture him. It was all Yang Yu's fault for exposing Ao Bao's identity early, which disrupted Tang Rui's plan. He didn't know how to deal with it next. Yang Yu didn't blame himself at all, but stuck out his tongue playfully. Brother Rui, don't worry too much. Ao Bao is their biological son after all. They won't be cruel to Ao Bao. Yu Liang is also Ao Bao's biological brother. But Yu Liang still wants to rape Ao Bao. It can be seen that no matter how strong the blood relationship is, it is useless. Those who are supposed to do evil will still do evil. Tang Rui was in no mood to playfully smile with Yang Yu now. His face was cold and his tone was even colder. I'll settle with you later. Yang Yu trembled 3 times in fear, and then quickly apologized. Brother Rui, I won't be so mean next time. Tang Rui wanted to scold Yang Yu again, but Ao Bao's mother suddenly rushed in, calling Ao Bao's nickname, Yu Yu. The woman who suddenly rushed in had thick wavy hair and delicate makeup on her face. She looked less than 30 years old, probably around 20 years old. Tang Rui thought Ao Bao's mother should be in her 50s or 60s, but he didn't expect Ao Bao's mother to be so young, even younger than Tang Rui. Tang Rui had heard from Yu Liang before that Ao Bao's mother was a mistress. Of course, those who can be mistresses are young and beautiful, and they usually pay attention to maintenance. So it's not surprising that Ao Bao's biological mother looks young. The woman, who looked to be in her early 20s, was so excited that she couldn't walk steadily when she saw Ao Bao. She staggered and finally walked in front of Ao Bao, then shouted uncertainly, Yu Yu. Is that you? The mother and son hadn't seen each other for almost a year or two. During this time, Ao Bao had changed a lot, especially in appearance, because Ao Bao's facial features have grown and become more pleasing to the eye than before. It is not easy to identify him. After Wu Qian confirmed it over and over again, she finally confirmed that this was her son. Wu Qian was so excited that she wanted to go up and hug her son, who had been missing for several years, but was stopped by Tang Rui halfway. Tang Rui said to her coldly, Get out of here. You have no right to touch Ao Bao. Wu Qian's excitement was calmed down by Tang Rui's cold eyes, looking at this man who was very hostile to her. Wu Qian felt puzzled. Who are you? Tang Rui answered directly, I am Ao Bao's husband. Ao Bao? Wu Qian didn't understand who Ao Bao was at first, but soon she understood. You said you are my son's husband? Tang Rui nodded firmly. Yes. Wu Qian didn't expect that her silly son could find a husband, and the husband he found looked very good. Wu Qian set her eyes on Tang Rui, looked him up and down, nodded while looking at him, and seemed to be quite satisfied with Tang Rui. Tang Rui raised his eyebrows and said nothing. It was Yang Yu, the lackey, who quickly went up to try to get close to her. Auntie. Hello. I'm your son's godson. Wu Qian was amused by Yang Yu's next words. You're really funny. Yang Yu thought that Ao Bao's parents would be hard to get close to, but he didn't expect them to be easy to get along with. And they were not arrogant at all. After chatting and laughing with Wu Qian for a few words, Yang Yu leaned close to Tang Rui's ear and said proudly, Brother Rui, Ao Bao's mother is easy to get along with. I've said it before. There are no parents in the world who don't love their children. Tang Rui ignored Yang Yu and asked Ao Bao directly, Ao Bao, are you happy to see your mother? Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he was not happy at all. Ao Bao only needs Rui, and doesn't need his parents. And Wu Qian is not Ao Bao's mother at all. She is just Ao Bao's former nanny. Ao Bao, what's wrong with you? Is there something on your mind? Tell me. Tang Rui guessed that Ao Bao must be thinking about the unpleasant experiences in the past, so he was in a bad mood. Ao Bao pursed his lips sadly. Tears welled up in his eyes. Tang Rui hurriedly pulled Ao Bao into his arms, comforted him and asked, Ao Bao, what happened? Ao Bao rubbed his wet eyes on Rui's shoulder and asked crying, Ao, will Rui give Ao Bao to them? Ao Bao just wants to be with Rui and doesn't want to go back to his parents. Tang Rui wiped Ao Bao's tears and said, You are mine. I won't give you to them. After hearing what Rui said, Ao Bao finally felt relieved, and then tilted his little head and leaned on Rui. Ao Bao's so-called mother is now enjoying Yang Yu's flattery. Yang Yu said that she had good skin and was well maintained, and then said that she was as young as an 18-year-old girl, and then said that she was the most beautiful woman in the end times. That woman could stand Yang Yu's flattery. Wu Qian was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. You couldn't stand Yang Yu's servile look any longer. So he went over and pulled Yang Yu. Stop talking so much. It's annoying. Yang Yu shook off Yu's hand that was pulling him, pouted, and said unhappily, Am I not trying to please the future mother-in-law for Brother Rui? Yu crossed his arms and said to Yang Yu with his nose, Since you know she is Tang Rui's mother-in-law, why are you so active? She is not your mother-in-law. Yang Yu was too lazy to argue with Yu. So he ignored Yu and continued to flatter Wu Qian. Auntie, you look so much like Ao Bao. Wu Qian smiled awkwardly. Really? They are not biological mother and son. How could they look alike? Yang Yu was lying with his eyes open. But Wu Qian did not expose Yang Yu's lies, but just laughed awkwardly and covered it up. Tang Rui, who was standing next to him, accurately caught the embarrassment that flashed across Wu Qian's face and immediately felt suspicious. Are you really Ao Bao mother? Why doesn't Ao Bao recognize you? Is it because you didn't care about Ao Bao before? Since you didn't care before, why do you suddenly care about it now? Ao Bao didn't look at Wu Qian more than a few times during the whole process. The mother and son were like strangers. No matter how bad Wu Qian was to Ao Bao in the past, Ao Bao still had to recognize his biological mother. But now, let alone calling her mother, Ao Bao didn't even look at Wu Qian, which was very suspicious. Faced with Tang Rui's series of questions, Wu Qian's smile was a little bit off, and there were some small cracks in her expression. She tried to cover it up with a smile. Before the age of 5, I took care of Yu. But later I didn't take care of him anymore. So Yu didn't get close to me. Ao Bao is now much smarter than before. Looking at Wu Qian, who was lying, Ao Bao exposed her mercilessly. Ao, she is not Ao Bao mother. When Ao Bao said this, the other 3 men present were shocked. Wu Qian was still standing there laughing, because she didn't understand what Ao Bao said. So she didn't know that she was exposed by Ao Bao in front of her. Although Wu Qian's smile on her face has never changed, Yang Yu suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was laughing very much. He had wasted so much time and energy praising her before. But who knew that she was not Ao Bao mother? How could he endure this? Yang Yu followed Tang Rui's fighting style and punched him. Tang Rui doesn't hit women. But that doesn't mean he, Yang Yu, can't hit them. Before Wu Qian could react, Yang Yu's fist had already hit her face. After being hit, Wu Qian was stunned for a long time. She never thought that Yang Yu, a lackey, would suddenly change his face and hit her. Seeing Yang Yu hitting a woman, Tang Rui frowned and whispered, Yang Yu, what are you doing? Yang Yu said angrily, she pretended to be Ao Bao mother to deceive my feelings. I don't accept it. Tang Rui chuckled again. You should wait until you understand the situation before you hit the wrong person. The woman in front of him knew that Ao Bao nickname was Yu. So her relationship with Ao Bao must be unusual. Yang Yu's move was too early this time. Wu Qian was also unconvinced. She went up to Yang Yu and started fighting. You dare to hit me? I will kill you today. Yang Yu controlled Wu Qian, who was in a frenzy, and asked, Don't be angry. Let's make things clear first. Are you Ao Bao mother? Wu Qian said a little guilty. Yes. Yang Yu changed his previous herbal look and asked in a very strong tone. Yes. Yes. No. No. What do you mean by yes? Are you? Wu Qian said unconfidently, nominally. I am indeed Yu's mother. Yang Yu asked, What's going on? Try to explain it clearly from the beginning. Don't let me ask again and again. Wu Qian was surrounded by 3 men. Under such pressure, she had to tell the truth of the matter. Wu Qian is indeed not Ao Bao biological mother. She is just a nanny hired by Shangguan's family. Her main job is to take care of Ao Bao. Wu Qian took care of Ao Bao before he was 5 years old. But later Wu Qian hooked up with Ao Bao father Shangguan Ting and successfully became Ao Bao's stepmother. So it is not wrong for her to claim to be Ao Bao mother. After all, a stepmother is also half a mother. After listening to Wu Qian's words, Yang Yu asked, Where is Ao Bao biological mother? Is she dead? After asking, Yang Yu regretted it. He wanted to slap himself twice. How could he ask such a sensitive topic? If he reminded Ao Bao of his sad past, he would be in trouble. He would definitely be beaten by Brother Rui. Wu Qian replied, Yu's biological mother died a long time ago. Now Tang Rui finally understood why Ao Bao was always reluctant to return to his parents. It turned out that his mother was no longer there. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao on the face with heartache and apologized. Ao Bao, I'm sorry. I didn't know about this. Tang Rui had foolishly asked Ao Bao if he was happy to see his mother before. Now it seems that the question was really stupid. Ao Bao must have been hurt when he heard it. If he knew that Ao Bao mother was gone, Tang Rui would definitely not ask such a stupid question. Ao Bao didn't blame Ruirui at all. He patted Ruirui's face with his little hand, and told Ruirui not to blame himself. Yang Yu asked Wu Qian again, by the way, where is Ao Bao father? Why doesn't he come to see Ao Bao? Wu Qian still remembered the punch from Yang Yu. So she didn't look good to Yang Yu. He is very busy. So let me see you first. Yang Yu stretched out the last syllable. Oh? Wu Qian looked down at the time and said, it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. You can rest here for one night. I'll come back tomorrow. After that, Wu Qian ran away as if escaping. Yang Yu looked at Wu Qian's hurry back and muttered, why are you running so fast? Do you heard Yang Yu's whisper and replied, I guess she is in a hurry to go back and complain. You should be careful. Yang Yu is now beginning to be afraid. He is worried that Wu Qian will retaliate against him in the future. Because that woman looks like a petty person. That night, except for Ao Bao who fell asleep, the other three couldn't fall asleep. While Tang Rui was thinking about how to deal with Ao Bao father tomorrow, he asked Yang Yu, who was still awake, in confusion, didn't the information you found out before say that Ao Bao parents were all-powerful people? But Wu Qian doesn't look like an all-powerful person. Brother Rui, I told you before that I can't guarantee that the information I got is completely accurate. Some of the information Yang Yu found out was false information spread by word of mouth. And the authenticity needs to be verified. Tang Rui was silent and didn't say anything else. Mainly because he didn't know what to say. After a minute or two of silence in the space, Tang Rui asked again, is the research on the sun of the earth true or false? Yang Yu touched his chin and thought for a while. And said, I think it should be true. Some of the information known now may be false. Which made Tang Rui confused and his plan was completely disrupted. Tang Rui felt that he was trapped in the trap set by the other party, and couldn't escape. If he continued like this, it would be very dangerous and might cost Ao Bao's life. So he had to find a way out as soon as possible. Brother Rui, you can meet Ao Bao's father tomorrow. Are you nervous? Let's not talk about whether Tang Rui was nervous or not. Anyway, Yang Yu was already nervous. And at the same time a little excited. Because he could finally meet the super giant. If possible. Yang Yu also wanted to ask Ao Bao's father for an autograph. Tang Rui and Yang Yu were in a similar mood. Nervous and a little expectant at the same time. But Tang Rui was more worried than Yang Yu. Tang Rui planned to make a new plan after meeting Ao Bao's father. Therefore, the meeting with Ao Bao's father tomorrow became a key turning point. Tang Rui didn't close his eyes all night. He was thinking about things all the time. It wasn't until dawn that Tang Rui closed his dry eyes and took a nap to rest. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Ao Bao father sent someone to say that he wanted to meet with Ao Bao alone. And Tang Rui and the others could not go with him. How could Tang Rui feel at ease letting Ao Bao go alone? So he refused. I must go with Ao Bao. The people sent by Ao Bao father did not have the patience to talk to Tang Rui, and came up to grab people directly, intending to take Ao Bao away by force. These people were too arrogant, and they did not take Tang Rui seriously, and dared to grab people openly. Tang Rui was not polite, and fought with them. Those people were all outstanding among the superpowers, and they were all very powerful. But Tang Rui was not weak either, and he barely defeated them. Tang Rui looked at the people who were knocked down by him and said, go back and tell him that it is impossible to meet Ao Bao alone. Since Tang Rui refused to hand over Ao Bao father had to show up in person to meet Tang Rui. Ao Bao father Shangwan Ting is an all-round supernatural being and the strongest person in the entire apocalypse. When Tang Rui saw Shangwan Ting for the first time, he felt a strong pressure that made him breathless, and his body was so shocked that he couldn't even move. Tang Rui was like this, let alone others. Yang Yu and Du Yu's legs were trembling, and they were panicking. Ao Bao was the same, very afraid of his father. The moment Shangwan Ting stepped into the door, Ao Bao quickly shrank into Ruirui and didn't even dare to look at his father. From childhood to adulthood, Shangwan Ting always had a stern face in front of Ao Bao and never smiled at Ao Bao. So in Ao Bao impression, his father has always been a very scary person. Feeling that Ao Bao was shaking and seemed to be very scared, Tang Rui gently patted Ao Bao on the back. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Although Tang Rui might not be able to beat the powerful Shangwan Ting, as long as it was for Ao Bao, he could burst out unlimited potential. So who would win or lose was still uncertain. Shang Wanting's eyes fell directly on Tang Rui. You are Yu's boyfriend. Not a boyfriend, but a husband. Tang Rui didn't care whether Shang Wanting agreed to marry Ao Bao to him. Anyway, this husband was the final call. Shang Wanting had played with little boys before, so he didn't reject his son's same-sex boyfriend. And it was the end of the world. Who would care about sexual orientation? But he was very dissatisfied with Tang Rui's strong attitude, especially the hostility in Tang Rui's eyes when he looked at him, which made him very uncomfortable. Although Shang Wanting was very dissatisfied with Tang Rui's attitude, he did not show it on his face. He asked calmly, "Your name is Tang Rui, right?" Seeing that Shang Wanting knew his name, Tang Rui raised his eyebrows and nodded calmly, "Yes." Shang Wanting sat down on the chair next to him, then took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took out a cigarette. "I have heard about your story. Have you asked about me?" Tang Rui was a little panicked. He felt that Shang Wanting must have known all his details, which would be very disadvantageous to him. Shang Wanting held the cigarette between his fingers, shook off the ash, and said, "No need to ask. Your name is already very famous." Tang Rui didn't know that he was famous in the end times. So when he heard Shang Wanting's words above, he was particularly confused. "Is my name very famous?" Shang Wanting suddenly sneered. "Weren't you the zombie king?" Tang Rui's strength at his peak was so terrifying that he basically had no opponents. How could such a powerful person still be unknown? But Tang Rui's strength is not good enough now. Not only is he no longer the zombie king, but he also has no superpowers. How could Shang Wanting let his son be with a loser without superpowers? So Shang Wanting's next words were to persuade Tang Rui to leave Ao Bao. "You are not worthy of my son." Tang Rui replied unyieldingly, "If you say you are not worthy, then you are not worthy. Who are you?" Hearing Tang Rui's rude words, Yang Yu was scared to death. He quietly pulled Tang Rui's sleeve and whispered, "Brother Rui, we are still in his territory. You should be careful with your words, and don't offend him. Otherwise we will leave alive." Tang Rui now completely disregarded the lives of Yang Yu and Du Yu, and continued to do his own thing and confront Shang Wanting. "You want to take Ao Bao for research, but you are not worthy of being a father." Shang Wanting had been offended, and he didn't intend to pretend to be hypocritical anymore. He sneered and said, "Since you have come to my door, I won't be polite to you." After receiving the signal, the superpowers waiting outside the door broke in and surrounded Tang Rui. Shang Wanting gave an order, "Do it." After a few gunshots, Yang Yu and Du were shot first and fell down. Tang Rui was also shot in the head, but he did not fall down. He still held Ao Bao tightly and said to Shang Wanting with a firm look, "I will not hand Ao Bao over to you." Shang Wanting sneered and took a gun from the superpower next to him, ready to shoot Tang Rui a few more times. "If you go against me, you will only die." Just when Shang Wanting was about to pull the trigger and shoot Tang Rui suddenly disappeared out of thin air, leaving only Ao Bao in the same place. People disappeared inexplicably. Shang Wanting was shocked at first, then puzzled, and then disdainful. "You actually left Xiaoyu alone and ran away. You are really not a man." In fact, Tang Rui did not leave Ao Bao alone and ran away. He was just put into the space by Ao Bao. Yes, that's right. Tang Rui was put into the space by Ao Bao. Ao Bao did this to protect Rui. Otherwise Rui would definitely die in the hands of his father. Tang Rui also thought that he was going to die. But after a dizzying moment, he found himself in Ao Bao's space. At this critical moment, how could he hide? He had to go out and face the difficulties with Ao Bao. Tang Rui shouted in the space, "Ao Bao, let me out." But no matter how he shouted, Ao Bao could not hear him. Even if he heard him, Ao Bao would not let him out. Tang Rui was shouting hysterically in the space, while Ao Bao was responding to his father in silence. Ao Bao never received his father's love when he was a child, so there was almost no affection between them. They were just a little closer than strangers. Shang Wanting also knew that he had not fulfilled his father's responsibilities before, so he wanted to make up for his son now. Shang Wanting stretched out his hand to Ao Bao and said in a gentle and loving tone, "Xiaoyu, come here. Let Dad take a good look at you." Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he didn't want to get close. Seeing that his son didn't want to get close to him, Shang Wanting didn't get angry, and took the initiative to step forward and hugged his son in his arms. After so many years, he has never hugged his son, so this is the first time he hugged his son Xiaoyu. Shang Wanting enjoyed the feeling of Xiaoyu in his arms. But Ao Bao was particularly repulsive and kept struggling. Ao. You can't hug Ao Bao. Only Ruirui can hug. Seeing Ao Bao resisting him, Shang Wanting thought that his son hadn't seen him for so long and was unfamiliar with him. So he said, Xiaoyu, don't you recognize your father? Ao Bao didn't want to admit that the man in front of him was his father. Ao Bao would rather not have this father. He only wanted Ruirui. Ao Bao raised his little hand, pressed it against Shang Wanting's chest, and pushed hard. Ao. Go away. Don't touch Ao Bao. Shang Wanting showed his fatherly dignity. Be obedient. Although there were only 2 short words, there was a terrible breath in these 2 words. Ao Bao became obedient in the next second. He was afraid of his father since he was a child. And now that he has grown up, he is still afraid. Seeing that the little man in his arms gradually settled down, Shang Wanting's tone became gentle again. The man named Tang Rui is not suitable for you. He actually left his little one and ran away directly. Although he didn't know how Tang Rui disappeared out of thin air under his nose. Shang Wanting despised such a man in his heart. In addition, he didn't like Tang Rui in the first place. So he disliked Tang Rui's son-in-law even more. Shang Wanting belittled Tang Rui in front of Ao Bao. Ao Bao couldn't listen anymore. So he mustered up the courage to refute. Ao. In the entire apocalypse, the only person who still cared about Ao Bao and was willing to sacrifice his life for Ao Bao was Ruirui. So Ao Bao didn't allow others to say bad things about Ruirui. Xiaoyu actually came to refute him for another man. Shang Wanting's face was a little ugly. He said in a tough attitude, Xiaoyu, from now on, you must forget him. Ao Bao can't forget Ruirui. Ao Bao was no longer afraid of his father. He aimed at Shang Wanting's old face and scratched it. Ao Bao's fingernails were very sharp. He scratched Shang Wanting's face in one go, leaving red blood trails. Shang Wanting was a person with an unpredictable temper. After his face was scratched, he changed his previous kind face and said angrily, you are getting more and more naughty as you grow up. After that, Ao Bao was locked in a small dark room. After Shang Wanting left, Ao Bao released Ruirui, who he had hidden in the space. As soon as Tang Rui came out, he hurriedly hugged Ao Bao in his arms. Ao Bao. Did they hurt you? Ao Bao shook his head. Ao. Tang Rui's keen sense of smell smelled Shang Wanting's scent on Ao Bao. This made Tang Rui's face turn extremely bad in an instant. Ao Bao. Did he hug you? Ao Bao knew that he couldn't hide it from Ruirui. So he had to nod. It is normal for a father to hug his son. But Tang Rui was still very angry. Don't let him hug next time. Also, don't put me in the space again in the future. Tang Rui wanted to face it with Ao Bao. Instead of hiding in the space and being a turtle, Ao Bao shook his head and rejected Ruirui's request. If Ao Bao hadn't put Ruirui into the space immediately this time, Ruirui might be dying now. Ao Bao can't ask Ruirui to protect him every time. He also has to protect Ruirui from getting hurt. Love is mutual, not one-sided. Ao Bao dared to refuse him. Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao little butt. If you don't listen, I will be angry. Tang Rui really didn't feel at ease leaving Ao Bao alone to face the danger. Fortunately, Ao Bao was fine this time. But it's hard to say whether he will be fine next time. Feeling that his tone just now might be a little too strong, Tang Rui softened and said, Ao Bao. Listen. Okay. Ao Bao didn't want to see Ruirui get hurt. And Ao Bao also wanted to protect Ruirui. Yuyan. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's little face and said firmly, I don't need protection. It has always been Tang Rui who protected Ao Bao. And it will be Tang Rui who will protect Ao Bao in the future. Tang Rui will never stand behind Ao Bao, because he can't bear to see Ao Bao get hurt. Tang Rui looked at Ao Bao affectionately and said, promise me. Don't put me into the space next time. Okay? Ao Bao didn't want to agree. But under Ruirui's pleading, he was forced to agree. Ao. Then, Ao Bao raised his little hand and touched the bullet hole on Ruirui's forehead. Tang Rui was shot in the head before, but he was fine and alive. Unlike Yang Yu and Du Yu, who fell down directly after being shot. Now the bullet is still embedded in Tang Rui's brain, and it is very difficult to take it out. Ao Bao raised his head and kissed the bloody bullet hole in Ruirui's head with great pain. Ruirui, it hurts. Tang Rui smiled and said, it doesn't hurt. It really doesn't hurt much. Or it may be that he has become numb to the pain. In short, He can't feel how much it hurts. If a normal person was shot in the head, he would have died long ago. But Tang Rui was not only fine, but also full of energy. If there was no bullet hole on his forehead, no one would believe that he was shot in the head. Ao Bao wanted to pick the little white flower on his head and give it to Rui to eat, so that Rui would become stronger. Tang Rui already knew that this little white flower was Ao Bao crystal core, so he didn't dare to let Ao Bao pick it easily, and hurriedly stopped Ao Bao's stupid behavior. Ao Bao, you must protect that little flower well, and you must not pick it off. Tang Rui has not forgotten the days when Ao Bao became demented after losing this little white flower. During that time, Ao Bao was as dumb as a puppet, not moving at all, which really scared Tang Rui. Ao Bao touched the little white flower on his head and asked, Ao, can't he pick it off for Rui to eat? Tang Rui warned again and again, no matter what, you are not allowed to pick it off. Seeing Rui said so seriously, Ao Bao had to obey and resolutely refused to pick the little flower off. After talking to Ao Bao about all the important things, Tang Rui began to look around and confirm their current situation. After a casual glance, Tang Rui could determine that they were locked up by Shang Ting, and it would not be difficult to escape from here. Tang Rui put the little person in his arms aside and said, Ao Bao, you step back first. Ao Bao stepped back 2 steps obediently. With a help, Tang Rui rushed towards the iron door. After 7 or 8 consecutive hits, he successfully knocked the iron door open. Seeing that there was no one guarding the door, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and planned to run away directly. But he ran into Shang Ting before he could escape for long. Shang Ting was originally going to see how his son was doing in the small dark room, but he ran into Tang Rui as soon as he arrived. I thought you left Xiaoyu and ran away alone, but I didn't expect you to be so responsible and actually come back to save Xiaoyu. Shang Ting had a slightly changed view of Tang Rui as a man. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao, who was lying on his back, to his front, and used his strong arms to tightly hold Ao Bao's waist, saying with a slight anger in his tone, I didn't leave Ao Bao and run away alone. Shang Ting looked at Tang Rui with an inquiring look and asked, then how did you disappear out of thin air before? Do you know invisibility? Invisibility is also one of the superpowers, generally called dark superpowers. Among 10 million people, there will only be one dark superpower. Even an all-round superpower like Shang Ting does not have a dark superpower, which shows how rare it is. Tang Rui could hear that Shang Ting was testing whether he really had the invisibility skill. If he did not admit that he had the invisibility skill, it might expose the fact that living people could be placed in Ao Bao's space. The space can hold living people, which is a trump card in Ao Bao's hand. Tang Rui must not show this trump card to the enemy early. So Tang Rui had to bite the bullet and admit that he did have the dark superpower. Shang Ting changed his cold attitude and looked at Tang Rui kindly. He took the initiative to reach out and wanted to shake hands with Tang Rui. I was wrong before. Tang Rui raised his eyebrows, not understanding why Shang Ting's attitude changed so quickly. It was simply faster than turning a book. Tang Rui did not shake hands with Shang Ting, but kept a certain distance and said, Ao Bao is mine. Whether you agree or not, I must take Ao Bao away today. If you dare to stop me, I will be rude to you. Even if the other party is his father-in-law. He dared to take action directly. Shang Ting said, I can hand Xiaoyu over to you, but you can't take Xiaoyu out of the safe zone. Tang Rui agreed decisively, okay. Of course. This was just a temporary measure. He agreed first and waited for the other party to relax his vigilance before escaping. Seeing Tang Rui agreed, Shang Ting was obviously relieved. Tang Rui then asked, by the way, where are my 2 companions? Shang Ting said calmly, they have been thrown out of the safe zone and are probably taken away by wild wolves now. Hearing that the 2 guys might not have a complete body now, Tang Rui had no expression on his face. Only a little regret. But this regret soon disappeared. Afterwards, Shang Ting arranged a warm and cozy small apartment with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room for Tang Rui and Ao Bao to live in. Tang Rui also obediently moved in with Ao Bao. What is amazing is that there are all kinds of furniture inside, even electrical appliances, and more importantly, there is a TV, and you can play any channel you want to watch, which can be called luxury in the end times. As soon as Ao Bao entered the house and saw the TV, he was like a wild horse that had broken free from Tang Rui's hand, and then ran quickly to the front of the TV. Tang Rui followed him with a smile and said, Ao Bao. Don't be so anxious. Ao Bao loves watching TV the most. How could he not be anxious? Ao Bao patted the black LCD TV and asked Ruiwei to play a cartoon for him. Ao. Wait a minute. I'll find the remote control first. Tang Rui searched around the TV and quickly found the remote control. Point the remote control at the power supply and press the red button at the top of the remote control. The originally black screen flashed blue light. And then a picture appeared on the screen. But this picture was a bit inappropriate for children. A man and a woman were doing something unspeakable. Fearing that this kind of picture would bring bad influence to Ao Bao, Tang Rui hurriedly changed the channel. But after changing it over and over, there were only 3 channels, and each channel had this kind of indescribable picture. Tang Rui simply turned off the TV and said, Ao Bao. It's late now, so I won't watch it. I'll watch it tomorrow. The cartoons on TV were not Ao Bao's favorite. So Ao Bao was not very interested and decisively chose to climb into bed and go to sleep. After going through so many things today, Ao Bao was very tired physically and mentally. Ao Bao didn't need Tang Rui to coax him to sleep. He fell asleep as soon as he got on the bed. After Ao Bao fell asleep, Tang Rui turned on the TV and secretly watched the indescribable little movie with Ao Bao on his back. Tang Rui mainly wanted to learn from it and learn some new postures. When he was free, he would try them on Ao Bao. Tang Rui really just watched it with a learning mentality. But as he watched, he became lustful, because Ao Bao was sleeping next to him. Hearing Ao Bao snoring in the movie, he got hard for no reason. Tang Rui moved his body closer to Ao Bao. Ao Bao was sleeping soundly now, and he didn't feel anything at all. He didn't know that he had eaten Ruiwei's meat, and he had eaten it all night, until he got up the next day. Ao Bao didn't realize that he had eaten meat last night. He just felt weak and tired. Seeing that Ao Bao was not in good spirits, Tang Rui didn't let Ao Bao get up. He brought the cooked porridge to the bedside, taking care of his little Ao Bao as if he was taking care of a seriously ill patient. Ao Bao was lying on the bed, his mouth opening and closing, eating porridge in small mouthfuls. Shang Wanting certainly wouldn't mistreat his only living biological son. So there were all kinds of food in the refrigerator. But Tang Rui only cooked a porridge, because he had played with Ao Bao until he bled last night. So Ao Bao had to eat something light now. Otherwise his intestines couldn't stand it. After eating the porridge, Tang Rui fed Ao Bao a bottle of red date milk. Ao Bao was full. His belly was round, and he burped several times. After eating and drinking, it was time to enjoy himself. Ao Bao set his eyes on the TV opposite the bed. Ao Bao wanted Ruiwei to show him cartoons. Tang Rui also wanted to show Ao Bao cartoons. But the TV showed pictures that were not suitable for children. Tang Rui couldn't let his innocent little Ao Bao be affected by those dirty movies. So he was determined not to let Ao Bao watch TV. So he just found an excuse and said, Ao Bao, the TV is out of power. You can't watch it. Ao Bao was unhappy and rolled on the bed, howling, Ao. Seeing Ao Bao throwing a tantrum, Tang Rui smiled dotingly, then picked up Ao Bao and coaxed him, I'll take you out to play. Okay. Without TV to watch, Ao Bao could only choose to go out to play with Ruiwei. Seeing that Ao Bao agreed to go out to play, Tang Rui packed up a little, and then carried Ao Bao out. Of course, Tang Rui didn't just go out to play. He wanted to take a good look around the safe zone and personally gather intelligence. There are a total of more than 30,000 people in the safe zone. And these 30,000 people are almost the only humans left in the end of the world. And the humans here don't know that the zombies outside have actually been almost wiped out. They still think that staying in the safe zone is the safest, and even plan to stay in this small safe zone for the rest of their lives. The survivors in the safe zone were still in the dark, thinking that there were still zombies rampant outside and dangers lurking everywhere. In fact, after a great ice disaster, all the zombies on the earth have died. The only zombies left are Ao Bao and Duo. And Duo was shot not long ago. So only Ao Bao, the last zombie, is left. In other words, the outside world is safe, and these survivors can leave the safe zone with peace of mind and rebuild their homes outside. Tang Rui wanted to tell these survivors that the end of the world had already ended, and they could start a new human era again. However, if Tang Rui publicized it so loudly, it would inevitably arouse Shang Wanting's murderous intentions, because Shang Wanting did not want the survivors to know that the end of the world was over. He still wanted to continue to dominate the survivors, and continued to guard his so-called safe zone. In addition, if Tang Rui directly told the survivors that there were no zombies outside, they would not believe it. They would only think that Tang Rui was crazy or stupid. So what Tang Rui had to do was to quietly destroy the safe zone, so that the survivors living in it could go out and see the outside world. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and walked around the entire safe zone for a long time, roughly figuring out the scope of the safe zone. When it was noon, he returned to their cozy little room to make lunch. There was gas in the house, which made it very convenient to cook. Tang Rui made 3 dishes and 1 soup in half an hour, including tomato and egg soup, which Ao Bao disliked the most. However, Tang Rui stewed the tomatoes completely, and it was not recognizable as tomatoes at all. In addition, he added some sugar to it to temper the sour taste of the tomatoes, so that it tasted sweet. Normal people may find this sweet soup a bit strange, but Ao Bao loves it. Without knowing that it was tomato soup, Ao Bao drank 2 large bowls in one breath, and his stomach was bloated. Seeing that Ao Bao liked it, Tang Rui did not tell Ao Bao that it was actually tomato. Otherwise Ao Bao would definitely spit out all the tomato soup he had just eaten. After Ao Bao finished eating, he even licked his lips with a bit of satisfaction, and asked Rui to make this red soup for him to drink in the evening. Tang Rui also smiled and responded, "Okay. I'll make this soup for you in the evening." Ao Bao rubbed Rui's chest with a smile. "Ao, Rui is the best. Ao Bao likes Rui the most." Tang Rui smiled but said nothing. If Ao Bao knew that what he just drank was actually tomato soup, he would definitely not say that he liked Rui the most. After finishing his meal, Tang Rui prepared to accompany Ao Bao to play a jigsaw puzzle game in the living room for a while. When one person and one corpse were having fun, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ao Bao was still playing the puzzle, not caring about the doorbell at all. Tang Rui quickly stood up and went to open the door. The person outside the door was none other than Sheng Wanting, Ao Bao's father. The other party was his father-in-law after all. Tang Rui couldn't just turn him away, so he had to sidestep and let him in. Sheng Wanting stepped inside and asked, "Are you used to living here?" Tang Rui replied coldly, "Yeah." "Then live here forever." Sheng Wanting didn't seem to plan to let Tang Rui and Ao Bao leave the safe zone. After hearing this, Tang Rui frowned involuntarily. He always felt that Sheng Wanting was up to something bad. Then he warned directly, "If you dare to do something to Ao Bao, I will fight you to the death." Sheng Wanting stopped moving forward, looked back at Tang Rui who was following him and said, "Xiaoyu is my biological son. How could I do something to him? If I do something, I will do it to you. But as a father, have you ever cared about Ao Bao?" From Ao Bao's attitude of not wanting to get close to Sheng Wanting, it is not difficult to see how bad their father-son relationship is. Sheng Wanting turned his head and said arrogantly, "What happened between Xiaoyu and me is not your turn to comment on it." Sheng Wanting walked to the center of the living room, waved to Ao Bao who was playing a puzzle, and said, "Xiaoyu, come here to Dad." Ao Bao was playing a puzzle like an idiot. He looked up when he heard someone calling him. Seeing that it was his father, Ao Bao's first reaction was not to rush over, but to hide behind. Tang Rui could see that Ao Bao was afraid, so he waved and said, "Ao Bao, come to me." Ao Bao put down the puzzle piece in his hand, ran towards Rui quickly, and finally buried himself deeply in Rui's arms. Only staying in Rui's arms was the safest. Seeing that Xiaoyu actually chose the man with the surname Tang, Sheng Wanting's face immediately sank, and he seemed a little unhappy. "It seems that Xiaoyu has become estranged from me." Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao waist tightly, and looked at Sheng Wanting with hostile eyes. "If you had been nicer to Ao Bao before, Ao Bao would not have alienated you." Tang Rui hated Sheng Wanting especially. Hated that he had never cared about Ao Bao before, causing Ao Bao to suffer so much bullying from Yu Liang. "I gave Xiaoyu the best life. Isn't that enough?" Top businessmen like Sheng Wanting are usually very busy, and can only occasionally take time to come back to accompany their son. He gave too little care to Xiaoyu. Sheng Wanting himself admitted this. But it's not that he doesn't care about Xiaoyu. He's really too busy, so he wants to make up for it now. Spend more time with his son, cultivate the missing emotions, and consolidate the father-son relationship. Tang Rui would not easily believe that Sheng Wanting would suddenly overflow with fatherly love. "I heard from others that you are conducting a study on the son of the earth, and you are going to let Ao Bao be the son of the earth. Is this true or false?" If this study is true, it means that Shang Wanting is good to Ao Bao now. Just trying to gain Ao Bao trust. Son of the Earth? I have never conducted such research. And it is even more impossible for me to use my own son as a research subject. Shang Wanting denied it just as Tang Rui had imagined. Tang Rui sneered and said, "Didn't you send people to capture Ao Bao? The dozen people you sent almost shot Ao Bao to death." Thinking of that incident, the hatred in Tang Rui's eyes became more obvious. Shang Wanting looked at Tang Rui calmly and said, "I just sent them to find Xiao Yu. And as a father, I sent people to find my own son. Isn't this normal? But the people you sent over confessed that you wanted to use Ao Bao for research." Tang Rui didn't want to break up with Shang Wanting so quickly. But things had already developed to this point. The harmonious relationship could no longer be maintained. So he had to speak frankly. Shang Wanting suddenly laughed twice. As if mocking Tang Rui's stupidity, "You believe this kind of thing? Why can't I believe it?" When Tang Rui saw Shang Wanting for the first time, he felt that he was not a good guy. Shang Wanting asked Tang Rui, "Do you think I would be willing to use my only son for experiments? There are a lot of women around you, and each of them is willing to give birth to a child for you. In this case, you would never care whether Ao Bao is your only son." Tang Rui had already seen through Shang Wanting's thoughts. Shang Wanting did not explain too much. Just said, "Don't try to guess other people's thoughts. Especially those who are more powerful than you." Tang Rui snorted coldly. "Really?" When Tang Rui and Shang Wanting were confronting each other, Ao Bao had been lying on Tang Rui silently, listening to them with his ears erect. So honest that people ignored his existence. Shang Wanting didn't want to discuss that topic with Tang Rui anymore. So he quickly changed the subject. "Xiao Yu, Daddy will take you out to play." Although Ao Bao is no longer a child of 3 or 2 years old, in Shang Wanting's eyes, Ao Bao will always be a child who has not grown up. Ao Bao grabbed Ruirui's collar and shook his head vigorously. Ao Bao was afraid that Ruirui would hand him over to his father. So his little hand held very tightly. And he would not let go even if he died. Tang Rui would definitely not give Ao Bao to Shang Wanting to take to play. And directly refused. "Ao Bao doesn't want to go with you. If you have nothing else to do, leave quickly." Shang Wanting was even more displeased when he heard that Tang Rui was ordering him to leave. "I am Xiuyu's father. And I am also your father. Is this how you treat your father?" Shang Wanting obviously had ill intentions towards Ao Bao. So it would be strange if Tang Rui had a good attitude. He said firmly, "This is my attitude." Shang Wanting's face became even darker. "You are so brave that you dare to act so wildly in my territory. Aren't you afraid that I will get angry and kill you?" Hearing that Shang Wanting said he wanted to kill Ruirui, Ao Bao bared his teeth at his father angrily. "Ao." Shang Wanting's face became even more embarrassed when he knew that his son had rebelled. "Xiao Yu, why are you so unruly? It's all because of this man surnamed Tang that you have been corrupted. Right?" Xiao Yu used to be submissive in front of him. But now she dares to bar her teeth at him. It seems that she has really been corrupted. Originally, Shang Wanting didn't plan to attack Tang Rui so early. But he couldn't wait to absorb Tang Rui's dark power, and then throw Tang Rui out of the safe zone to feed wild dogs. Shang Wanting directly attacked Tang Rui. Tang Rui quickly reacted and fought Shang Wanting. There was a big gap between them in terms of strength. But Tang Rui had rich practical experience. So he didn't lose too much. Before the winner was officially decided, they were interrupted by Ao Bao. Ao Bao stood between the two of them, and didn't allow them to fight anymore. Tang Rui was afraid of hurting Ao Bao. So he stopped first. Shang Wanting stopped immediately afterwards. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao to his arms, and said to Shang Wanting, "The apocalypse is over. You should lead the remaining humans to rebuild their homes instead of fighting with me here." Shang Wanting cracked his finger joints, and said leisurely, "The apocalypse will not end as soon as you think." Tang Rui said, "But the zombies are gone." Shang Wanting laughed at Tang Rui for thinking too simply. The zombies are gone. But it doesn't mean the apocalypse is over. Tang Rui frowned in confusion. Isn't the end of the world caused by the zombie virus? Now that the zombies are gone, doesn't it mean that the end of the world is over? Shang Wanting put his hands behind his back and explained to Tang Rui in detail. The zombie virus is only one of the reasons for the end of the world. Another important factor is the reversal of the order of the 4 seasons. Natural disasters occur frequently, causing many animals to mutate. Tang Rui suddenly realized, so you want to do a study on the sun of the earth, in order to restore the 4 seasons of the earth. Right? Yang Yu had previously found out that the ability of the son of the earth is to control the 4 seasons. Now it seems that Shang Wanting is definitely preparing for the study of the son of the earth. Because as long as the research on the son of the earth is successful, the disrupted 4 seasons can be restored. And then the end of the world will be truly over. Having said that, there was no need to make up any more stories. Shang Wanting admitted it openly. Yes, that's right. I do plan to start a research called Son of the Earth. Hearing Shang Wanting's admission, Tang Rui's face sank, and he narrowed his eyes dangerously and asked, "Who is the candidate for Son of the Earth? Is it Ao Bao?" Shang Wanting stated the cruel fact in a calm tone. Xiao Yu is the zombie king, and his body has the ability to regenerate. No one is more suitable for this research than Xiao Yu. Tang Rui glared at him, and the words he said were almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Ao Bao is your own son. Didn't you say before that you would make it up to Ao Bao in the future? Shang Wanting said shamelessly. This research will not hurt Xiao Yu. It will only make Xiao Yu stronger. What if the research fails? Have you considered the consequences of failure? Tang Rui was really angry that he wanted to use his own son for research. He wanted to tear Shang Wanting apart directly. If this research is not carried out, then mankind will always live in the apocalypse, and will not see the dawn of the future. Shang Wanting said righteously. Tang Rui tightened Ao Bao waist little by little, and asked with a sneer, "Don't you hope that the apocalypse will not end? Why do you want it to end soon? When did I say that I don't want the apocalypse to end? For me, the apocalypse should end as soon as possible so that I can start to build my own empire as soon as possible." Shang Wanting wanted the apocalypse to end more than anyone else, so that he could lead the remaining humans to rebuild a kingdom named after him. Tang Rui sneered while holding Ao Bao and retreating. So, I am the bad guy. Now it seems that Shang Wanting is not a bad guy who wants to dominate the apocalypse, but a good guy who wholeheartedly wants to lead mankind out of the apocalypse. But Tang Rui has become a bad guy who prevents mankind from getting out of the apocalypse, because he refused to hand over Ao Bao to them for research. So he is destined to be a bad guy. Tang Rui now finally understands the meaning of Yu Liang's words before his death. Yu Liang said before his death that only when Ao Bao died, the apocalypse will end. Tang Rui used to think that the meaning of that sentence was that the apocalypse would end after the last zombie Ao Bao was cleared. But thinking about it, it's not quite right. Because Ao Bao doesn't need to die. Just give Ao Bao a vaccine to eliminate the zombie virus in Ao Bao's body. So Tang Rui can't understand why Yu Liang said that Ao Bao must die. It was not until now that Tang Rui understood that Ao Bao needed to be sacrificed in order to end the apocalypse. It seemed that Yu Liang had known about the research on the Son of the Earth for a long time. Tang Rui knew that once the research on the Son of the Earth was successful, Ao Bao would not be able to come back. So he would never let Shang Wanting take Ao Bao to study. Whether mankind could get out of the apocalypse had nothing to do with him. He just wanted Ao Bao to be safe. Tang Rui's eyes were red with anger, and he stared at Shang Wanting and said, "The future of mankind cannot be at the cost of sacrificing Ao Bao. Xiao Yu will not be sacrificed. We have been preparing for this research for more than a year. There is no problem with the theoretical basis, and it can be completed smoothly." Shang Wanting's words sounded good, but Tang Rui knew very well that when that time came, Ao Bao would definitely become a puppet controlled by them. Tang Rui said firmly, "I will not hand Ao Bao over to you. It doesn't matter if the remaining 30,000 people in the apocalypse all die. Tang Rui no longer cares. He just wants Ao Bao to be alive." Shang Wanting curled his lips in disdain. "You can stop us with just you. Yu Yen. Tang Rui doesn't even have superpowers. The so-called dark superpowers are just fabricated. How can he beat Shang Wanting? An all-round superpower user?" They had fought twice before, although Tang Rui did not lose. This is Shang Wanting's territory. Even if Tang Rui beat Shang Wanting, he couldn't escape. However, even in a desperate situation, Tang Rui would not give up easily. Even if the result was death, he had to give it a try. Tang Rui lowered his head and whispered beside Ao Bao's ear, "Ao Bao, hold me tight." Ao Bao obeyed, and his little arms tightly hugged Rui's waist. "Ao." Tang Rui glanced at the window next to him, and then took advantage of Shang Wanting's inattention and jumped out. Tang Rui has wolf genes in his body, so he runs very fast, and ordinary people can't catch up with him at all. Tang Rui quickly escaped to the 7 or 8 meter high iron wall, and dozens of armed guards followed him. The dozens of guards thought they had forced Tang Rui into a dead end, and Tang Rui had nowhere to escape. But what they didn't expect was that a lot of vines suddenly grew under the ground. And Tang Rui quickly climbed out of the wall along those vines. Shang Wanting didn't expect Tang Rui to escape so fast. And he didn't expect them to climb out of the 7 or 8 meter high wall. So Tang Rui ran away with Ao Bao. After escaping outside the safe zone, Tang Rui didn't stop to rest. He held Ao Bao and kept running forward. Running without a destination. If Ao Bao must sacrifice himself to end the apocalypse, then Tang Rui would rather the apocalypse continue and never end. After running for a day and a night, Tang Rui finally stopped. And then he took Ao Bao to hide in an underground garage. Tang Rui didn't dare to walk around the street with Ao Bao openly, because he knew Shang Wanting would definitely send many people out to look for them. So it was safer to hide in a dark place. Although Ao Bao listened to the conversation between Tang Rui and Shang Wanting throughout, he didn't listen very carefully, and because of his lack of comprehension, he didn't understand it very well. Ao Bao is very confused now, and doesn't understand why Ruirui suddenly wants to escape. Ao? Hearing Ao Bao asking him why he wants to escape, Tang Rui smiled bitterly and said, "There are too many people in the safe zone. I don't like crowded places. I just want to be alone with you quietly." Tang Rui didn't want to tell Ao Bao the truth, so he made up a lie. Ao Bao was stupid, and he believed everything Ruirui said. Seeing Ruirui said that he just wanted to be alone with him quietly, Ao Bao said happily, "Ao." Ao Bao also just wanted to be alone with Ruirui quietly without being disturbed by others. Tang Rui's originally heavy mood was broken by Ao Bao words. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he felt much more comfortable. As long as he can stay with Ao Bao, Tang Rui will feel very satisfied. But those people are too hateful. They actually want to snatch Ao Bao from him. And they also say righteously that it is for all mankind. Tang Rui smiled half bitterly and half happily. He raised his hand to rub Ao Bao's little head and asked gently, "Are you hungry?" Tang Rui walked for a whole day and night without stopping to rest. He hadn't eaten anything yet, and his stomach was empty. But he didn't feel hungry. He just cared about whether Ao Bao was hungry. Ao Bao didn't need to get off and walk. He was held by Ruirui the whole time. He didn't consume any physical energy, so he didn't feel hungry. They were not very hungry, so they just cooked a simple soup. Each of them had a corpse, and they ate a small bowl of soup. After eating, Ao Bao collapsed in Ruirui's arms, counting his fingers boredly. Tang Rui opened his mouth, held Ao Bao's little finger, and sucked it twice. Ao Bao thought it was very fun, and couldn't stop laughing. "Ha. Ruirui. Ao." Tang Rui let go of Ao Bao's little finger and asked, "Ao Bao, do you know the numbers after 10 now? Count 1 for me." Ao Bao began to read to his fingers. Ao. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The originally deserted underground garage became warm because of the sound of Ao Bao counting. Tang Rui's mouth corners rose involuntarily. He hoped that he could live with Ao Bao like this until the end of his life. Tang Rui felt that he must have been blessed by God. So he met Ao Bao in a desperate situation. And the luckiest thing in his life was meeting Ao Bao. Ao Bao was a gift from God, and he had to cherish it. Tang Rui lowered his head, kissed Ao Bao on his chubby cheek, and called out affectionately, "Ao Bao." Ao Bao was concentrating on counting, and had no time to pay attention to Ruirui. When he counted to 10, Ao Bao found that he couldn't count anymore, because he didn't know what the number after 10 was. Ao Bao thought for a while, and really wanted to come up with a solution. So he had to ask Ruirui, "Ao." Tang Rui smiled and replied, "It's 11. I told you before. Have you forgotten it again?" Ao Bao looked at Ruirui stupidly. "Ao. When did Ruirui tell Ao Bao?" Tang Rui tapped Ao Bao's little head and said lovingly, "Your memory is getting worse and worse." Ao Bao pouted aggrievedly. Ao Bao doesn't have a bad memory. He's just a little stupid. Ao Bao was tired from playing, so he leaned on Ruirui's arms and fell asleep. Tang Rui stroked Ao Bao back and promised softly, "Ao Bao, I will never let you become a victim." If Ao Bao was not with him, then the end of the world would have no meaning to him. So he would rather the end of the world never end. After Ao Bao fell asleep, he would talk in his sleep, and his little mouth was vaguely shouting, "Ao. Ruirui. Ao. Ruirui." Tang Rui wiped the saliva from the corners of Ao Bao's mouth with his hand, listening to Ao Bao calling his name. His heart swelled up inexplicably. as if filled with something. Even though it was the end of the road now, Tang Rui did not despair at all, because he still had Ao Bao. In the first half of the night, Tang Rui kept staring at Ao Bao. In the second half of the night, he felt a little sleepy, yawned, and prepared to take a nap to recharge his energy for the journey tomorrow. Just after closing his eyes and squinting for a while, he heard footsteps outside. Tang Rui instantly became alert, hugged his Ao Bao, hid in a deeper and darker place, and covered the burning fire with a rotten iron pipe next to it to avoid being exposed. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao and hid against the wall, not even daring to breathe. Just as he was holding his breath and concentrating, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Yang Yu, I can't carry you anymore. Let's find a place to rest first. It was Du Yu who spoke. After Tang Rui knew who was outside, his tense nerves instantly relaxed. He took Ao Bao out to meet Du Yu and the others. There was a bright full moon outside, illuminating the ground like daytime, and the road could be seen clearly. Although he could see things clearly, Tang Rui came out of the darkness with Ao Bao on his back, which still scared Du Yu. Du Yu was going to take action, but after a closer look, he found that the people coming were Tang Rui and Ao Bao. Du Yu didn't expect such a coincidence that he would meet here. After the two attackers met each other, Du Yu looked at Ao Bao, who was lying on Tang Rui's back with his eyes closed, and asked, "What's wrong with Ao Bao?" At first glance, Du Yu thought that Ao Bao had closed his eyes because something happened, so he asked this question. Tang Rui answered him calmly. He fell asleep. Du Yu nodded. "Oh, I'm glad you're okay." They were all fine. Only Yang Yu was in trouble. Yang Yu was shot in the abdomen. Although he was not in danger of life for the time being, he was also seriously injured. He was still in a coma, and could only rely on Du Yu to carry him. Tang Rui glanced at Yang Yu and asked, "Is he okay?" Du Yu said worriedly. "Not really. He's been unconscious and hasn't woken up yet." Du Yu was also shot twice, but he was a high-level zombie, so it was no big deal. But Yang Yu was a human being, and his life was very fragile. Tang Rui said to Du Yu, "Come with me." After that, Tang Rui walked into the underground garage first. Du Yu carried Yang Yu on his back again, followed him, and went into the underground garage together. After that, they all sat down by the fire. Tang Rui handed Du Yu an iron box, which contained some broth that had not been finished before. "Feed Yang Yu to drink. Give him some nutrition, so that he can wake up quickly." Du Yu took the iron box of broth without hesitation and slowly fed Yang Yu to drink it. While feeding him, he asked, "How did you escape from the safe zone with Ao Bao?" Just like that. Tang Rui's speed was so fast that even wind-type superpowers might not be able to catch up with him. He could easily escape successfully. Du Yu asked again, "Do you want to go back to the safe zone?" No. Tang Rui wanted to take Ao Bao away from those humans, because they were targeting Ao Bao. So he had to take Ao Bao as far away as possible. Du Yu raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you say before that you wanted to end the apocalypse and let humans rebuild their homes?" Tang Rui replied indifferently, "It's fine now. There's no need to rebuild our homes." Du Yu fed the last bit of soup to Yang Yu, then put down the empty iron box and asked, "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Tired. Tang Rui was really tired. He didn't want to deal with other people anymore. He just wanted to take Ao Bao to a secluded place and live a small life for the two of them. It can be seen that Tang Rui was unwilling to tell the truth of the matter. Du Yu was also very tactful and conscious and didn't ask any more questions. Du Yu and Tang Rui chatted for a while. Maybe it was too noisy, and Ao Bao woke up. Ao Bao rubbed his sore and dry eyes and asked, "Ao, Rui. Ao? Who is Rui talking to?" Tang Rui patted Ao Bao on the back gently and coaxed him. "Ao Bao, it's okay. Go back to sleep." Ao Bao put down his hands that were rubbing his eyes, and then he saw Du Yu. When he saw Du Yu, Ao Bao was stunned for a moment, seeing Ao Bao staring at him in a daze. Du Yu took the initiative to say hello. "Ao Bao, we meet again." Ao Bao felt that he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could he suddenly see Du Yu and Yang Yu when he woke up? Ao Bao pointed at Du Yu and asked Rui, "Ao, Rui, and the others are alive?" Tang Rui smiled and replied, "They were not dead in the first place." Ao Bao tilted his head, then looked back at Du Yu, repeatedly confirmed 2 or 3 times, and finally believed that Du Yu and the others were really not dead. This was a happy thing for Ao Bao. Seeing Ao Bao so happy, Du Yu couldn't help but smile. If he didn't have Yang Yu in his heart now, he would definitely compete with Tang Rui for Ao Bao. To him, Ao Bao was like a white moonlight. Tang Rui immediately realized that Du had dirty thoughts about Ao Bao. And his face turned cold, and he said, "Don't look at Ao Bao with your dirty eyes anymore." After being reminded by Tang Rui, Du hurriedly retracted his gaze, and then made excuses for himself. "I just think Ao Bao is cute." Tang Rui snorted coldly, "Don't be indecisive." "I won't." Du didn't really want to attract Ao Bao's attention. He just thought Ao Bao was cute. While the two of them were talking, there was a gurgling sound. Whose stomach was growling? After listening carefully, it was found that it was Du Yu's stomach growling. And then Tang Rui's stomach also growled. On this day, Tang Rui only drank a little broth. And Du didn't eat anything. It would be strange if the two were not hungry. Ao Bao put his ear on Rui's 8-pack abs and listened carefully. Rui, hungry. Tang Rui smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm hungry." Ao Bao quickly took out food from the space. How could he let Rui's wife starve? She must eat her fill. Ao Bao stuffed the food into Rui's arms. Although Tang Rui had a big appetite, Ao Bao gave him too much. And he couldn't eat it at all. "Ao Bao, you don't need so much. Just 2 pieces of bread will be okay. Put away the rest." Ao Bao obeyed and put away the rest. Du could only watch from the side. And even though he was so hungry that he couldn't stand it, he didn't dare to reach out for food. In the end, Ao Bao remembered him and gave him a piece of bread. After eating, Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao and leaned against the wall to catch up on his sleep. The next day, before dawn, Tang Rui woke up to Du's joyful voice. "I thought Du had seen a ghost." So he screamed and yelled early in the morning. Tang Rui got up and looked around. It was Yang Yu, who had been in a coma, who had woken up. No wonder Du was so excited. Yang Yu had just woken up and was too weak to stand Du's excitement. Tang Rui came over and patted Du on the shoulder, asking him to calm down a little. "Don't wake up Ao Bao." After Du reacted, he decisively lowered his voice and was not as emotional as before. Yang Yu ignored Du and looked straight through Du to Tang Rui. "Brother Rui, where is Ao Bao?" Each of them cared about Ao Bao very much. Ao Bao could be said to be the group's favorite. Tang Rui replied expressionlessly, sleeping next to him. "Where is Ao Bao's father?" Yang Yu only remembered that they met Ao Bao's father. And then, he was shot and lost consciousness. Du helped the still weak Yang Yu to stand up, frowned and said, "Why are you asking about Ao Bao's father?" Yang Yu just didn't understand the current situation. So he wanted to figure out what was going on, and what their current situation was. "Have we all escaped?" Tang Rui nodded at him. "Yes. We escaped." A fragile smile appeared on Yang Yu's pale face. "That's great." Seeing that Yang Yu was struggling to speak, Du quickly interrupted him and said, "Don't talk. Take a good rest first, and heal your injuries." Yang Yu still had a lot of things to ask, but he couldn't hold on any longer. So he could only wait until he recovered his strength. Since Yang Yu was seriously injured, and it was inconvenient for him to travel, they had to stay in the underground garage for the time being. Yang Yu regained some strength and asked, "Brother Rui, what should we do next? Should we deal with Ao Bao's father?" Tang Rui shook his head and sighed. "Forget it." Looking at Brother Rui's discouraged look, Yang Yu was puzzled. "Why do you say forget it? The apocalypse will never end. So let it be. If you want to end the apocalypse, Ao Bao must sacrifice. So it's better to let the apocalypse continue like this." Yang Yu didn't quite understand what Brother Rui meant, but there are not many zombies anymore. The apocalypse should be over soon. Tang Rui said, "The zombie virus is gone. But the weather is still very bad, which means that the apocalypse is far from over, and humans may become extinct in severe natural disasters." The brilliance in Yang Yu's eyes dimmed. "So, is there no hope for mankind?" "Yes, there is no hope. The last hope of mankind is in Tang Rui's arms, and he will never give up this last hope." Tang Rui had planned to live with Ao Bao in the apocalypse. He didn't care whether the apocalypse ended or not, as long as Ao Bao was by his side. That was enough. Hearing Brother Rui say that there was no hope for humanity, Yang Yu's already pale face was filled with sadness. Why are all the zombies gone? But the apocalypse still not over? Although Yang Yu had gotten used to living in the apocalypse, he still hoped that humans could rebuild their homes and return to the bustling world they once were, instead of being lifeless like now, with an atmosphere of depression and despair everywhere. Du silently held Yang Yu's hand. "It doesn't matter if the apocalypse doesn't end. We have been living well for so long. And we will definitely be able to live well in the future. Yang Yu looked back at Du Yu. And the sadness on his face instantly disappeared. Yeah. Their conversation woke up Ao Bao, who was still sleeping. Tang Rui quickly took Ao Bao out of the sleeping bag and asked while helping Ao Bao put on his jacket, "Do you want to pee?" Ao Bao shook his head and nodded. He had just woken up and was confused. So he didn't know whether he should pee or not. Tang Rui smiled helplessly and then took Ao Bao to the bushes to pee. Ao Bao was not honest at all when he was peeing while standing. And he always liked to move around. Ao. Tang Rui fixed Ao Bao's waist and said, "Be good. Pee first." Ao Bao was honest for a while and peed. After peeing, Ao Bao was completely awake. "Rui, I'm hungry." Tang Rui helped Ao Bao pull up his pants and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you." "I want to eat meat." "Rui meat." Thinking carefully, Ao Bao seemed to have not eaten Ruirui's meat for 2 or 3 days. He could have eaten it last night. But Ao Bao forgot to eat it. Tang Rui didn't want to refuse Ao Bao's request. But it was broad daylight now. And it was really not easy to do that. "Ao Bao, can you wait until the evening to eat?" Ao Bao didn't want to wait until the evening. No. After saying that, Ao Bao wanted to pull off Ruirui's pants. At this time, Yang Yu suddenly called him, "Ao Bao." Hearing someone calling him, Ao Bao raised his little head and looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing that it was Yang Yu who was calling him, Ao Bao politely replied, "Ah." After replying, Ao Bao continued to pull off Ruirui's pants, wanting to eat big Ruirui. Du and Yang Yu were already used to Ao Bao's behavior, so they both looked like they were watching a show. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's rebellious little hand. "Ao Bao, I'll give you some meat later. You're hungry. I'll make you some meat soup first." "Okay." Seeing that he couldn't eat Ruirui, Ao Bao could only choose to drink the meat soup reluctantly to fill his stomach. "Ruirui." "Ah." "Ruirui. Don't lie to Ao Bao." Tang Rui smiled and said, "I won't lie to you. I will definitely give you a big piece of meat tonight." Ao Bao happily turned in circles. "Ah." Seeing Ao Bao happy, the other people also followed suit. In their team, Ao Bao is their source of joy. As long as Ao Bao is happy, they will feel happy. Just when the atmosphere was happy, Yang Yu suddenly said something to destroy the warm atmosphere at the moment. Ao Bao father should not let Ao Bao go easily. Now Ao Bao father Shangwan Ting is sending people to look for Ao Bao all over the world. He will not stop until he finds Ao Bao. Tang Rui does not dare to take Ao Bao to the street now. He can only take Ao Bao to remote places. Yang Yu sighed and asked, "Where should we hide?" Tang Rui said calmly, "Hide in a remote place? They can't find us." Yang Yu said worriedly, "But I heard that Ao Bao father has a black technology that can track fugitives thousands of miles away." Tang Rui frowned. "Why did you say it now?" Yang Yu stuck out his tongue. "Sorry. I forgot it before. And I just remembered it now. If Shangwan Ting's black technology can really track them, then it will be useless no matter where they hide." Yang Yu actually forgot such an important thing. If Yang Yu had said it earlier, Tang Rui could have been mentally prepared earlier. But it is not too late to know it now. Du rubbed his hands and said, "If they can really track us, why run away? Just fight them directly." Yang Yu complained, "Can you beat them?" Du's fighting ability can be basically ignored. And he still has to rely on Tang Rui. But Tang Rui's attitude is, don't fight them head on. Run away first. Maybe they can't find us. Tang Rui doesn't believe that Shangwan Ting's black technology is really that powerful. Yang Yu still can't hurry on the road, so he can only be carried on Yu's back. Du doesn't seem to be able to carry Yang Yu, always walking and stopping, which delays the progress of the journey and seriously reduces their efficiency. Yang Yu criticized Du a few times. Brother Rui carried Ao Bao on his back without breathing. "Why are you so incompetent?" Du refuted back rudely. "Don't you see how much lighter Ao Bao is than you? Don't you know how much you weigh? Ao Bao's size is almost half of Yang Yu's. So Tang Rui certainly won't feel tired carrying him. In addition, Tang Rui's strength is very strong, which Du can't compare with." Du didn't want to admit that he was much weaker than Tang Rui, so he could only attack Yang Yu's weight. Then, the two of them started to quarrel and flirt. Tang Rui was impatient and turned back to warn them to hurry up. If Ao Bao was caught by Shangwan Ting, then Du and Yang Yu would be the culprits, because they walked so slowly. Under Tang Rui's urging, Du slightly increased his speed, but Du's slight increase in speed can be ignored. Seeing Du walking slowly with Yang Yu on his back, Tang Rui had to spend some time to find a cart for them. With a cart, the speed would be much faster. Now Yang Yu is more comfortable than Ao Bao, and can sleep in on the cart all the time. Ao Bao was envious when he saw it, and wanted to sit on it. Ao Bao wanted to play, and Tang Rui would certainly satisfy him as much as possible. Tang Rui also put Ao Bao on the cart, and asked Yang Yu to help hold Ao Bao to prevent him from falling off. Then he took over Du Yu's job as a rickshaw driver and pulled the cart. Tang Rui was strong and pulled fast. Sitting on the cart was like riding an off-road motorcycle, with the breeze blowing on his face, which was particularly comfortable. Ao Bao sat on the cart, opened his hands, and shouted happily, Ao Bao. Yang Yu supported him from the side. Ao Bao, sit down honestly. Ao Bao was naughty and refused to sit, and Yang Yu couldn't stop him no matter how hard he tried. In order to prevent Ao Bao from falling off the cart, Tang Rui had to slow down and told him, Ao Bao, you must sit well. Ao Bao nodded and agreed. Ao. He agreed with his mouth, but his body was still not honest. After letting Ao Bao have his fill, Tang Rui quickly took Ao Bao off the cart. Only by holding Ao Bao in his arms, and keeping their bodies close together, Tang Rui would feel a little safer. Otherwise he would always worry that something would happen to Ao Bao, especially in this extraordinary period. What if the people sent by Shangwan Ting suddenly rushed out and shot Ao Bao? What should he do? Ao Bao was still not satisfied and wanted to sit on the cart for a while. Ruirui. Ao. Stay on me well. Tang Rui was worried about putting Ao Bao down from his body, so he had to hold him all the time. After all, he didn't want any accidents to happen. Ao Bao was unhappy and started to throw a tantrum. Ao. Tang Rui used his threat tactics. Then I won't hold you. Ao Bao got anxious and shook his head. Ao. No. Ao Bao still preferred to let Ruirui hold him, but he also wanted to try something new. If he could only choose one of the two, Ao Bao finally chose Ruirui. Tang Rui was very satisfied with Ao Bao's choice and kissed Ao Bao as a reward. Good boy. Ao Bao narrowed his eyes, smiled, and then kissed Ruirui in return. In the next few days, they were on the road. Tang Rui and his team had not yet decided where to go. The only goal was probably to get as far away from Kyoto as possible, so that Shangwan Ting would have a lower chance of finding them. After a few days of recuperation, Yang Yu's injury was almost healed, but he still couldn't keep going. He had to continue sitting on the cart and let Du Yu pull him. Du Yu didn't complain at all and pulled Yang Yu for several days in a row. At this time, they were already 300 or 400 miles away from Kyoto. But Tang Rui was still worried. He felt that this distance was still too close. With this distance, as long as he sent a car to chase them, he could catch up in a moment. And Tang Rui always had a bad premonition. He felt that the people sent by Shangwan Ting had surrounded them. He hoped that this was an illusion. After rushing for several days in a row, Du Yu couldn't stand it anymore. He wanted to stop and rest for a day before going again. So he went to discuss with Tang Rui. Let's find a hidden place to rest for a day. If we keep rushing like this, our legs will break. Du Yu felt that since he followed Tang Rui, he had been rushing, walking from dawn to dawn. The muscles in his legs were much stronger than before. Although it was a good thing to be able to exercise leg muscles, he couldn't do it every day. Tang Rui was in no mood to discuss those unimportant topics with Du Yu. His mind was full of thoughts about whether Shangwan Ting had really tracked down their location, because Tang Rui could feel that danger was approaching. At this moment, there was no time to stop and rest. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and planned to travel overnight. Hurry up. Those people are chasing us. What? Du Yu looked around to see if someone was really chasing us. Seeing that there was no suspicious movement around, Du Yu asked blankly, where are those people? Are they really catching up? Tang Rui ignored him and walked away. Tang Rui had already walked away with Ao Bao on his back. Du Yu reacted and quickly pulled Yang Yu to follow. Du Yu accelerated and panted while chasing Tang Rui, who was walking in front. Can you feel that they are catching up? Yes. Tang Rui vaguely sensed a hint of danger, although he was not sure that they had really caught up. He still ran away for safety. Hearing Tang Rui's Du Yu instantly felt a chill on his back. He always felt that the group of people were following behind him, and he was so scared that he sped up a little bit. Du Yu comforted himself and said, it shouldn't be possible for them to catch up so quickly. Tang Rui didn't say anything, carrying Ao Bao in front, walking with his head down. Now everyone's nerves are tense. and they are all worried that the people sent by Shang Wanting will catch up with them. At this moment, only Ao Bao was still happily playing with a small windmill in his hand. Rui hoo. Tang Rui turned around, smiled at Ao Bao lying on his back, and said gently, Ao Bao, it's late. Go to bed. It was probably 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Usually, Ao Bao would go to bed as soon as it got dark. But he was still not asleep tonight. Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he was not sleepy at all. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't want to sleep, Tang Rui didn't force him. Just said, it's windy. Put on your hat. Ao Bao was wearing a hooded sweatshirt with a small hat on it. Just put it on. Ao Bao listened to Rui and put on the small hat. The moon tonight was covered by clouds, and it was hard to see the road ahead. So you need to be extra careful when walking at night. You couldn't see the road clearly? And he missed several times and fell flat on his face. After walking for a while, Ao Bao took out a glowing toy from his space to play with. You looked at the glowing toy in Ao Bao's hand and asked in a very unlucky way, Ao Bao, you have a flashlight. Why didn't you take it out earlier? If you had taken it out earlier, I wouldn't have fallen. Ao Bao didn't know it was a flashlight, and thought it was just a toy. In fact, Tang Rui knew that there was a flashlight in Ao Bao's space. But he didn't let Ao Bao take it out to use, because he had night vision and didn't need a flashlight. Seeing Ao Bao take out the flashlight, Tang Rui said, Ao Bao, give the flashlight to you. Ao. This is Ao Bao's toy, and he can't let others play with it. Tang Rui asked, don't you have a small windmill? Ao. Ao Bao is tired of playing with the small windmill, and doesn't want to play with it anymore. What about the other toys? Tang Rui remembered that there were many toys in Ao Bao's space. Finally, Ao Bao reluctantly handed over the glowing toy in his hand to Du. With a flashlight, it was much easier to walk at night. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening when Ao Bao felt sleepy. He rested his head on his old man's shoulder and slowly fell asleep. Not long after Ao Bao fell asleep, they were surrounded. Overhead was the loud noise of the helicopter's propellers. A total of 3 helicopters were hovering in the sky. Tang Rui shouted to Du behind him, hide in the woods quickly. There were trees in the woods, so those people could not confirm their location. Du looked back at Yang Yu sleeping on the cart, and said hesitantly, but the cart? Tang Rui looked up at the helicopters hovering overhead, and roared, it's already this time. Why bother with the cart? Quickly carry Yang Yu and run to the woods. Tang Rui didn't care about Du and Yang Yu anymore, and hid in the woods with Ao Bao on his back. It seems that what Yang Yu said is right. Shang Wanting does have black technology in his hands, so they can't escape no matter what. Hiding in the woods can only save their lives temporarily. Tang Rui's mind was in a mess, and he didn't know how to deal with it next. Did he really have to hand Ao Bao over to those people and let them study Ao Bao? Absolutely not. He absolutely couldn't hand Ao Bao over to those people for research. The helicopter lowered a ladder, and more than a dozen high-level psychics came down from the ladder, came to the ground, went deep into the woods, and chased Tang Rui, who was hiding. Tang Rui ran forward desperately with Ao Bao on his back. Even when his Achilles tendon was torn, he did not stop. He endured the pain and continued to run forward. In this world, he only had Ao Bao left. No matter what, he had to keep Ao Bao by his side. Fortunately, he had the werewolf gene in his body, which not only gave him night vision, but also allowed him to run at the fastest speed in the forest, making it impossible for those superpowers to catch up with him. Tang Rui didn't know how far he had run. He stopped only when he felt that his shoes were worn out. His soles were blistered, and even bleeding, and Ao Bao was still sleeping, with no sign of being woken up. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao from behind and kissed Ao Bao white and tender face a few more times without even having time to catch his breath. Although those people had not caught up with him yet, Tang Rui still did not dare to let down his guard. However, he could not continue to run, because his legs had cramped and he needed to slow down. Otherwise his legs would be crippled. Tang Rui held Ao Bao, who was still sleeping, and found a hidden place to hide first. Just after a short rest, Tang Rui suddenly figured out something. The black technology in Shang Wanting's hand could at most find them through satellite positioning, because at the current level of technology, it has not yet reached the ability to directly lock the target without any conduction. In other words, Ao Bao must have been installed with a satellite locator, so Shang Wanting could find them so quickly. Thinking of this, Tang Rui immediately fumbled around Ao Bao, trying to find where the locator was. Ao Bao, who was still sleeping, was awakened by Tang Rui's groping. Ao Bao opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Ruirui. Ao Bao. Did Ruirui want to feed Ao Bao meat? No meat now. In this emergency, Tang Rui had no intention of doing that with Ao Bao. He just wanted to find the locator as soon as possible and get rid of those people. After searching Ao Bao, he found nothing. Ao Bao. Do you have anything strange on you? Ao Bao tilted his head, indicating that he didn't understand what Ruirui meant. Tang Rui thought of Shangwan Ting forcibly holding Ao Bao before. He suspected that Shangwan Ting installed a locator on Ao Bao at that time. But where was the locator hidden? Tang Rui didn't expect Ao Bao to tell him. After all, his little Ao Bao was stupid and must know nothing. It was useless to ask. Tang Rui could only continue to search on Ao Bao, not letting go of any corner. Seeing that Ruirui seemed to be looking for something on him, Ao Bao cooperated very well and did not move, making it easier for Ruirui to find it, and asked, Ao, what is Ruirui looking for? Tang Rui took the time to answer, location device. Ao? What is a locator? Ao Bao did not understand, and had never even heard of it. Tang Rui did not have time to explain so much to Ao Bao, so he perfunctorily said, it is a tracking device. Ao Bao still did not understand what it was, so he asked again, Ao? If they continued to chat like this, it would definitely be endless. So Tang Rui hurriedly stopped. Ao Bao. Be good. I will not ask any more questions, and continue to sleep. Ao Bao was no longer sleepy now, so he wanted to chat with Ruirui. Ao. Tang Rui was concentrating on looking for the locator, and had no time to chat with Ao Bao, so his answers were perfunctory. Ao Bao did not think Ruirui was perfunctory, but became more and more excited as they talked. In the end, it was basically Ao Bao who was talking, and Tang Rui was listening while looking for the locator. Although Ao Bao talked a lot and was a bit long-winded, Tang Rui never interrupted Ao Bao, and he would listen patiently. After searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the locator on Ao Bao, which made Tang Rui very confused. Could it be that Shangwan Ting's black technology was so powerful that it could track and lock their location directly without a locator? Intuition and cognition told Tang Rui that there must be no such black technology, especially in the end times where technology is developing slowly. It is even more impossible to have such black technology. There must be something wrong in some link. I have to think about it carefully. Tang Rui thought about it carefully, and suddenly found a loophole. That is, all the intelligence and information he knew were obtained by Yang Yu. Yang Yu was also suspicious, because he had a good memory, and it was impossible for him to forget important things. But Yang Yu did not tell Tang Rui about Shangwan Ting's black technology at the beginning, but told Tang Rui later. In other words, Yang Yu was deliberately hiding something, or Yang Yu deceived Tang Rui from the beginning. The locator was very likely on Yang Yu. In addition, Yang Yu was very likely to have been bribed by Shangwan Ting. As for when he was bribed, it was probably during the days when Yang Yu stayed alone in the safe zone to gather intelligence. During those days, Yang Yu stayed alone in the safe zone, gathering intelligence for Tang Rui every day. Once Yang Yu's intelligence gathering was exposed, and then he was arrested for interrogation. It must be during the interrogation that Yang Yu and Shangwan Ting met. In other words, from then on, Yang Yu was already Shangwan Ting's side. No wonder no matter how Tang Rui escaped after that, he could still be easily found by the people sent by Shangwan Ting. It turned out that there was a spy planted next to him. Tang Rui really didn't expect that Yang Yu would betray him. Ao Bao. Yang Yu must die. Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao loved to play with Yang Yu at ordinary times, and he also knew that Ao Bao couldn't bear to let Yang Yu go. But this time Yang Yu must die. Ao Bao looked at Ruirui with innocent eyes, not understanding why Ruirui suddenly wanted to kill Yang Yu. Ao? He is no longer on our side. Although Tang Rui did not have enough evidence to prove that Yang Yu was a spy, he already had a definite answer in his mind. If Yang Yu hadn't betrayed them, they wouldn't be in jail now. Now Tang Rui wanted to ask Yang Yu face to face why he betrayed them. But in the escape just now, Tang Rui had taken Ao Bao and got separated from Yang Yu and the others. After running all the way, Tang Rui was exhausted now. He leaned against the tree stump, panting, and let himself rest for a while. Ao Bao sat on Ruirui's waist and helped Ruirui wipe the hot sweat on his forehead. Halfway through the wipe, Ao Bao vaguely smelled a bloody smell, which came from Ruirui. Could it be that Ruirui was injured? Ao Bao asked anxiously and worriedly. Ao? Seeing that Ao Bao was concerned about him, Tang Rui smiled and rubbed Ao Bao's little head. I'm not injured. Just the soles of my feet are worn out and bleeding a little. It's nothing. Ao Bao turned around and looked at Ruirui's feet, seeing a hole in the sole of Ruirui's shoe. His toes were exposed, and the sole of his foot was rubbed bloody. Ao Bao quickly took out medicine and bandages from his space, wanting to help Ruirui deal with the wound. Tang Rui took the bandages from Ao Bao and said, Ao Bao, I'll do it myself. Ao Bao knew that he didn't know how to bandage, and would only make things worse and get in the way. So he didn't rush to bandage Ruirui, and watched obediently. When seeing Ruirui frowning in pain, Ao Bao would use his little hands to smooth out the wrinkles between Ruirui's eyebrows. And Ao Bao would also help Ruirui blow on the wound. Ao. Hoo-hoo. Seeing Ao Bao blowing air on his wound, Tang Rui instantly didn't feel the pain, and his heart was warm, because Ao Bao was his painkiller. Tang Rui bandaged himself roughly. Seeing that Ao Bao was still blowing, he said, Ao Bao, don't blow. I don't feel any pain. Ao Bao looked up and asked, Ao. Ruirui really didn't feel any pain. Yeah. It really doesn't hurt anymore. As long as Ao Bao was there, he didn't feel any pain. Ao Bao looked at Ruirui's slightly pale face and asked, Ao. Is Ruirui tired? A little bit. He was really tired. Not only physically, but also mentally. He couldn't predict what the outcome would be in the future, which made him feel scared. He was too afraid of losing Ao Bao. Ao. Ruirui was tired, so he leaned on Ao Bao to sleep. Okay. Tang Rui lowered his head and rested his big head on Ao Bao's small shoulder, then closed his eyes and rested his mind. At this dangerous moment, how could he dare to sleep? He could only close his eyes and rest for a while. As long as there was any movement around, he could immediately take Ao Bao away. After resting for 15 minutes, Tang Rui opened his eyes, dragged his injured legs, and continued to run with Ao Bao on his back. Ruirui was already injured, and Ao Bao couldn't let Ruirui carry him anymore, so he clamored to get off and walk by himself. Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao on the butt. Be good. Don't move. Ao Bao instantly became obedient after being slapped on the little butt. Tang Rui walked until dawn, during which time he did not hear the roar of the helicopter, nor did he see the figures of those superpowers. It seemed that he had gotten rid of them, after making sure that no one was chasing him. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to hide in the bushes and took a nap. He slept for 3 hours, and when he woke up, it was already noon. Tang Rui fed Ao Bao some biscuits to replenish his energy before walking again. The locator was on Yangyu, and Tang Rui had lost contact with Yangyu and the others, which meant that those people could no longer find Tang Rui and Ao Bao through the locator. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back from noon to afternoon, but still hadn't seen those people driving cars or helicopters over. It seemed that he guessed right that the locator was on Yangyu. Tang Rui breathed a sigh of relief, slowed down his pace, and said with a relaxed smile, Ao Bao, we are safe. Those people can't find us anymore. The earth is so big. There is always a place for them to hide. They can hide for a lifetime, and no one can find them. Although Ao Bao didn't understand anything, he still laughed with Ruirui, raised his little hand and cheered, Ao. It's safe. As long as he can be with Ruirui, Ao Bao is willing to go anywhere. Tang Rui chuckled and said, Ao Bao, I'll take you home. Ao Bao knew that going home meant going back to the cabin. Ao Bao had been talking about wanting to go home before, so Tang Rui took Ao Bao back to the cabin to live. Ao Bao excitedly shook his legs. Ao Bao was going home with Ruirui. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and walked on the path illuminated by the setting sun, heading towards their destination. As they walked, Tang Rui asked, Ao Bao, it will be just the two of us from now on. Ao Bao rested his chin on Ruirui's shoulder and said in a not-so-fluent way, with Ruirui. Hearing that Ao Bao had learned a new word, Tang Rui felt happy and replied with a smile, yes. With me. Ao Bao doesn't need friends. Ruirui is enough. After walking for a month, they returned to the cabin. The cabin was knocked down by the hailstorm. Tang Rui spent 2 days rebuilding it and reinforcing it. Tang Rui also made some furniture and placed it in the cabin, making it look more like a home. Ao Bao would also help with the decoration, catching some small insects or picking some small wild flowers, and placing them at home to add a different color to the home. Although the small insects caught by Ao Bao were all dead, Tang Rui did not throw them away, but made them into specimens, which could be viewed and played with by Ao Bao. After everything at home was arranged, Tang Rui and Ao Bao had not officially entered a warm and peaceful life before they were interrupted by two uninvited guests. These two uninvited guests were none other than Yang Yu and Diyu. The moment Tang Rui saw Yang Yu, he went crazy and raised his fist and punched him. Yang Yu was beaten so hard that he didn't have time to recover. And then he heard Tang Rui say, "How dare you come here again?" Seeing Yang Yu being beaten, Diyu hurried over to stop Tang Rui and tried to reason with him. "Why are you hitting people for no reason?" Tang Rui pushed Diyu away, then grabbed Yang Yu's collar and lifted him up. "What on earth did Shang Wanting bribe you with to make you willing to betray us?" Tang Rui's punch just now hit Yang Yu's nose, and his nose was bleeding now. Yang Yu covered his nose and defended himself. "Brother Rui, I didn't betray you." Tang Rui waved his fist and made a threatening gesture. "You still don't dare to admit it. Really force me to do it directly. Beat you to death?" Yang Yu was silent for a while and said, "I just don't want all humans to become extinct." After experiencing the last ice disaster, Yang Yu clearly realized that humans are too fragile in front of nature. Any hail can kill a person. If the weather on the earth continues to be so bad, all humans will definitely go extinct. And Ao Bao has the ability to change the bad environment of the earth and save the remaining humans. Yang Yu said shamelessly, "Brother Rui, I am not doing this for myself. I just want the possibility of human beings continuing." Tang Rui roared at him and asked, "In order to continue the human race, Ao Bao must be sacrificed." "Why? I ask you why?" Yang Yu said. Shang Wanting promised that he would not let Ao Bao sacrifice. Tang Rui angrily said, "You believe his words." Diyu listened for a long time before he understood. He frowned and asked Yang Yu, "Are you in collusion with Shang Wanting?" Yang Yu fell silent and did not give a direct answer. But from the above conversation, Yang Yu was indeed hooking up with Shang Wanting. Diyu showed a disappointed look to Yang Yu. "I misjudged you." After that, Diyu turned around and left. Yang Yu did not chase Diyu. He told Tang Rui the whole truth of the matter. "I don't want Ao Bao to sacrifice, but I have no choice." Shang Wanting said that the second ice disaster is coming soon. At that time, the entire earth will become an ice ball, and no living creature can survive. Tang Rui punched Yang Yu in the face again, and said in a tone of regret, "Are you so afraid of death?" Yang Yu was silent again. Tang Rui looked at the silent Yang Yu and asked, "You have a locator installed on your body, right?" Yang Yu nodded calmly, "Yes." Tang Rui said nothing, and went up to beat him hard. Tang Rui stopped only when Yang Yu was almost out of breath. Then, Tang Rui did not dare to stay any longer, and quickly carried Ao Bao away from this place, because those people must have followed Yang Yu to find him. Tang Rui had not run far with Ao Bao on his back when he met Shang Wanting. Tang Rui stepped back step by step, looking at Shang Wanting who was approaching, and said angrily, "Don't force me." Shang Wanting said leisurely, "I'm here to pick up my son." Tang Rui knew that he could not escape this time, so he could only go up and fight. Just when Tang Rui was about to make a move, he suddenly felt dizzy, and then he came to Ao Bao's space. After Tang Rui realized where he was, he shouted anxiously, "Ao Bao, let me out." Tang Rui was worried about leaving Ao Bao alone outside. He had to go out. Just as he was getting anxious, Ao Bao's voice came from behind, "Rui Rui." Tang Rui turned around suddenly, then strode over. First took his Ao Bao into his arms, and then asked, "Ao Bao, how can you come in?" Ao Bao could enter his space at will, but he didn't tell Rui Rui. Tang Rui cried with joy and kissed Ao Bao on the mouth. Silly Ao Bao. If Tang Rui had known that Ao Bao could also enter the space, he wouldn't have had to flee so hard for several months. Ao Bao didn't refute Rui Rui's words, because he was really stupid. Ao. Does Rui Rui like staying here?" Tang Rui confessed affectionately, "As long as I can stay with you, I like anywhere. The outside world can no longer accommodate the two of them. This is their last place to stay." Tang Rui just wanted to stay with Ao Bao forever. That's all. Ao Bao's space is very large, and it is safe to hide in it. But if you live in it all the time, you will feel very boring, because there is no other color in it, and it is all white around. Ao Bao has toys and does not feel bored. But Tang Rui is still thinking about going out. After all, it is impossible to stay in this space for a lifetime. The time in the space is still. There is no day and night. And the clock in it cannot turn. So Tang Rui can't be sure how long he and Ao Bao have been in this space. Nor can he confirm whether Shang Wanting and others have left. Ao Bao, let me out. I will see if they have left. Tang Rui felt that he and Ao Bao had been in the space for 7 or 8 days. After such a long time, Shang Wanting and others should have left. So Tang Rui decided to take the risk and go out to see. Ao Bao was worried about letting Rui go out alone. So he planned to follow him. Tang Rui originally wanted to refuse Ao Bao, but thought that if there was danger, he and Ao Bao could quickly enter the space again, so he didn't have to worry too much. So he agreed. Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao tightly and appeared outside the space together. At this time, Shang Wanting and the others had already left, and there was no one around. Based on the growth of the weeds next to him and the weathering degree of the footprints left on the land, Tang Rui could judge that he and Ao Bao had indeed stayed in the space for about 7 or 8 days. Tang Rui saw that there were no signs of trampling on the weeds around him, indicating that no one had been here in the past few days. Tang Rui's heart, which was originally in his arms, was put back into his stomach. They should have left. Ao, will they not catch Ao Bao again? Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao on the corner of his mouth. I won't let them catch you. At present, it should be safe for the time being. But I don't know if Shang Wanting will send someone to find him again. Ao Bao rubbed his chubby little face on Rui's neck twice, and said like a spoiled child, Rui. Ao Bao, go home. Ao Bao was not very good at saying the word go home, so his pronunciation was not clear. But Tang Rui could understand it. Well, I'll take you back to have a look. Tang Rui guessed that Shang Wanting should send someone to guard around the cabin, but he still planned to take the risk to have a look. After all, that was his and Ao Bao home. The cabin was not far from their current location, only 3 kilometers away. Tang Rui had a fast pace and rushed there in a few minutes. Fortunately, there were no suspicious people around the cabin, and the weeds on the road were lush, proving that no one had been there, and it seemed completely safe. Tang Rui put the little Ao Bao down from his back and said, Ao Bao, we are home. As soon as Ao Bao feet touched the ground, he excitedly turned in circles, shouting, Ao Bao. Ao Bao is finally home. Ao Bao was a little bored during the few days he stayed in the space, because there was no distinction between night and day, and his biological clock didn't work. After a long time, he would feel confused, and it would be more comfortable to stay outside the space. Ao Bao, let's go into the house and clean up. The house must be covered with dust because it hadn't been cleaned for many days. Ao Bao took Rui's hand, and they went into the house. 7 or 8 days is not a long time, so there is only a thin layer of dust on the furniture, and it is not difficult to clean. Tang Rui used an old towel to wipe all the dusty places, and Ao Bao followed to help. The two of them worked together and finished the cleaning in just over 10 minutes. The main reason was that the house was still small, and there were not many places that needed to be cleaned. However, although it was small, it was enough for Tang Rui and Ao Bao to live in. It was much quieter with only the two of them living there. But there were also fewer troubles. During the day, Tang Rui would take Ao Bao to reclaim wasteland and plant some fresh vegetables. Tang Rui basically did the work, and Ao Bao watched by the side. Ao Bao wanted to help Rui, but Rui didn't let him do it. At night, Tang Rui didn't rest either. He had to bathe Ao Bao. After the bath, he had to feed Ao Bao meat. Otherwise Ao Bao would keep shouting for meat, and this eating would take most of the night, sometimes even all night. If Ao Bao was tired, he would sleep until noon the next day. But even if Tang Rui did not rest for a whole night, he would still be full of energy the next day, working in the fields early, weeding and turning the soil. Originally, Tang Rui did not need to work so hard to farm. He only needed to bury the seeds in the soil and let Ao Bao ripen them. But he saw that Ao Bao would be very tired every time after ripening the seeds, and Tang Rui felt sorry for him. So he did not allow Ao Bao to use his supernatural power to ripen them again. Anyway, there was a lot of food in the space, enough for the two of them to eat for a lifetime. So there was no need to rush to ripen them. Just wait for them to grow naturally. 1 month later, the cabin once again welcomed an uninvited guest. And this uninvited guest was Yongyu, who was beaten half to death by Tang Rui before. After a period of recuperation, Yang Yu's injuries were almost healed. After the wounds healed, he left the Shangwan base and drove alone to the place where he had lived with Ao Bao for a long time. Yang Yu did not come here to find Tang Rui and Ao Bao. He just wanted to live here because of nostalgia. But he did not expect Tang Rui and Ao Bao to be here. Yang Yu did not know whether to be surprised or scared for a while. The surprise was because he saw Ao Bao again. And the fear was mainly because he was afraid that Brother Rui would hit him hard like last time. If he was beaten by Brother Rui again, he would definitely not be as lucky as last time and survive. So Yang Yu's first reaction, when he saw Tang Rui, was to turn around and run away. After more than a month, Tang Rui's hatred for Yang Yu had dissipated a lot. This time he met Yang Yu again. Tang Rui was very calm, and did not feel very angry. Seeing Yang Yu about to run away, Tang Rui immediately shouted, "Stop!" Yang Yu stopped, turned his head, looked at Tang Rui, then bent his legs, knelt down directly, and cowed out again, "Brother Rui, don't kill me. I know I was wrong." Tang Rui asked cautiously, "Did you wear a locator this time?" "No locator. I have cut off contact with Shang Wanting and others. I really didn't want to harm Ao Bao. Shang Wanting promised me that he would not let Ao Bao sacrifice. Or Ao Bao is his biological son. How could he bear to let him go? So I agreed to help him find Ao Bao." Yang Yu was just deceived by Shang Wanting. He really didn't want to harm Ao Bao. Tang Rui believed that what Yang Yu said was true. But he could no longer accept Yang Yu as before. "What do you want to do when you come back?" "I just want to come back and live here." Yang Yu missed the days when he lived here. He also wanted to catch butterflies and crickets with Ao Bao, find small insects in the vegetable garden, and play tricks on Du. Tang Rui saw that he was alone. So he asked, "Where is Du?" "I don't know where he went. I haven't seen him for many days." Yang Yu knew that Du was disappointed in him. So he left him. He didn't think about looking for someone. So he just let it go. Tang Rui didn't ask any more questions and directly issued an expulsion order. "You go." Yang Yu was still kneeling on the ground, unwilling to get up. "Brother Rui, can I come here to live with you?" Tang Rui couldn't tolerate the betrayer staying by his side. "You leave quickly. There is no room for negotiation." Yang Yu looked at Ao Bao, who had just woken up beside Tang Rui. With a pleading look, "Ao Bao, please help me persuade Brother Rui." Ao Bao was very simple, and didn't know that Yang Yu had made a big mistake. So he didn't blame Yang Yu at all. When he heard Yang Yu asking him to beg for mercy, Ao Bao also agreed directly, and then persuaded Rui to keep Yang Yu and use him as a slave. Tang Rui refused coldly. "Ao Bao, we don't need slaves." Ao Bao still remembered his past friendship with Yang Yu, and didn't want Yang Yu to leave like this. "Rui. Ao." Tang Rui squatted down, held up Ao Bao's little face and asked, "Did he hypnotize you?" Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he was sober, and was not hypnotized by Yang Yu. Tang Rui once again said heartlessly, "Don't beg for him. He almost killed us." Ao. But Ao Bao didn't die. He was still alive and well. Tang Rui said with a stern face, "If you really got into trouble, I would have buried him alive long ago. And don't say those unlucky words. I don't like to hear them." Ao. If Yang Yu doesn't stay, Ao Bao won't eat meat. How can Ao Bao stop eating meat? Tang Rui will suffocate to death. Finally, with Ao Bao unremitting efforts, Tang Rui reluctantly agreed to keep Yang Yu. Yang Yu was very grateful to Ao Bao. So he rushed to wash Ao Bao's clothes. But he couldn't beat Tang Rui at all, because Tang Rui was so capable. He took good care of Ao Bao. The only job Yang Yu could get was probably to clean the weeds outside the house. Another month passed peacefully. During this period, Shang Wanting did not send anyone to look for him. The weather in the apocalypse was not too bad. It was just that the temperature difference between day and night was a little bigger. But it was bearable. A few months later, Tang Rui's crops had a good harvest. The expected ice disaster did not come. And global freezing was even more impossible. Yang Yu had already prepared to be frozen. But things were completely the opposite of what they thought. The weather did not continue to get worse. And it even got better. The 4 seasons became distinct. No longer upside down like before. And everything seemed to be back on track. Shang Wanting did not actually give up the research on the sun of the earth. But he gave up looking for Ao Bao, and found another person to replace Ao Bao. But this research was wrong from the beginning. Because it was too whimsical. How could a small human master the 4 seasons? So the person who replaced Ao Bao died in the laboratory. Shang Wanting was not discouraged and found a second substitute, followed by a third, a fourth. After finding dozens of substitutes, all of which failed, Shang Wanting thought that the substitutes were too weak, so he finally decided to find his son. As the zombie king, Ao Bao would not die so easily during the research, so there were unlimited opportunities for trial and error. Shang Wanting was now crazy, and he only wanted to make the impossible experiment a success so as to change the world. He also thought that he was doing this for the future of all mankind. After Tang Rui and his friends had lived a peaceful life for almost a year, Shang Wanting sent people to catch Ao Bao again. Tang Rui thought Shang Wanting should have given up, but he didn't expect that he would send people to find him again. However, Tang Rui is no longer the Tang Rui of the past. After a year of improvement, his strength can directly fight against Shang Wanting, the all-round superpower. In order to end his life of being hunted down, Tang Rui decided to go to Kyoto and kill Shang Wanting as soon as possible, so that he and Ao Bao could live a stable and happy life. Hearing Brother Rui say that he was going to Kyoto, Yang Yu expressed his absolute support. It's time to kill that old guy. He is not worthy of being Ao Bao's father. Originally, Yang Yu believed that Shang Wanting must have a little father-son relationship with Ao Bao, but he later found out that Shang Wanting did not regard Ao Bao as his son at all. He was completely a cold-blooded and heartless old guy. A year ago, Yang Yu drove a car from Kyoto to here. There were still several boxes of gasoline in the car. Although a lot of it had evaporated, there was still a lot left. Tang Rui repaired the car that had been parked for a year, refilled it with gas, and restarted the engine. It only took 5.5 days to drive to Kyoto. After arriving at the outskirts of Shangwon base, Tang Rui and Yang Yu, barely counting Ao Bao, discussed the plan together. Tang Rui's plan was to let Yang Yu sneak into the safe zone, and then quietly hand a letter to Shang Wanting, asking Shang Wanting to come out alone to meet Ao Bao. Brother Rui, will he come out alone to meet? Yang Yu felt that Shang Wanting would not be so easily fooled. He is very confident in his strength. He is not afraid that we will set a trap for him. In addition, he is so eager to see Ao Bao, so he will definitely come out to meet. As for whether he will bring helpers, I am not sure. Tang Rui had fought with Shang Wanting before, so he could roughly understand what kind of personality Shang Wanting is. Yang Yu said, should we emphasize in the letter that only he can come alone? Otherwise, he will not be allowed to meet Ao Bao. Tang Rui shook his head, indicating that it was not safe to do so. If you emphasize in the letter, it will increase his concerns and make him more cautious. Tang Rui and Yang Yu chatted one by one, and Ao Bao was not willing to be lonely, occasionally interrupting to find a sense of existence. Otherwise everyone would think that Ao Bao was not there. Ao Rui, what does Ao Bao need to do? Tang Rui turned his head and looked at Ao Bao lying on his back, and said lovingly, your task is to play with the windmill. Ao Bao doesn't need to do anything. Just stay there obediently, which is a great help. But in fact, Ao Bao is the strongest and most useful in the team. But because Tang Rui is there is no place for Ao Bao to use his skills. Ao Bao only needs to continue to be a little waste and play with his toys. Yang Yu followed the plan and ventured into the safe zone, then placed the letter that had been prepared long ago at the place where Shang Wanting lived. That night, Shang Wanting saw the letter, which said that he should go out alone to meet Ao Bao. After reading the letter, Shang Wanting went to the appointment alone without thinking much, because he was not afraid of Tang Rui at all. So he naturally did not have much defense, and he was eager to see his son, so he had no time to make careful preparations. Tang Rui waited until about 9 o'clock in the evening before Shang Wanting came. At this time, Ao Bao had fallen asleep. After the meeting, Shang Wanting and Tang Rui were unusually calm and did not take action directly. Give Xiaoyu to me. When the research is successful, I will recognize you as my son-in-law, and then I will help you hold a grand wedding. Shang Wanting said this as if he was actively seeking peace, and it depended on whether Tang Rui would give face. Of course, Tang Rui would never agree. He didn't want to recognize Shang Wanting as his father-in-law, and he didn't want to be his son-in-law at all. Don't dream that I will give you Ao Bao. Shang Wanting thought that Tang Rui had thought it through and decided to give Xiaoyu to him. But Tang Rui still didn't seem to understand. Then why did you call me out? Isn't it to give Xiaoyu to me? Tang Rui didn't rush to answer. He slowly put Ao Bao, who was sleeping in his arms, into the sleeping bag, adjusted Ao Bao position, and finally zipped up the sleeping bag. After Ao Bao was properly placed, Tang Rui officially confronted Shang Wanting. I called you out. Of course I am going to kill you. Shang Wanting asked back jokingly and contemptuously, you want to kill me? After many transformations, Shang Wanting successfully transformed himself into an all-powerful superpower. He is the most powerful man in the end times. While Tang Rui does not even have superpowers, the difference in strength is too great. Shang Wanting was never taken seriously by Tang Rui. If you don't want to die, give Xiaoyu to me quickly. Otherwise you won't even have the chance to be my son-in-law. Who are you? You want to be my father-in-law. In Tang Rui's heart, Shang Wanting is not Ao Bao father at all. Don't blame me for being rude if you say that. Shang Wanting was originally thinking of Tang Rui as Xiaoyu's lover, and was going to let him go. But Tang Rui was so arrogant. Damn it. Shang Wanting controlled the surrounding plants and attacked Tang Rui. Tang Rui went directly over and fought Shang Wanting in close combat. Shang Wanting does have many superpowers, and is indeed very powerful. But he is a little weak in close combat. Tang Rui quickly gained the upper hand, and beat Shang Wanting back step by step. Shang Wanting's head was deflated by Tang Rui's two fists, and his mind became unclear, and his moves became more and more sluggish and clumsy. Gradually, Tang Rui gained an absolute advantage, and Shang Wanting's chance of turning defeat into victory became very low. After half an hour of fighting, Shang Wanting finally fell to the ground. Although Tang Rui was also injured, the wounds were not serious. He looked down at Shang Wanting, who fell to the ground, and said sarcastically, an all-round superpower is just like this. Shang Wanting spat out a mouthful of blood to the side, looked at Tang Rui in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and asked, you obviously don't have superpowers. How can you be so powerful? Shang Wanting finally admitted that Tang Rui was amazing. Tang Rui also generously told him the secret of becoming stronger quickly. I have animal viruses in my body. I only need to use vaccines to stimulate those viruses. The immunity of the viruses will be enhanced, and my body will become stronger. Even if I don't have superpowers, my body has been transformed by the virus to be as strong as a superpower. I have never thought of using vaccines to stimulate virus division. Shang Wanting had to sigh that Tang Rui really found the right way. Tang Rui didn't say any more nonsense, and went over to kill Shang Wanting directly. In order to successfully defeat Shang Wanting, Tang Rui practiced hard for a year. And now, he finally got what he wanted. Seeing Shang Wanting die at his hands, Tang Rui sighed with relief. Shang Wanting has an egg-sized crystal core in his brain. But the color of this crystal core is a little dim, because the energy contained in this crystal core is disappearing little by little. The zombie virus is gone, and the superpowers will certainly disappear, because these two exist at the same time. So they should also disappear at the same time. Now the strength of all superpowers is declining, and some superpowers have even turned back to ordinary people. Only Tang Rui's strength is still steadily increasing, with no signs of decline. The next day, Tang Rui came to the entrance of the safe zone with Ao Bao on one hand and Shang Wanting's body in the other hand. The guards at the entrance were shocked and frightened when they saw the leader's body. Tang Rui walked into the safe zone in front of them, and none of the guards dared to come out to block his way. After all, the leader, as the strongest person in the end of the world, was killed by Tang Rui. So they, the minions, should not go to die. Tang Rui carried Shang Wanting's body and came to a square in the safe zone. At this moment, a large group of people had gathered in the square, and they were all attracted by Shang Wan's body. After more people came to the square, Tang Rui began to announce, the end of the world is over. The humans living in the safe zone have not seen the outside world for a long time. They don't know that there are no zombies outside. It was not until Tang Rui came to announce the end of the apocalypse that they knew that the zombies had been cleared out. The first group of humans tried to walk out of the safe zone and take a look outside. The moment they left the safe zone, they all felt free again. The first group of humans who walked out chose to live outside the safe zone. The other humans who stayed in the safe zone were still skeptical and didn't dare to believe that it was really safe outside. They believed that even if the zombie virus was gone, natural disasters would definitely still happen. So it was still the safest in the safe zone, until the food in the safe zone was eaten up. The humans inside had to go outside to find food. When they came out of the safe zone, the outside had already been built by the first batch of humans. They finally believed that the outside was safe. although there were less than 30,000 humans left in the entire apocalypse. A year later, these 30,000 humans suddenly expanded to 35,000 people, all thanks to the artificial womb developed by several scientists. This artificial womb can cultivate 10 pairs of embryos at a time, greatly improving production efficiency. Babies are mass-produced like products on a production line. Humans are expected to restore a population of tens of millions in 10 years. Tang Rui lived in the cabin with Ao Bao for 3 years, living a secluded life. Yang Yu has returned to the city and continues to be his big star. During the holidays, Yang Yu would come back to the cabin to meet Tang Rui and Ao Bao and reminisce about the past. Every time he came, Yang Yu would persuade Tang Rui to take Ao Bao back to the city to live. After all, there was a shortage of supplies in the mountains and forests. And there were wolves, tigers and leopards. If Ao Bao was taken away, it would be very dangerous. Although Yang Yu insisted on persuading him, Tang Rui still refused to take Ao Bao away from the mountains. The main reason was that Ao Bao was still a zombie, and the last zombie in the end of the world. As for Du Yu, the advanced zombie, he had already been vaccinated and turned into an ordinary human. Tang Rui did not dare to take Ao Bao to live in the human circle, fearing that they would discover Ao Bao's identity as a zombie, which would definitely cause a commotion. And then those people would attack Ao Bao. Moreover, Tang Rui likes to hide in the mountains with Ao Bao and live a simple and warm life. Although there are really only mountains and mountains here, and there are not many resources, they have everything they need. Vegetables can basically be self-sufficient, and there is plenty of rice in Ao Bao's space. Only the snacks that Ao Bao likes to eat, such as lollipops, are relatively scarce, and they have to go out to buy them. However, every time Yang Yu comes, he will bring the first car of lollipops and snacks for Ao Bao, and Ao Bao can't finish them. There is nothing missing here, and Tang Rui really doesn't need to take Ao Bao to live in the human circle. Brother Rui, don't you feel bored? There is no signal in this mountain, and the mobile phone can't be used normally. Yang Yu is far away and wants to send a video to Ao Bao, but can't receive it. Tang Rui grabbed the naughty Ao Bao and pressed it on his lap, then said, with Ao Bao accompanying me, I won't feel bored. Ao Bao was pressed so hard that he couldn't move, so he could only stay on Rui's lap, and occasionally made protesting sounds. Ao. Tang Rui slapped Ao Bao, but gently, and said, it's time for a nap. The sun was very strong outside, and Tang Rui was afraid that Ao Bao would get heat stroke, so he didn't allow Ao Bao to go out to play, and forced Ao Bao to take a nap on his lap. Yang Yu was left aside, without saying a word, silently watching Tang Rui coax Ao Bao to sleep. After Ao Bao fell asleep, Yang Yu asked quietly, since you are afraid that Ao Bao's zombie identity will be exposed, why don't you vaccinate Ao Bao and turn Ao Bao back into a normal human, so that you don't have to worry about being discovered by others? Tang Rui replied, the human body is too fragile. Ever since he witnessed Ao Bao die in his arms last time, Tang Rui was very scared. He couldn't bear the pain of losing Ao Bao. At that time, he was really in pain. If Ao Bao was a zombie, he wouldn't have to worry so much about Ao Bao's death. Compared with the human body, the zombie body has too many advantages. So Tang Rui of course chose to let Ao Bao continue to be a carefree little zombie. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Tang Rui to return to the city, Yang Yu had to give up and talk about other topics. Now there are no zombies or superpowers, and Ao Bao is not only a zombie, but also retains superpowers, which is quite strange. After the end of the apocalypse, all superpowers experienced a decline in strength, and gradually their superpowers disappeared, and finally they all turned back into ordinary humans. Yang Yu's hypnosis is still there, because it is his own ability, not some supernatural power. As for Tang Rui, his strength has also declined. His speed is much slower than before, and his strength is much less than before. The animal virus in his body has also completely healed, so he is now an ordinary person. In the whole world, almost all zombies and supernatural people are gone. Only Ao Bao has two, and they are still preserved, and have not disappeared so far. Now as long as Ao Bao is willing, then occupying the entire earth and ruling all mankind is basically a matter of minutes. Tang Rui's eyes are on the little white flower on Ao Bao's head. As long as this flower is still there, Ao Bao's supernatural power will not disappear. Yang Yu also cast his eyes over and put them on Ao Bao's head. That little flower looks very energetic. Ao Bao must be in good physical condition. If Ao Bao is sick, the little flower on his head will wilt, or the petals will turn yellow. Tang Rui responded casually, yeah. No one knows why Ao Bao has a flower on his head. Tang Rui didn't go into it. As long as Ao Bao is fine, he wouldn't mind whether it grows flowers, grass, or even trees on his head. Yang Yu looked down at his watch and saw that it was late. He had to go. Before leaving, Yang Yu still advised, Brother Rui, the world outside is developing very fast. There are many interesting new things. If you have time, take Ao Bao out to see it. When the weather is cooler, I will take Ao Bao out. Tang Rui didn't want to be completely isolated from the world. He still wanted to go out and play occasionally. Yang Yu left quickly without staying any longer. Not long after Yang Yu left, Ao Bao woke up. He had only slept for an hour for this nap. As soon as he woke up, Ao Bao wanted to go out and play. The cabin couldn't hold him. Seeing that Ao Bao really wanted to go out, Tang Rui decided to take Ao Bao to take a bath in the ice spring in the bamboo forest behind. The spring water was particularly cold, but it was summer and the temperature was high, so it was just right to soak in the spring water. It was very comfortable and didn't feel too cold. After taking off his clothes, Tang Rui hugged Ao Bao and went into the water together, planning to play in it once. Ao Bao was originally going to swim in it, but Ruirui's flesh came in, which made him unable to swim, so he could only take a bath next to Ruirui. Tang Rui stroked Ao Bao's bulging belly and asked softly, Ao Bao, do you want to go out and play? Ao Bao was playing with a little duck floating on the water. When he heard Ruirui ask him if he wanted to go out and play, Ao Bao nodded vigorously, indicating that he wanted to go out and play. Ao Bao, play. Tang Rui was mainly afraid that Ao Bao would play outside, and he didn't want to go back to the cabin to live a dull and boring life. Tang Rui could only postpone the time, wait for a while, and then take you out to play. After a while, these words would definitely be forgotten. Even if Tang Rui remembered, he might not take Ao Bao out to play. But Ao Bao believed in Ruirui very much and felt that Ruirui would definitely take him out to play after a while. So Ao Bao was very happy now. Ao. When Ao Bao came out of the ice spring, his legs were weak, and he couldn't walk. He had to rely on Ruirui to carry him. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and walked around the forest twice, found some wild grass, and found a nest of pheasant eggs. When he returned, he could make a wild grass egg pancake to eat. Ao Bao doesn't like to eat vegetables, but if vegetables are mixed with eggs, Ao Bao likes to eat them very much. In order to let Ao Bao eat more vegetables, Tang Rui often makes vegetable egg pancakes. The ratio of eggs to vegetables is 1:10. Basically all vegetables, so that eating is balanced. Ao Bao's body has never lacked a certain nutrition. He has been raised to be white and fat, and even has a situation of overnutrition. His little face has become rounder and more chubby than before. When such an Ao Bao appears in front of those humans, almost no one will think that Ao Bao is a zombie, so the risk of being recognized is extremely low. But Tang Rui is still worried. Tang Rui picked up a piece of freshly made vegetable pancake with chopsticks, blew it to cool, and fed it to Ao Bao, asking as he fed it, Ao Bao, do you like staying here? Ao Bao opened his mouth and ate the whole piece of pancake. Ao, I like it. Hearing Ao Bao say that he likes it, Tang Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Rui didn't know how the outside world was developing, and he didn't want to know. He just wanted to live in this small wooden house with Ao Bao. A few days later, Yang Yu came again, and brought 2 satellite phones, which could be connected without signals. Brother Rui, take these 2 phones. I will call you when the time comes. In addition, there are small games on this phone to play, all of which are educational games. Play more, so that Ao Bao's little brain can become more flexible. Ao Bao couldn't wait to hold the phone and play the small games in it. The rules of the game were simple, but it was difficult to pass it. Ao Bao played twice, but he always died in one go. This time, Ao Bao was so angry that he almost threw his phone out. This kind of puzzle game is not suitable for Ao Bao to play. In the end, Ao Bao relied on La Dong's help to successfully pass a level. Although it is a brain-enhancing game, you still can't be too addicted to it. Tang Rui decisively took the satellite phone from Ao Bao's hand, and then stuffed the small ball into Ao Bao's hand. Ao Bao, play this. Ao Bao no longer cares about those toys. Ao Bao said he wanted to play games again, but Tang Rui refused firmly. No, Yang Yu said a few words to help Ao Bao. Brother Rui. Let Ao Bao play a few more times. It's not a dangerous game anyway. Tang Rui threw the 2 satellite phones into Yang Yu's arms. Take it away. I don't need it. Yang Yu originally wanted to contact Ao Bao by phone. But Tang Rui didn't want it. Brother Rui. You should keep this phone. I will contact you when I am free. And it will be more convenient if you need my help. What's there to contact you? Tang Rui is unlikely to take the initiative to contact Yang Yu with his mobile phone. Yang Yu said shamelessly, if Ao Bao misses me, can't he call me? This made Tang Rui unhappy. And he said rudely, get lost. Okay. Then I'm leaving. And I'll come see you next time. Before leaving, Yang Yu left the 2 satellite phones to Tang Rui. Ever since Ao Bao got addicted to those little games, he would play them even when he was eating meat. Tang Rui lived with Ao Bao in that small mountain valley for several years. One day, Ao Bao suddenly fell ill and had a high fever that wouldn't go away. His brain was confused and his consciousness became blurred. Tang Rui shouted several times beside him, but Ao Bao didn't respond. Ao Bao was so feverish that he couldn't get medicine from the space. Tang Rui had to pick some herbs to make a bowl of black soup for Ao Bao. This soup was very bitter, and Ao Bao just took a sip and spit it all out. Seeing Ao Bao's little face flushed with fever, Tang Rui frowned with worry. You have to take the medicine to get better. Dear, just take a bite. After tasting the bitter medicine, Ao Bao refused to open his mouth no matter what. His little mouth was closed tightly and couldn't be pried open. Tang Rui had no idea what to do. He wanted to trick Ao Bao into opening his mouth with candy, and then take the opportunity to feed him medicine. But Ao Bao was no longer as easy to fool as before. And he was not fooled at all. If Ao Bao was allowed to continue to have a fever, his brain would definitely be burned out. So he couldn't delay it any longer. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao down the mountain, wanting to find some antipyretic medicine in the pharmacy. After many years, Tang Rui finally brought Ao Bao down the mountain. After the end of the apocalypse, modern society was rebuilt, and all aspects developed very rapidly. But it was only a few years, and it was impossible to recover to the situation before the apocalypse so quickly. So some towns still had no one, let alone any pharmacies. Tang Rui took Ao Bao on foot for more than 100 kilometers, and came to the central section of the big city, where he saw the bustling and prosperous scene. Tang Rui avoided the crowd, and carried Ao Bao to a nearby pharmacy. He first put a fever-reducing patch on Ao Bao's forehead, and got some antipyretic medicine. The clerk at the pharmacy saw that Ao Bao was already delirious with fever, so he suggested that Tang Rui go to a large hospital for a checkup. Otherwise his life might be in danger. Ao Bao was a zombie, and had no heartbeat. If he went to the hospital for a checkup, his identity as a zombie would definitely be exposed. So Tang Rui didn't dare to take Ao Bao to the hospital. After getting the antipyretic medicine, Tang Rui quickly gave Ao Bao 2 tablets. After taking the medicine, Ao Bao fell into a deep sleep. Tang Rui held Ao Bao, who was already asleep, and found a secluded place on the side of the road to sit down and rest. Touching Ao Bao's face, which was still so hot, Tang Rui was extremely anxious and hesitated whether to take Ao Bao to the hospital. If he went, he would definitely be exposed. If he didn't go, Ao Bao would not be able to get treatment. If he continued to have a fever like this, something would happen. Tang Rui didn't know what to do. Just when he was getting impatient, the satellite phone in his backpack rang. It was obvious that it was Yang Yu who called. Yang Yu called at the right time. Tang Rui needed help. After answering the phone, Tang Rui asked anxiously, "Where are you?" Hearing that Tang Rui's tone was wrong, Yang Yu also asked quickly, "Brother Rui, what's wrong?" Tang Rui replied helplessly, "Ao Bao is sick." Yang Yu was also anxious. "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" "No. I'm already near the hospital." The central hospital was not far away. But Tang Rui didn't dare to take Ao Bao in. Yang Yu asked, "Which hospital is it?" "I'll find you." Tang Rui did not give the address, but only said, "Ao Bao is a zombie. I am afraid that the doctors will find out, so I dare not take Ao Bao to the hospital." Yang Yu immediately replied, "I have a private doctor. I will take him to see Ao Bao." "Okay. If it is Yang Yu's private doctor, then it will be easy. Let the private doctor treat Ao Bao first, and then find a way to kill the doctor after the cure. However, if the doctor can be trusted, Tang Rui can also spare his life." Yang Yu came with the private doctor soon. Yang Yu also prepared the private doctor in advance and told him that Ao Bao was a zombie, so that he would not be surprised after the examination. This fact almost scared the private doctor to death. He grumbled in fear that the end of the world was about to begin again. Yang Yu held him down and hypnotized and brainwashed him. The private doctor quickly accepted that Ao Bao was a zombie. After meeting Tang Rui and the others, Yang Yu looked at Ao Bao, who was almost burnt, and said, "Let's go to a nearby hotel first. It's not easy to treat him on the street." "Yes." Tang Rui nodded, then followed Yang Yu's steps and entered the hotel. After entering the room, Tang Rui first laid Ao Bao flat on the bed. He glanced at the private doctor following Yang Yu and asked, "How good are you?" Yang Yu said, "Brother Rui, don't worry. His level is absolutely top-notch. The end of the world just ended not long ago, and the economy has not recovered so quickly. Now talents are extremely scarce, and doctors are rare animals. But Yang Yu can actually hire a private doctor, which is very suspicious." However, Tang Rui was not interested in the relationship between this private doctor and Yang Yu for the time being. Anyway, let the doctor take a look at Ao Bao first. If the doctor is not good enough, he will change another one. Tang Rui waved to the doctor, "Come and take a look at Ao Bao." The private doctor walked over and checked Ao Bao pupils first, then checked his throat, and then found that it was the blister in the throat that caused the high fever. The private doctor looked at Tang Rui and said, "This person needs to take quick anti-inflammatory drugs. Otherwise the fever will come back again and again." Yang Yu said very actively on the side, "I'll go buy medicine." With that, Yang Yu turned around and left, leaving Tang Rui and the private doctor face to face. However, Tang Rui's mind was on Ao Bao at the moment, and he didn't see the private doctor at all. After a few minutes, Tang Rui suddenly asked the illegitimate doctor, "What is your relationship with the surname Yang?" At this time, no one can afford a private doctor, especially someone like Yang Yu who has no money and power. And it is even more impossible to have a private doctor. The only possibility is probably that the two of them are a couple. Tang Rui thought Yang Yu liked Yu, but he didn't expect that he had fallen in love with someone else. The private doctor was actually hypnotized by Yang Yu, so he followed Yang Yu wholeheartedly. And he was not only a private doctor, but also a bodyguard and agent. Because Yang Yu is now the only big star in the end of the world, he naturally has to have bodyguards and agents around him. In addition, Yang Yu and this private doctor were high school classmates, so the two of them were so close. The private doctor explained to Tang Rui that he and Yang Yu were high school classmates. After hearing this, Tang Rui nodded thoughtfully. "So you are old lovers." The private doctor quickly waved his hand and rejected it, saying, "Don't get me wrong. I'm not gay. Now that Ao Bao is so seriously ill, he has no time to care about other people's private affairs." The reason why he asked that question was just to find out whether the origin of this private doctor is unknown. After a brief chat, Tang Rui did not continue the conversation after understanding the relationship between the private doctor and Yang Yu. The air in the room seemed to be frozen, and it was not until Yang Yu came back with the medicine that the strange calm was broken. Yang Yu gave the medicine to Tang Rui, and Tang Rui fed the anti-inflammatory medicine to Ao Bao. Anti-inflammatory medicine is much more effective than antipyretic medicine. Not long after taking it, Ao Bao fever subsided a little. The private doctor went to get a bag of saline and glucose water to prevent bacterial infection for Ao Bao to inject. After hanging 2 bags of water, Ao Bao fever was completely subsided. Tang Rui's heart, which had been hanging, fell. Yang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Rui, why don't you go back to the mountain valley and stay here? Medical care and transportation are convenient here, and there is nothing missing. It's much better than the mountain." Tang Rui was originally very reluctant to return to the big city to live, thinking that it was full of humans, with a lot of intrigue, and he couldn't handle it. But Tang Rui has changed his mind now. He decided to live in the city with Ao Bao for a while. If he can't adapt, he will go back to the mountains. Seeing that Tang Rui was going to live in the city, Yang Yu immediately looked for a house and asked, "Brother Rui, how about you live upstairs in my house? I don't want to be too close to you." Yang Yu is a noisy person, and Tang Rui wants to live far away from him. Yang Yu felt that he was being disliked, but in the end Tang Rui still moved to Yang Yu's upstairs with Ao Bao, mainly because there was no other place to live. Formally entering urban life, Tang Rui is still a little uncomfortable. As soon as he goes out, He can be humans, which makes Tang Rui very afraid to take Ao Bao out. So Tang Rui usually stays at home with Ao Bao, and only dares to accompany Ao Bao to take a walk downstairs at night. Every time he goes downstairs for a walk, he can run into acquaintances. Tang Rui doesn't know those people, but those people know him and greet him warmly. Some people also know Ao Bao and call Ao Bao Master Shangwan. This feeling of being recognized makes Tang Rui very alert. He is afraid that someone will find out that Ao Bao has not been vaccinated at all. After a day of consideration, Tang Rui decided to move to an old and small community with few people. The high-end community where Yang Yu lives is really not suitable for him and Ao Bao. A few days later, Tang Rui moved to a 2-story building with Ao Bao, because the community was too rundown. No one lived there except for 1 or 2 elderly men and women. After the last high fever, Ao Bao's space disappeared, and he turned back into a little zombie without superpowers. The food in the space was gone, which was a pity. But Tang Rui felt fortunate, because the zombie virus in his Ao Bao was not removed. But Tang Rui now had to go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables every day and find a way to make money. For Tang Rui, money was not a problem, and Yang Yu would come to help from time to time. Life was not as comfortable as before, but it was not miserable. Ao Bao was still white and fat, not thin at all. In order to prevent others from finding out that Ao Bao is a zombie, Tang Rui usually puts a printed small mask on Ao Bao before going out. However, this mask is actually the same as not wearing it. After all, Ao Bao looks whiter and tenderer than humans. He doesn't look like a little zombie at all. Most people can't recognize him unless they have seen Ao Bao in the apocalypse. But Tang Rui still thinks it's better to be cautious. He doesn't dare to joke with Ao Bao life. Sometimes, for the sake of safety, Tang Rui will lock Ao Bao at home and lock the door. Being locked at home, Ao Bao doesn't make noise or make trouble, because he has cartoons to watch, so he won't feel bored. After Ao Bao finishes watching 2 episodes of cartoons, Tang Rui will come back. Tang Rui will not leave Ao Bao at home for too long. He will be home in no more than 20 minutes. It is summer now, and the weather is very hot. There are not many pedestrians on the street outside. They all hide at home to blow air conditioning to avoid the heat. Ao Bao's body is not suitable for blowing air conditioning. He will catch a cold and have a fever if he blows it. He can only turn on a small fan to blow it. In the end times, various infrastructures are not perfect, and there is less wind power, hydropower, and nuclear power generation. Therefore, fans are not always available. They can only be used for a while during the noon period, and the power will be cut off in the afternoon. But the afternoon is the hottest time period. Ao Bao is too hot to sleep and tosses and turns in bed. Tang Rui hurried out to buy some ice cubes, then placed the ice cubes next to Ao Bao's pillow, and then fanned it with a fan, which instantly had the effect of air conditioning. Ao Bao spread out his little hands and feet, and fell asleep in a big word. Tang Rui did not accompany Ao Bao for a nap. He had to keep fanning. Otherwise Ao Bao would be woken up by the heat. After fanning Ao Bao for a while, Tang Rui broke out in a sweat. The white vest on his body was soaked, sticking to his skin. Sticky and uncomfortable. Tang Rui simply took off the soaked white vest on his body, and it was cooler to be shirtless. The window next to him was open, but the air blowing in was hot. When the sun came in the afternoon, it became even hotter. Tang Rui got out of bed, closed the curtains to block the sunlight, and then came back to continue fanning Ao Bao. The temperature in the city is much higher than that in the mountains. Tang Rui originally wanted to take Ao Bao back to live in the mountains, but Ao Bao was reluctant to leave the TV and game console, so he refused to go back to live in the mountains. Tang Rui doted on his wife so much. Of course he would do everything according to Ao Bao. Ao Bao didn't want to go back, so he had to choose to stay. Tang Rui could tolerate a little heat, but he was afraid that Ao Bao would get too hot. After fanning for an hour, Tang Rui's wrists and arms were so sore that they were almost numb. But he did not reduce the frequency of fanning, nor did he slack off, and kept a constant speed. With Tang Rui's careful care, Ao Bao had a very comfortable nap. When he woke up, he saw Ruirui still fanning him. So Ao Bao took the fan from Ruirui. Ao Bao wanted Ruirui to rest for a while, but when he stopped fanning, Ao Bao immediately started sweating again. Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and took him to the bathroom, saying, "Soak in cold water, and you won't feel hot anymore." Arriving in the bathroom, Tang Rui sat down on a small stool first, then pulled Ao Bao onto his lap. Ao Bao was also wearing a small white vest, and there were red marks on his exposed arms, which were left on the bamboo mat when he was sleeping just now. Tang Rui helped Ao Bao take off the small vest and the shorts underneath, revealing his clean white body. Ao Bao straightened his waist and poked Rui with his little Ao Bao. Tang Rui's eyes darkened a little. Ao Bao dared to poke him. He would poke Ao Bao through him later. After filling the bathtub with cold water, Tang Rui held Ao Bao and sat in it. When Ao Bao was playing with a small water ball, Tang Rui slipped in quietly. Of course Ao Bao could feel it, but he didn't stop Rui. He just felt hungry, and now he could eat all at once, which was really happy. Ao Bao leaned on Tang Rui's chest with a satisfied look on his face, playing with the water ball and eating meat. The bath lasted until 7 in the evening. At this time, the sun was still hanging in the sky, but the temperature was not that high. Yang Yu would come to eat dinner on time at 8 o'clock every night. Today was no exception. Yang Yu came at 7:50. At this time, Tang Rui was still busy cooking in the kitchen, and Ao Bao was playing alone in the living room, with toys all over the floor. Yang Yu carefully avoided those toys, so as not to accidentally crush one and make Ao Bao cry again. Last time, Yang Yu crushed one of Ao Bao's toy trains, and Ao Bao almost wanted to fight him. In the end, he used a new set of toys to atone for his sins, and got Ao Bao's forgiveness. It was really not easy. Yang Yu avoided the living room full of toys, and went to the kitchen to see what Tang Rui was cooking today. Before he even reached the kitchen door, Yang Yu could already smell the aroma, and his mouth was watering. Brother Rui, what are you cooking? Is it cooked? Let me try it. Yang Yu stretched out his hand, ready to take a piece from the pot to try. Tang Rui hit him on the back of his hand with a spatula. Your hands are dirty. Don't put them in the pot. The spatula was hot, and after being hit, Yang Yu immediately retracted his hand. Can't I go wash my hands? No. Tang Rui didn't cook for Yang Yu, so of course, he had to give the first bite to Ao Bao. Tang Rui scooped out the cooked dishes, put them on a plate, and then took it to the living room and gave Ao Bao a piece to try. Open your mouth. Ao Bao opened his little mouth and ate everything Rui fed him. Tang Rui waited for a while and asked, Is it delicious? Ao Bao nodded perfunctorily, and then continued to play with toys. After eating meat all afternoon this afternoon, Ao Bao is not too hungry now. Tang Rui could see that Ao Bao didn't want to eat, so he had to postpone the meal time until Ao Bao was hungry and wanted to eat. Poor Yang Yu had been waiting with an empty stomach, and he still hadn't eaten until 9 o'clock in the evening. Yang Yu covered his rumbling stomach and crawled over to ask, Ao Bao, aren't you hungry yet? Ao Bao played with the new toy more vigorously, shaking his head to show that he was not hungry at all. Ao Bao wanted to play for a while longer. Yang Yu knew that Ao Bao must have been fed by Brother Rui's meat. After 10 o'clock in the evening, there would be another stop, so Yang Yu didn't need to wait too long. At 9:30, he had to eat even if he didn't want to. Otherwise there would be a power outage, and he would have to eat in the dark. Ao Bao didn't want to eat at first, but Tang Rui forced him to stuff a bowl into his stomach. Yang Yu was so full that he couldn't walk anymore. It was already late, so he asked Tang Rui if he could stay overnight. Tang Rui replied expressionlessly, Make a bed on the floor in the living room. Yang Yu happily agreed, Okay. At night, Yang Yu slept alone in the living room, while Tang Rui and Ao Bao slept in the inner room. But even though there was a wall between them, Yang Yu's snoring, which was like an electric drill, could still be heard. This seriously affected Tang Rui's feeding of Ao Bao meat. It seemed that Yang Yu would never stay overnight in the future. In addition, Ao Bao actually thought Yang Yu's snoring was funny, and even imitated it. Hoo! Tang Rui held down his Ao Bao, and gave him a big kiss. How could his Ao Bao be so cute? It was about to melt his heart. After Ao Bao fell asleep, Tang Rui planned to go to sleep. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he heard crying in the living room. Tang Rui lost all sleepiness in an instant. He woke up and listened carefully to the source of the crying. Then he found that the person crying was Yang Yu. Tang Rui felt puzzled, so he got up to check and asked, What's wrong? Tang Rui's cold voice suddenly came from behind him, which frightened Yang Yu so much that he shivered. He turned his head stiffly, then hurriedly wiped away his tears and said, Brother Rui, I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Tang Rui didn't believe that a nightmare could scare Yang Yu, an adult, to tears. I missed you. Yang Yu subconsciously argued. I didn't. Tang Rui said again. Hasn't he come back? Yu is back? Where is he? Yang Yu's words instantly exposed his thoughts. Tang Rui sat down on the sofa and said, he came to see me the day before yesterday. Yang Yu asked in despair, did he really come to see you? You actually came to see Brother Rui, but didn't go to see him? Yang Yu felt that he might really have no way to get Yu's trust again. Is the fate between them over? Yang Yu was a little unwilling in his heart, and couldn't help but wipe his tears again, cursing, that heartless guy. Hasn't he come to see me for so long? I will break up with him in the future. Yang Yu's words were very childish. But in fact, he was still reluctant to break up with Yu. He did come to me, but he came to ask me about you. Tang Rui really didn't want to eat their dog food, but he couldn't stand Yang Yu crying even more. A smile flashed across Yang Yu's lips. He's asking about me. Tang Rui nodded impatiently. Yeah. Where is he now? Yang Yu decided to find Yu. Tang Rui didn't have the patience to continue chatting with Yang Yu. I don't know. You can find him tomorrow. Be quiet tonight, and don't cry anymore. If you wake up Ao Bao, I'll make you look good. Okay. Yang Yu was in a very good mood now. He thought that Yu had forgotten him, but he didn't expect the guy to secretly ask about him behind his back. What a dead Sundara. Tang Rui returned to the bedroom and hugged Ao Bao to sleep. It was very hot at night. It would be even hotter if the two of them slept together. They were sweating profusely and wet the pillow. But Tang Rui and Ao Bao would still sleep together and never separate, staying in the house all the time, unable to go anywhere. Ao Bao sometimes feels bored, especially when he is tired of playing with toys and watching cartoons. If Rui was with him, Ao Bao would not feel bored. But Rui went out to do something, and an hour had passed, and he had not returned yet. Ao Bao put down the toys he was tired of playing with and looked towards the door. The door had been locked by Rui and could not be opened. Ao Bao turned his attention to the window. All the windows were locked. Only the top window was open, because the top window was used for ventilation. Ao Bao moved a small stool over, stepped on the small stool, and then climbed out of the ventilation window. Fortunately, this is the first floor, and there is a soft lawn outside. Otherwise Ao Bao would definitely break his arms and legs. After escaping from the house successfully, Ao Bao didn't know where to go. After turning around twice in confusion, he decided to crawl back into the house. The human world was still too dangerous for a little zombie like him, and Rui was not around. So Ao Bao didn't dare to run around. Ao Bao was going to climb in through the ventilation window again. But this time, there was no small stool to step on, so he couldn't reach it at all. Ao Bao thought he would never go home again. So he squatted under the window and cried. He cried for a few words. And then, he heard Rui's voice coming from the house. Tang Rui just came into the house with a bag of fruit. He looked around and shouted, Ao Bao. Ao Bao, who was crying outside, quickly stood up and knocked on the window twice. Ao. Rui. Ao. Rui. Ao Bao is here. Tang Rui saw that Ao Bao voice came from outside, so he hurried over to check. Seeing that Ao Bao was really outside the house, Tang Rui unlocked the window and asked anxiously and angrily, Ao Bao, what are you doing outside? After opening the window, Tang Rui hurriedly carried Ao Bao in. Fortunately, he came back early. Otherwise Ao Bao would have run away. Tang Rui asked angrily, how did you run out? He locked all the doors and windows, but Ao Bao was able to run out. I wonder if Ao Bao has stimulated any new superpowers. Seeing that Rui was angry with him, Ao Bao trembled in fear, then pointed to the top ventilation window with his little finger and told Rui that he climbed out from there. Ao! The ventilation window was very small, and Tang Rui thought that Ao Bao could not climb out, so he did not close it. As a result, Ao Bao was able to climb out, and he miscalculated. After experiencing this incident, Tang Rui quickly sealed the top window to prevent Ao Bao from escaping again. After sealing the window, Tang Rui came to question again, Ao Bao. What do you want to do when you run away? Ao Bao was just too bored and wanted to run out to play. If you want to go out to play, you can let me take you. But you can't sneak out alone. How could Tang Rui let Ao Bao go out alone? If he encountered danger, the consequences would be disastrous. Ao Bao lowered his head and made a gesture of admitting his mistake. Ao. Actually, Ao Bao regretted it as soon as he ran out. And he didn't want to run around alone, considering that this was Ao Bao's first offense. Tang Rui gave him a few words of instruction and didn't punish Ao Bao. After the training, Tang Rui took the fruit he bought and cut it into small pieces to feed Ao Bao. In the end times, there were very few fruits to eat. People usually ate canned fruits. Occasionally, they would come across 1 or 2 fruit trees while traveling, but because they were purely wild, they did not taste good, especially sour, and there were many insects. Fruits nowadays are cultivated, much sweeter than wild ones, and larger in size. As long as it is sweet fruit, Ao Bao basically likes to eat it, but will not eat slightly sour ones. Before feeding Ao Bao fruit, Tang Rui would taste it himself to see if it is sour. If it is sour, he would eat it and leave the sweet ones for Ao Bao. Tang Rui picked up a piece of cantaloupe with a fork and fed it to Ao Bao's mouth, saying, "I'll take you to the street to play tonight." Knowing that Ao Bao was bored, Tang Rui decided to take Ao Bao out for a walk and buy some new clothes. Since the end of the end times, Tang Rui has never let Ao Bao wear a little skirt again. Now he always wears pants. The reason why I didn't let Ao Bao wear a skirt was because I was embarrassed to buy one in a women's clothing store. In the end times, people would just walk into a clothing store and look around. If they saw something they liked, they would put it in their backpacks and take it away without paying. But now, after entering the store, a bunch of waiters followed him. Tang Rui didn't dare to openly take Ao Bao, a little boy, into a women's clothing store to buy a little skirt. Moreover, if Ao Bao, a little boy, wore a skirt, it would be very strange, and he would definitely be looked at strangely by people around him. Tonight, Tang Rui only planned to take Ao Bao to buy 2 shorts. As for the little skirt, forget it. After dinner, around 5 or 6 o'clock, the sun hadn't completely set yet, and the temperature was just right. Not too cold or too hot, so there would be many people on the street. Tang Rui put a small mask on Ao Bao in advance, and then squeezed into the crowd. There is a commercial street not far away, which is full of clothing stores, especially women's clothing stores. Tang Rui almost couldn't help several times, and wanted to go into the women's clothing store to take a look and buy 2 short skirts for Ao Bao. Fortunately, he endured it in the end. Otherwise he would be embarrassed. Tang Rui was embarrassed to go to the women's clothing store, so he kept wandering outside the store. The clerk holding a sign at the door saw his thoughts and greeted him. "Sir, come in and take a look. Buy 2 pieces for your wife." The clerk thought Ao Bao was Tang Rui's son, so he guessed that Tang Rui might have a wife at home. So there was the above sentence. But Tang Rui thought that the wife in the clerk's mouth was Ao Bao, and wondered if she thought Ao Bao was a girl. If he was mistaken for a girl, it should be reasonable to go in and buy 2 women's clothes, so he would not be considered a pervert. So Tang Rui swaggered in with Ao Bao on his back. There are several plaid miniskirts in the store. Pink, blue, gray, all kinds of colors and styles. Dazzling. Tang Rui took a pink miniskirt and compared it with Ao Bao. Ao Bao's waist is too thin. This miniskirt is a bit big. The size is not suitable. Tang Rui called the clerk and asked if there is a smaller size. The clerk looked at Tang Rui and Ao Bao with a strange look. "Sir, are you buying it for this child?" Tang Rui's expression was a little stiff, and he asked, "Can you see that Ao Bao is a boy?" "I can see." She was not blind. She could still tell the difference between a boy and a girl. Ao Bao was recognized as a boy, and boys were not allowed to wear skirts. Tang Rui returned the pink miniskirt in his hand to the clerk and said, "I won't buy it." Tang Rui just wanted to take Ao Bao away from here as soon as possible. It was too embarrassing. Seeing that the customer was about to run away, the female clerk quickly chased after him. "Sir, you really don't want to buy 2 pieces? There is a discount now. Buy 1 get 1 free. It's a good deal." Tang Rui couldn't resist the temptation of buy 1 get 1 free, so he bought 2 pieces. After paying, he put them in a black plastic bag. It felt like he bought 2 bombs. He packed them tightly for fear that others would see them. The miniskirt was already in his hands, so Tang Rui didn't continue to take Ao Bao shopping, and hurried back home. As soon as he got home, Tang Rui put the miniskirt on Ao Bao to try it out. The size was just right, and it fit him very well. Although Ao Bao is a boy, he looks very suitable for wearing a skirt. as if he was born to wear a skirt. Tang Rui stared at Ao Bao's lower body without blinking, and asked while looking, Ao Bao, do you like it? It doesn't matter whether Ao Bao likes it or not. What matters is that Rui likes it. Now it is obvious that Rui likes him wearing a skirt very much. As long as Rui likes it, Ao Bao will like it. Ao Bao turned around and showed the skirt to Rui better. But Tang Rui didn't look at the skirt itself. He looked at the attractive scenery under the skirt. Ao Bao asked back, Ao, does Rui like it? Of course Tang Rui likes it. And he likes it very much. He doesn't like to see Ao Bao wearing women's clothes. And this skirt is short. It can't cover much flesh. And the key parts are looming and very tempting. It is also convenient to do. Just lift the skirt. Of course. Another important reason cannot be ruled out. That is, Ao Bao looks so good in a skirt that Tang Rui can't take his eyes off. He expects Ao Bao to bend down so that his little butt will be exposed, which makes him even more unable to take his eyes off. Ao Bao, I'll buy you a few more some other day. These two little skirts are obviously not enough. So I have to buy a few more. And try all kinds of styles. Ao Bao also agreed happily. It doesn't matter what he wears. He has to wear whatever Rui likes. Tang Rui smiled and rubbed Ao Bao's little head and said, turn around twice more for me to see. Ao Bao obeyed and turned around, turning twice on the left, and then turning twice on the right. Tang Rui was drooling. Ao Bao. Okay. Stop turning. Ao Bao was also dizzy. After stopping, his body was crooked, and he couldn't even stand steadily. Tang Rui took Ao Bao's staggering body into his arms and asked, do you want to eat meat? Ao Bao was still dizzy, and didn't react to what Rui was saying. When he reacted, he was already pressed on the sofa by Rui. Tang Rui couldn't help but kiss him, sucking on Ao Bao's mouth again and again. Ao Bao, you are so beautiful. Ao Bao smiled foolishly twice. Ao, Rui is also beautiful. In Ao Bao's eyes, Rui is the most beautiful man in the world. No one else. Hearing Ao Bao praising him, Tang Rui couldn't help but laugh. My silly Ao Bao. God was fair to him, letting him meet Ao Bao, which was the luckiest thing in his life. Tang Rui was so tempted by Ao Bao wearing a short skirt that he felt like his whole body was on fire and felt very uncomfortable. Ao Bao. Tang Rui called out affectionately, then pressed Ao Bao on his legs and kissed him. Ao Bao always secretly ate a lot of candies, so there was often a very sweet taste in his mouth. Tang Rui used his tongue to stir Ao Bao's mouth for a few times, and soon withdrew, asking with a heavy breath, did you eat several candies again today? Seeing that Rui had seen through it, Ao Bao had to admit it, and nodded timidly, knowing that Rui would definitely say a lot of words next. Ao Bao blocked his ears with 2 fingers in advance, not giving Rui a chance to scold him. Seeing Ao Bao blocking his ears in advance, Tang Rui was so angry that he laughed. Of course, he was reluctant to scold Ao Bao, but some words still had to be said to Ao Bao. Tang Rui forcibly took away Ao Bao's hand that was blocking his ears. Ao Bao, I told you before that you can only eat 1 candy a day, not more. Eating too much will cause tooth decay. Ao Bao lowered his head and picked at his little fingernail, not knowing whether he was listening carefully. Tang Rui repeated his instructions several times before he stopped talking. He might have been a bit long-winded, but it was all for Ao Bao good. He knew that Ao Bao was not listening to him at all, and he also knew that Ao Bao would not correct his mistakes. So Tang Rui went all out this time and hid all the candies in a place where Ao Bao could not reach, so that the problem could be solved fundamentally. After scolding Ao Bao, Tang Rui had to continue to do his business and calm down. In recent days, Ao Bao has become more and more attractive, and Tang Rui's self-control has become worse and worse. He is always in a state of rage. Fortunately, Ao Bao likes to eat his meat, so he has never refused him. Otherwise he would be suffocated to death. Tang Rui changed his serious look when he was lecturing just now, and asked gently, Ao Bao, do you want to eat meat? Ao Bao thought Rui was angry, but Rui not only did not spank him, but also gave him meat. How could Ao Bao be willing to refuse such a good thing? Ao Rui, meat. Ao Wu. Ao Bao wants to eat meat. He wants to eat Rui's meat. Tang Rui smiled knowingly, and then said, okay, I'll feed you now. After eating, Ao Bao fell asleep in Tang Rui's arms, wearing the short skirt he just bought today. This short skirt can only be worn at home, and can only be worn for Tang Rui to see. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao into the bathroom, with a satisfied look on his face to take a bath and wash off the sweat on his body. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and there was no electricity to use. So Tang Rui lit a candle in the bathroom and helped Ao Bao wash his body in the dim candlelight. Logically, zombies should not grow anymore, and all aspects will definitely stop developing. But Ao Bao, as the only little zombie left in the world, actually grew taller. Tang Rui did not formally measure Ao Bao's height. He just estimated it with his eyes, and felt that Ao Bao seemed to have grown 1 or 2 centimeters taller, and his facial features had completely grown. But the childishness on his face had not faded. But he was a little more mature than before. After taking a bath, Tang Rui took Ao Bao out of the bathroom and went back to the bedroom to sleep. He still has work to do tomorrow morning, so he has to go to bed early. The next morning, Ao Bao woke up, but not fully awake. He only opened his eyes a little, and took a look at what Ruirui was doing. Seeing Ruirui take off his vest and change into long sleeves, Ao Bao knew that Ruirui was ready to go out. Ao Bao lost his sleepiness in an instant, and jumped out of the bed, holding Ruirui's belt tightly with his little hands, as if begging Ruirui not to go out. Tang Rui tidied the collar of his shirt, then picked up Ao Bao from the bed and took him to the bathroom to wash up. While washing up, Tang Rui described his new job in a simple and brisk tone. I found a short-term job, which only requires 3 hours of work in the morning. Ao Bao, you wait for me at home obediently. As long as you are obedient, I will give you new toys. Compared with Ruirui, toys are not important at all. Ao Bao's little hand is still holding Tang Rui's belt, and refuses to let go. Tang Rui used the softest towel to wash Ao Bao's face, saying, "Be good. Listen to me. I'll be back after 3 hours of work." In order to give Ao Bao a better living condition, Tang Rui had to go out to work and earn more money. And when he was working, Ao Bao had to stay at home. Tang Rui didn't want Ao Bao to stay at home alone. But there was no way. He couldn't take Ao Bao to work, which would delay the progress of work. Ao Bao pouted and said sadly, "Ao, no." Seeing tears flashing in Ao Bao's eyes, Tang Rui felt a little bit reluctant, and sighed and said, "If we don't go to work, we will starve." Ao Bao is not afraid of hunger, as long as he eats Ruirui's meat. Ao Bao, you can eat my meat, but I also need to eat. Otherwise, I won't have the strength to give you meat. And if Ao Bao only eats his meat without eating, he will still be hungry. After all, his meat can't really fill his stomach. Ao Bao cried and shook his head. Ao, no, no. Before the end of the world, they stayed together every day and never separated. Now that the end of the world is over, they have to separate for 3 hours every day. Ao Bao would rather go back to the end of the world. I'm only busy for this period of time. When I take the position of governor, I won't need to be so busy. After becoming the governor, Tang Rui can take Ao Bao to his workplace, and they can continue to stay together as before. Ao Bao doesn't think about the future. He just wants Ruirui to accompany him now. Ao Bao buried his head in Ruirui's arms. His tears and snot rubbed on Ruirui's clothes, and he cried out in a thick voice, "Ruirui." Tang Rui's heart was melted by Ao Bao's cry. After thinking carefully for a while, he decided to take Ao Bao to work. Anyway, he was worried about leaving Ao Bao at home, for fear that Ao Bao would crawl outside to play like before, and there might be some idle people nearby who would break into the house and steal. So after thinking about it, it was safest to take Ao Bao with him. Tang Rui smiled and kissed Ao Bao's tear-stained face and said, "Okay. Don't cry. I'll take you out together." Ao Bao burst into laughter instantly, raised his little hand and cheered, "Awoo." Ao Bao liked Ruirui the most, and wanted to stay with Ruirui, not separated for a moment. Tang Rui was of course very happy that Ao Bao was so clingy. At 8 o'clock, someone would deliver milk on time. Tang Rui fed Ao Bao the milk before going out. Tang Rui worked in the highest organization as an inspector. He had a lot of things to do. First, he had to manage urban security issues. Second, he had to supervise construction projects and other miscellaneous things. It was like one person serving as the director of the police station, the captain of the security team, and the secretary of the community. However, it seemed that many things were actually easy to handle. After all, who dared to act rashly in front of Tang Rui's big fist? It turned out that there were many hooligans around, But now, they were all beaten by Tang Rui. As soon as work started today, I received a report from an old lady in the community, saying that her clothes that were drying outside were stolen. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's little hand, and followed the old lady to the crime scene for investigation. Then he found the old lady's lost flowered shirt on the branch of a tree. It turned out that it was not stolen, but was blown to the tree by the wind. The beloved flowered shirt was found. To thank Tang Rui, the old lady went back to the house and grabbed a handful of dried fruits, and then stuffed them into Ao Bao's small pocket. Ao Bao patted his full small pocket and smiled at the old lady. Tang Rui took Ao Bao's hand again and said, "Ao Bao, it's time to go." Ao Bao nodded and left with Rui. Tang Rui's work is not easy or difficult. Occasionally, he will encounter a few blunders, which can be solved in a short time. But sometimes, he will encounter really difficult things. But today, I was lucky and didn't encounter any difficult things. When passing by a herbal tea shop, Tang Rui stopped and bought Ao Bao a cup of herbal tea to remove dampness and heat. The taste of the herbal tea was a little bitter, so Tang Rui asked the boss to put 2 spoonfuls of soup in it to neutralize the bitterness. Ao Bao held the cup of herbal tea, sat on a small stool, and drank it in small sips. Tang Rui watched Ao Bao drink from the side, and inspected the surrounding situation by the way. Being a competent security team leader, just after the inspection, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. The acquaintance also noticed Tang Rui, and immediately stepped on the stilettos, ran over excitedly, and shouted in a familiar voice, "Brother!" What a coincidence! The woman in front of him was rescued by Tang Rui when he was patrolling before. At that time, she was intercepted by several lustful men, and Tang Rui kindly went up to rescue her. In fact, Tang Rui was not familiar with her at all. The only impression he had was that she always wore a pair of stilettos, which squeezed her toes out of shape. Tang Rui politely replied, "It's quite a coincidence." Ao Bao, who was drinking herbal tea nearby, noticed a strange woman approaching Rui and became alert. He quickly got up from the small stool, sat on Rui's legs, and declared his dominance to the woman. The woman noticed Ao Bao at this time, but she didn't regard Ao Bao as a love rival yet. She asked Tang Rui with a smile, "Is this your child? It looks so cute." If she knew that Tang Rui and Ao Bao were a couple, she would not say Ao Bao was so cute. Tang Rui never concealed his relationship with Ao Bao from others. He kissed Ao Bao on the mouth and introduced him to the woman, saying, "This is my lover." The woman was obviously surprised. "Lover?" Tang Rui nodded, "Yes." Ao Bao was jealous. He didn't like to see Rui talking to other women, because most of those women were interested in Rui. Ao Bao hugged Rui's neck and stopped him from talking to the strange woman. If he continued, Ao Bao would get jealous. Ao. Tang Rui has always been popular with the opposite sex. He can attract a lot of women wherever he goes. In addition, some little bottoms often flirt with Tang Rui. But Tang Rui never pays attention to those people, and doesn't even look at them. So Ao Bao can rest assured that his old top will never cheat. Seeing that Ao Bao didn't allow him to talk to the woman, Tang Rui really didn't pay attention to the woman anymore. He and her were not very familiar with each other, so just saying hello would be enough. And there was no need to have a deep conversation. The woman was still stunned, showing a shocked expression, and asked, "Is he really your lover?" The woman didn't expect Tang Rui to be gay, and she didn't expect that he already had a lover. And the age of his lover looked quite young. They were suitable to be father and son, but they were actually a couple. The woman felt that Tang Rui was teasing her on purpose, so she said with a fake smile, "You don't look like a couple at all." Her words really irritated Tang Rui. Tang Rui's already cold expression became even colder. He directly slapped the word disdain on her face, hoping that the woman would leave tactfully after seeing it. The woman seemed not to notice Tang Rui's expression and continued, "If you want to reject my pursuit, you can just say it directly. There is no need to use this trick to deceive children. I know he is your son." Tang Rui's face was extremely dark at this moment. Maybe because he has been busy with work recently and got tanned. He looks a little older, while Ao Bao has been staying at home and being carefully taken care of. His skin is as white and tender as a baby, and he looks much younger. On the surface, the age difference between Tang Rui and Ao Bao seems to be getting bigger and bigger. So the woman firmly believes that they are father and son. But there are fathers and sons who kiss in the street. Tang Rui reiterates, "Ao Bao is my lover, not a son." Tang Rui now hates others thinking that Ao Bao is his son, as if he is an old cow eating tender grass. In fact, their age difference is only 12 or 13 years, which is not too big. The woman stood there in her high heels without feeling tired. But now, the authorities have clearly banned homosexuality. Aren't you afraid of being arrested? Although several researchers have previously created an artificial uterus to cultivate fetuses, the fetuses cultivated in this way have a very short lifespan, generally only more than 10 years. Therefore, artificial wombs are not so popular for fetal cultivation, and the public has turned their attention to women, who have become a hot commodity, because there is an urgent need to increase the birth rate and make the population soar. And homosexuals cannot give birth to a boy and a girl, and cannot contribute to future construction. There is now a law prohibiting same-sex couples from being together. Once a same-sex couple is together, they will be separated immediately. Tang Rui certainly knew that there was such a rule, but he knowingly violated it, to see who dared to separate him and Ao Bao. Although Tang Rui no longer has superpowers, his fists are not made of tofu dregs. Even without the buff of superpowers, he can still blow up the opponent's head with one punch. Tang Rui didn't want to argue with the woman in front of him, so he issued an expulsion order. Go away. Don't be an eyesore here. Go away. Don't get close to Rui. The woman was a little unwilling to accept that she had lost to a young boy. The woman was still unwilling to leave. She showed her bargaining chip and said, I can give birth to your children. As many as you want. Whether in the end of the world or at the end of the world. Women are like commodities. In fact, they should not regard their figure, appearance and childbearing as their own value, which will only make those men think that women are an item that can be picked at will. Tang Rui told her very clearly, I don't need children. He just wants to be with the person he loves, not to be together for the sake of passing on the family line. He doesn't have much property to inherit, so why have so many children? Even if he wants a child, he will only let Ao Bao give birth to him, and he will never find someone else to give birth to him. The woman didn't give up, and he wanted to persuade her again. Don't you want your excellent genes to be passed on? Tang Rui didn't want to waste time talking to her, so he just left with Ao Bao in his arms. The woman followed him in her high heels. I won't hinder your relationship. You can be together normally. I just want your sperm. What she meant was that she was only interested in Tang Rui's body, not his heart. But Tang Rui didn't like her at all, seeing her pestering him again and again. Tang Rui's good temper had been worn out, and he said bluntly, I don't like you. The woman was hit hard. She stood there in a daze, and did not continue to follow Tang Rui. She could see that Tang Rui really had no interest in her. She continued to pester him, which was just to humiliate herself. She was not short of suitors. There were several licking dogs around her. She used to think that those licking dogs were mentally perverted people. Now it was her turn to lick, and she finally felt the pain of being loved but not getting it. The woman finally decided to choose one of those licking dogs to relieve the pain of being loved but not getting it. Tang Rui continued to patrol the streets with Ao Bao. When he didn't encounter any major incidents at noon, he planned to call it a day and take Ao Bao back to cook some mung bean soup. On the way home, Tang Rui suddenly found that Ao Bao was a little strange. Since he got rid of the woman, Ao Bao had not said much. He was quiet, as if he was thinking about something. What can Ao Bao think about with that little head? Tang Rui held Ao Bao little but with one hand, held him in front of him, and stroked Ao Bao fluffy hair with the other hand. Ao Bao, what's wrong? Are you unhappy? Ao Bao was affected by the woman's remarks. The woman said she wanted to give birth to a child for Rui, which made Ao Bao want to give birth to a child for Rui now. Ao, Rui. Can Ao Bao give birth to a child for you? Tang Rui suddenly smiled. This smile had no other meaning. He just couldn't help laughing. Want to give birth to a child for me? Ao Bao wanted to give Rui many children, so that other women would not have the opportunity to get close to Rui by using children. Ao, can Ao Bao give birth? Ao Bao obviously hasn't figured out what giving birth is all about. Tang Rui didn't want to explain it to Ao Bao in detail. He just said, boys can't give birth to babies. Ao Bao is still a little baby. Tang Rui has to take care of him every day. If there is another baby, wouldn't he be exhausted? Ao Bao lowered his head in disappointment. Ao, why does Ao Bao have to be a boy? Tang Rui smiled and said, it's not good to be a boy. You can pee while standing. And you can. What else can you do? Tang Rui suddenly forgot. Ao Bao still wants to give Rui a child. This idea of having a child is not the first time that Ao Bao has thought of it. He has thought about it several times before. But it was just a thought. And there was no great desire to make it a reality. But now it's different. Ao Bao really wants to have a child that belongs to him and Ruirui. Tang Rui said, as he walked, "Don't we already have a child at home?" Ao Bao tilted his head, thinking about where there is a child at home. Tang Rui continued, "The wooden sun from last time is still in the drawer, and has not been taken out to play. Ao. The child that Ao Bao is talking about is not that kind of child. He wants a child with flesh and blood." Ao Bao has been making trouble unreasonably. But Tang Rui has not lost his patience and said in a doting tone, "Then let's pick up a child and raise him." "Okay?" Ao Bao asked. "Ao? Is the child picked up considered the child of Ao Bao and Ruirui?" Tang Rui continued to chat with Ao Bao patiently. "Yes. It is definitely considered our child." Seeing Ruirui nodded, Ao Bao decided to pick up a child and raise it. Ao Bao couldn't wait to urge Ruirui to take him to pick up a child. Now, raising a baby at home will get a certain subsidy. With subsidies to receive, who would be willing to abandon a child? Therefore, there are very few abandoned babies now. And it is not so easy to pick up a child to raise. In addition, Tang Rui was just joking. Even if he really picked up a child, he would probably choose to pick it up and give it to others to raise. After all, he needs to spend all his energy to take care of Ao Bao. And he really has no energy to raise other children. Ao Bao, it's too hot now. Go back and rest first. When it's not so hot at night, we will come out to pick up a child. At this time, Tang Rui had already come to the door of the house with Ao Bao in his arms. Tang Rui took out a key from his pocket and opened the door. After entering the house, Tang Rui first put Ao Bao on the sofa, then went into the kitchen, soaked the mung beans in water, and cooked mung bean soup later. Ao Bao was still thinking about the child, and he had to go out and pick one up right now. Otherwise he would keep crying and wouldn't stop for a moment. Tang Rui let Ao Bao cry for a while, and ignored him for the time being. Seeing that Ruirui ignored him, Ao Bao stopped crying too. After a while of silence, he planned to quietly go out and pick up a child by himself. Tang Rui heard the sound of the door opening, so he hurried out of the kitchen. Seeing Ao Bao unlocking the door, Tang Rui strode over, carried Ao Bao back to the bedroom, and gave him a good lesson. After spanking Ao Bao little, but until it was swollen, Tang Rui stopped and asked, "Then why do you want a child?" Ao Bao might want to treat the child as a toy. Tang Rui corrected Ao Bao concept and said, "You can't just ask for a child. If you ask for one, you have to be responsible. You can't just have a child just because you want one." And Ao Bao must have just treated the child as a toy. He wants it purely for fun. When he gets tired of playing with it, he probably won't want it anymore. So you have to be careful about having a child. Tang Rui straightened Ao Bao's little body and said, "Don't make a fuss. Put the matter of the child aside. I'll make you some sweet soup." Ao Bao sat up straight and looked at Tang Rui. "Ao, will Ruirui have a child with someone else?" Tang Rui was amused by Ao Bao's wild thoughts. "Of course not. I only have you in my heart." Before, Tang Rui did want to have a child. But the premise was that Ao Bao could give birth to it. If Ao Bao couldn't give birth to it, then he didn't care whether he had a child or not. "Okay. I'll go make some sweet soup. You can play in the living room by yourself." Tang Rui picked up a small toy and stuffed it into Ao Bao, then went into the kitchen to cook. Ao Bao looked down at the toy in his hand and shook it for a few times out of boredom. His little head was empty, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After the mung bean soup is cooked, it has to be cooled to taste good. In addition, it is also good to refrigerate it and make a mung bean smoothie. For dinner, Tang Rui and Ao Bao finished the chilled mung bean soup. There was no leftovers. They drank it all into their stomachs. Ao Bao's little belly was bulging high, full of mung bean soup, and it looked like she was really pregnant. Tang Rui leaned his head over, put his ear on Ao Bao's little belly button, listened carefully to the movement in his stomach, and said with a smile, "Ao Bao, what should I do if you are really pregnant?" Ao Bao had just eaten and his reaction was a little slow. He tilted his head and didn't understand what Ruirui was saying. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao's bulging belly twice and said, "Nothing." How could he bear to let Ao Bao give birth to a child for him? After all, giving birth is a very difficult thing. It's not easy to be pregnant for 10 months. Not to mention that it's so painful during childbirth. If Ao Bao really wants a child, just pick one up. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's little hand and said, "Tomorrow we'll go see if there are any abandoned babies. Now there are subsidies for raising children. So few people are stupid enough to throw away their children. Because once the child is gone, they can't get subsidies. Therefore, it's a bit difficult to pick up an abandoned child." But Tang Rui still wants to take Ao Bao to look for one. When he heard that Rui was really going to take him to pick up a child, Ao Bao suddenly didn't want a child anymore. Because after having a child, Rui's attention might be divided, and he wouldn't be as dedicated to taking care of Ao Bao as before. After thinking about it carefully, Ao Bao decided not to have a child. Ao. Tang Rui was a little surprised. Ao Bao had been clamoring to pick up the baby before, but now he didn't want to pick it up. Really? Ao Bao only wants Rui. Tang Rui smiled knowingly. Well, I only want you too. But sometimes what you think really comes true. The next day, Yang Yu came to ask them if they want to raise a child. Tang Rui thought that Yang Yu might have installed a bug in his house. Why are you asking this? If you want to raise a baby, help me raise it for a month. Yang Yu clasped his fists and made a begging gesture. Yin Ting was confused. Help you raise it? You have a child? I have an illegitimate child. And I can't let you know about this. So I want you to help me raise him for a while. Yang Yu had no choice. And he didn't want to trouble Brother Rui. But the illegitimate child was indeed a bit serious. And someone had to help him keep it a secret. Who gave birth to you? Tang Rui planned to ask clearly before deciding whether to have one. After all, raising a child requires too much energy and time. And can't be so casual. Yang Yu shook his head. I don't know. Tang Rui raised his eyebrows. How did the child come from? Yang Yu rubbed his hands and said, a woman sent it to me, saying it was my child. And it looks quite like me. Tang Rui asked again, how old is it? In the end of the world. Yang Yu also had a romantic life for a while, and had sex with Xiao Shu several times. After meeting Du Yu, he turned back and stopped messing around. It has been several years since the end of the world. If the child is the result of promiscuity in the end of the world, it should be about 4 or 5 years old. Yang Yu's answer was similar to Tang Rui's guess. The child was indeed about 4 or 5 years old. Bring him here for me to see. Tang Rui thought that a child of 4 or 5 years old should be easy to take care of. After all, he is already sensible at this age. Yang Yu said he would go back first, and then came back an hour later, bringing his illegitimate son with him. The little boy looked exactly like Yang Yu, so he must be his biological son. Tang Rui looked at the 4 or 5-year-old boy next to Yang Yu. Yang Yu's genes were pretty good. After all, he made a living by his looks, so his son certainly didn't look bad. And he looked like the Fua in the New Year paintings. Tang Rui just glanced at the little boy casually, and then told Yang Yu, I have to ask Ao Bao if he is willing to raise the child. Last night, Ao Bao said that he didn't want to raise the child. Tang Rui had to ask Ao Bao's opinion to see whether he should raise the child. Yang Yu nodded, okay. Brother Rui, go ask. I'll wait for you in the living room. Tang Rui went back to the bedroom to wake up Ao Bao, who was still snoring, and asked, do you still want a child? Ao Bao was woken up from a good sleep, and the whole person was confused. He heard Rui suddenly ask him if he wanted to raise a child. Ao Bao stared at the ceiling in a daze, leaving Rui aside. Tang Rui simply picked up Ao Bao from the bed and took him to the living room to see the child. The living room was full of Ao Bao toys, and the little boy was playing with Ao Bao toy train. And Yang Yu was watching over the little boy. Ao Bao was a little unhappy when he saw that his toys were played by others. He pouted his little mouth and said a lot like a cannon, Ao. Tang Rui coaxed him patiently and said, let him play for a while. It's okay. I will buy you a new one later. Yang Yu pulled his son to introduce, Ao Bao. This is my son Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang is a loner. He doesn't look up at people. He just lowers his head to play with the little train. Yang Yu asked his son to raise his head and said, call uncle quickly. Xiao Yang just raised his eyelids and looked at Ao Bao, then lowered his head again and continued to play, as if immersed in his own little world, with a tendency to autism. Yang Yu smiled awkwardly, sorry, Brother Rui. He is a little shy and dare not talk to strangers. Tang Rui replied, it's okay. Ao Bao pointed at the little boy and asked, Ao, is this the child that Rui wants to raise? Tang Rui asked back, Ao Bao, do you want to raise him? Ao Bao was afraid that the little boy would compete with him for favor. So he didn't want Ruirui to raise him. Ao. No. The next second, Tang Rui conveyed Ao Bao meaning to Yang Yu. Ao Bao said he doesn't want to raise him. You take him back and confess to Du Yu. He will know it sooner or later anyway. But I just got back together with Du Yu. And our relationship hasn't been repaired yet. If he knows that I have an illegitimate child now, he will definitely break up again. Yang Yu has already figured out Du Yu's stubborn character. So he must not know about the child. Tang Rui looked at him. If you don't tell me and just keep it a secret, Du Yu will only get angrier. No matter what. I'd better ask Brother Rui to take my son in for a few days. Yang Yu was very scared now, and didn't have the courage to tell Du Yu. So he could only choose to continue to hide it. But Ao Bao doesn't want to raise him. Tang Rui had to do what Ao Bao wanted. Yang Yu turned his pleading eyes to Ao Bao. Ao Bao. Please help me raise him for a few days. Please. Ao Bao pursed his lips and hugged Ruirui's neck. Ao. Ruirui belongs to Ao Bao, and cannot be given to others. Yang Yu said, it's just raising him for a few days. I won't take your Ruirui away. Ao Bao still didn't want to agree and directly avoided Yang Yu's eyes. But in the end, Xiao Xiaoyang was still left. And Yang Yu's irresponsible father just left. Ao Bao was afraid that Xiao Xiaoyang would take Ruirui away. So he was very unhappy. But the child has already stayed. And he can't be driven out. Tang Rui said, Ao Bao. Don't be angry. Just raise him for a few days. Yang Yu will come to pick him up soon. After that, Tang Rui successfully persuaded Ao Bao. Ao Bao agreed to live peacefully with Xiao Xiaoyang for a few days. But one request was that Ruirui could not hug him. Tang Rui said with a smile, how could I hug someone else? He will only hug Ao Bao in his life. After getting Ruirui's promise, Ao Bao finally felt relieved. As for Xiao Xiaoyang, he is not the kind of child who will take the initiative to approach and act like a spoiled child. He is very well-behaved. Unusually well-behaved. Not noisy. And can play with a toy for a long time. He doesn't need anyone to watch over him at all. Xiao Xiaoyang and Ao Bao play their own games. And no one pays attention to each other. Obviously, Ao Bao is much older than Xiao Xiaoyang. But the psychological age of the two is about the same. Sometimes Ao Bao seems more childish than Xiao Xiaoyang. Both are children. Tang Rui wanted Ao Bao to play with Xiao Xiaoyang for a while. So he went to the kitchen to cook, because he hadn't had breakfast yet, and was very hungry. I thought Ao Bao and Xiao Xiaoyang would play together. But they ended up fighting because they were fighting over a toy. Seeing Ao Bao and Xiao Xiaoyang fighting, Tang Rui hurried forward to separate them. Tang Rui was strong and pulled the two children apart in one go. Ao Bao threw himself into Ruirui's arms in grievance and complained, Ao. He grabbed Ao Bao's toy first. Originally, they were playing separately. But then Xiao Xiaoyang was attracted by the toy in Ao Bao's hand, and went to grab it directly. Xiao Xiaoyang's robbery made Ao Bao very uncomfortable. And then, they started fighting. The key point is that Ao Bao almost lost the fight. But fortunately Tang Rui came to separate them in time. Otherwise Ao Bao would be embarrassed. Ao Bao fought with a 4-year-old kid and almost lost. Tang Rui didn't know whether to laugh or feel distressed. In the end, Tang Rui chose to protect Ao Bao. Don't cry. If he dares to hit you again, I will let Yang Yu take him away. After Ruirui said this, Ao Bao's heart instantly calmed down. And he didn't feel wronged. He wiped his tears and acted coquettishly in Ruirui's arms. Ao. As soon as Ao Bao acted coquettishly, Tang Rui's heart melted. And Ao Bao, whom he cared for with all his heart, how could he be bullied by a 4-year-old child? Tang Rui immediately showed a ferocious look and deliberately frightened Xiao Xiaoyang. You have to get along well with Ao Bao. You know, if you bully Ao Bao again, you won't have any toys to play with. Xiao Xiaoyang was frightened by Tang Rui's fierce eyes, and dared not say a word. Tang Rui thought it was not good for an adult to bully a little kid. So he restrained himself and said, Be good. I will reward you with a pack of cookies later. Originally, Tang Rui wanted to give him a pack of candy. But then he thought that Ao Bao liked candy the most. So he left the candy for Ao Bao. Although Xiao Xiaoyang was already 4 years old, he had never eaten snacks. When he was with his mother, he didn't even have enough food. So when he heard Tang Rui say that he would give him a pack of biscuits, Xiao Xiaoyang's eyes were shining like light bulbs. So bright that it was blinding. Xiao Xiaoyang nodded solemnly, indicating that he would not fight with Ao Bao for toys anymore. Seeing Xiao Xiaoyang nodded obediently. Tang Rui also gave him a pack of biscuits as promised. Xiao Xiaoyang took the biscuits and shrank into a corner to eat them. He ate very slowly, as if he couldn't bear to eat them. He put a piece of biscuit in his mouth and waited until it melted before swallowing it. He looked a little pitiful, seeing that Xiao Xiaoyang liked eating biscuits very much. Tang Rui gave him another pack and told him, Ao Bao is not very sensible. You are more sensible, so you have to give in to brother Ao Bao. Understand? Xiao Xiaoyang didn't understand why he had to give in to Ao Bao, because Ao Bao looked much older than him. Shouldn't the older one give in to the younger one? Tang Rui's words reminded Xiao Xiaoyang of his irresponsible mother. His mother only liked his brother, and always told him not to bother with his brother. But his brother always bullied him first. Xiao Xiaoyang felt that Tang Rui was the same as his mother, and couldn't help feeling sad. Uncle, do you also have a preference? Xiao Xiaoyang looked autistic and taciturn. But in fact, he was very smart and quick-witted. Although he was only 4.5 years old, he already knew a lot. Tang Rui admitted directly, Ao Bao is my most important baby. Of course, I will prefer him a little more. The only person Tang Rui could favor was Ao Bao, and his preference for Ao Bao was understandable. Xiao Xiaoyang lowered his head and asked, what if Ao Bao bullies me? Can't I fight back? Ao Bao didn't actually intend to bully Xiao Xiaoyang. It was Xiao Xiaoyang who provoked Ao Bao first. But Xiao Xiaoyang complained back, as if Ao Bao was going to bully him. After hearing what Xiao Xiaoyang said, Ao Bao was very unconvinced, and pouted his little mouth. Ao Bao's IQ is only about 2 or 3 years old, while Xiao Xiaoyang's mental age may be 7 or 8 years old. This gap makes Ao Bao unable to outsmart Xiao Xiaoyang even when he plays tricks. Fortunately, Tang Rui favors Ao Bao. Tang Rui told Xiao Xiaoyang, Ao Bao bullied you. You can't fight back, but you can come to me to complain. I will help you spank Ao Bao's, but... After hearing Rui's reply to Xiao Xiaoyang, Ao Bao became even more unconvinced, and found a corner to shrink and sulk. After comforting Xiao Xiaoyang, Tang Rui turned to comfort his baby, Ao Bao. He is just a child. Don't bother with him. Ao. Rui protected him, not Ao Bao. How am I protecting him? Am I not protecting you? Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and explained patiently. Rui said he would spank Ao Bao's butt. Why didn't he spank Xiao Xiaoyang's butt? Tang Rui bit Ao Bao's mouth and laughed and scolded, little fool. Tang Rui's hands only spanked Ao Bao's butt, and he would never spank others, because it is a kind of fun. Seeing Rui was going to scold him, Ao Bao felt even more wronged. Ao Bao was about to start wailing a lot again, and Tang Rui went up and blocked Ao Bao's little mouth. Seeing Tang Rui and Ao Bao biting each other's lips, Xiao Xiaoyang was not embarrassed at all, but widened his eyes and watched from the side. He might be very curious about their intimate behavior. With a pair of small eyes watching from the side, Tang Rui was embarrassed to continue with Ao Bao. After kissing for a while, they separated. After being kissed by Rui, Ao Bao's anger obviously disappeared, and the whole person leaned lazily in Rui's arms, like a cat basking in the afternoon sun. Knowing that Ao Bao just wanted to rely on him at this moment, Tang Rui did not put Ao Bao down, and took Ao Bao into the kitchen to cook. Xiao Xiaoyang stayed alone in the living room, eating the 2 packets of biscuits. He was reluctant to eat them, so he ate them slowly with his teeth. For him who had never eaten snacks, these 2 packets of biscuits were really precious. Of course, he had to eat them bit by bit, but he couldn't eat them in large quantities. When the meal was ready, Tang Rui prepared a pair of bowls and chopsticks for Xiao Xiaoyang and asked, you can eat by yourself, right? Xiao Xiaoyang nodded obediently, indicating that he could eat by himself. Tang Rui handed him a bowl of white rice. Whatever you want to eat, just pick it up yourself. Tang Rui didn't have time to pick up food for Xiao Xiaoyang. He still had to feed Ao Bao. Fortunately, Xiao Xiaoyang could eat by himself, but his hands were a little short, so he couldn't pick up some dishes. So Tang Rui pushed the dishes a little in front of him. Xiao Xiaoyang said thank you politely. Tang Rui smiled and nodded, then picked up the spoon and started to feed Ao Bao. After taking a bite of rice, Xiao Xiaoyang noticed that his brother actually wanted his uncle to feed him, which made him very confused. Can't my brother eat by himself? Tang Rui had never let Ao Bao eat by himself. He usually fed him. Only when eating human flesh did Ao Bao hold the meat and chew it by himself. Ao Bao answered Xiao Yang's question first. Ao. Ao Bao wanted Rui to feed him. It's a pity that Xiao Yang didn't understand what Ao Bao said. He continued to ask, how come my brother can't even speak? How stupid. Xiao Yang didn't say the word how stupid out loud, but just complained in his heart. How could Tang Rui not hear the hidden meaning of Xiao Yang's words? He found that although the little kid in front of him was young, he was very scheming. He would definitely be extraordinary when he grew up. Tang Rui ignored Xiao Yang and continued to feed Ao Bao. Open your mouth. Ao Bao obeyed, opened his mouth, and ate the big mouthful of rice. Xiao Yang was envious. Since he was sensible, no one has fed him. He also wanted to be favored and fed. Seeing that Xiao Yang seemed to be in a low mood, Tang Rui comforted him and said, wait a little later. Your father will come to see you. Dad doesn't like me either. If his father liked him, he would not have left him to the uncle in front of him. Xiao Yang didn't expect his father to pick him up at all. Thinking about it, Xiao Yang couldn't help wiping his tears. Tang Rui handed him a tissue. Your father likes you. Xiao Yang knew that his uncle was just teasing him. Dad has another uncle. He doesn't want me at all. Tang Rui didn't expect Xiao Yang to know so much, so he didn't know how to continue to lie. Xiao Yang couldn't stop crying. Tang Rui could only coax Ao Bao, but he didn't know how to coax other children, so he could only watch him cry. In the end, Ao Bao gave Xiao Yang a lollipop, which calmed Xiao Yang down. Xiao Yang ate the lollipop and stopped eating. He held the candy in his mouth and went to play with the puzzle on the ground. He finished the puzzle that Ao Bao hadn't finished in a few seconds. He was really smart. In the evening, Yang Yu sneaked over to see his son. He was panting when he came, and it was obvious that he was in a hurry. Yang Yu walked into the living room, looked around, and saw that his son was not there. So he shouted, baby, Dad is here to see you. Tang Rui replied to Yang Yu, he takes a bath in the bathroom by himself. Yang Yu was a little surprised. Can he take a bath by himself? Tang Rui nodded and praised him. Your son is very smart. Brother Rui, what polite words are you saying to me? Yang Yu thought Tang Rui was saying polite words to him. He is indeed very smart and independent, but he is a little fragile psychologically. You should take him back as soon as possible, and don't let him feel that you, as a father, don't pay enough attention to him. After a day of getting along, Tang Rui probably figured out Xiao Yang's personality. Seeing Tang Rui urging him to take his son away, Yang Yu said with a sad face, Brother Rui, don't you want Xiao Yang to stay with you? Tang Rui nodded honestly. Well, he and Ao Bao have different personalities. Yang Yu scratched his head. What's wrong? Tang Rui said, Ao Bao is much simpler than your son, and can't beat your son. Xiao Yang is much more scheming than Ao Bao. And Xiao Yang is very good at using his young appearance to disguise himself. The questions he asks seem innocent, but they are actually roundabout. Yang Yu said, is my son so bad that he dares to fight with Ao Bao? I'll teach him a lesson later. Goodbye. You should take good care of him. He looks like he lacks love. A person who lacks love since childhood will have an incomplete personality when he grows up. In order to prevent Xiao Yang from becoming distorted when he grows up, Tang Rui encourages Yang Yu to give him more love. Yang Yu listened to Tang Rui's words and nodded in agreement. I will treat him well in the future. But Brother Rui, can I leave my son to you for a few more days? I haven't figured out how to tell you yet. It's not impossible to keep Xiao Yang. It depends on whether the little brat can live in peace with Ao Bao. And we have to ask Ao Bao if he is willing to let Xiao Yang stay. Tang Rui crossed his arms, looked at Yang Yu and said, I will ask Ao Bao. If Ao Bao doesn't want to, then you can take him back and confess to you. Yang Yu was not prepared to confess to you, Brother Rui. Tang Rui ignored him and turned to look at Ao Bao. Ao Bao was sitting in front of the TV watching cartoons and was fascinated by it. Tang Rui called out twice before Ao Bao finally responded. But he couldn't bear to take his eyes off the TV. So he just asked, Ao Bao, what did Rui call Ao Bao for? Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao was only watching TV and didn't want to pay attention to him. So he went over and picked up Ao Bao. Then asked in front of Yang Yu, Ao Bao, do you still want Xiao Yang to stay? Tang Rui thought Ao Bao would shake his head, but he didn't expect Ao Bao to actually nod. Yang Yu showed his 2 rows of white teeth, smiled cunningly and said, Brother Rui. Ao Bao agreed. Then Xiao Yang will be handed over to you for a few more days. Tang Rui didn't have time to talk to Yang Yu. He looked at Ao Bao strangely and asked, "Why do you want him to stay again?" At first Ao Bao was very repulsive to Xiao Yang, worried that he would snatch Rui away. But after a day of getting along, Ao Bao felt that as Xiao Yang played with him, he would not be bored. And if Rui went out to work, with Xiao Yang accompanying him, Ao Bao would not be too lonely. When Ao Bao said that he wanted Xiao Yang to stay as a playmate, this time it was Tang Rui's turn to be jealous. But he was in his 40s after all. There was no need to be jealous of a 4-year-old child. Otherwise it would be too petty. Tang Rui endured the discomfort in his heart and agreed, "Okay. Let him stay." After that, Xiao Yang came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. His hair was wet and hung down due to gravity, close to his scalp. Although he was young, he already had a sense of aggressiveness. Letting Xiao Yang and Ao Bao play together, Tang Rui had the illusion that he was raising a wolf cub by his side. If they stayed together for a long time, wouldn't Xiao Yang and Ao Bao become childhood sweethearts? The more Tang Rui thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. When Tang Rui looked at Xiao Yang now, he felt like he was looking at a love rival. Xiao Yang, who was only 4 years old, was so scared that he stood still and didn't dare to come over. Yang Yu asked, "Brother Rui, why are you looking at my son so fiercely? You scared him." Yang Yu walked over with a distressed look and hugged his son in his arms. "Be good. Don't be afraid. Dad is here." Xiao Yang didn't have much affection for his biological father, so he didn't want to stay in his arms honestly. He used a little effort to break free from his arms and ran towards Ao Bao and the others. Compared to Yang Yu, Xiao Yang seemed to be more willing to get close to Ao Bao and the others. Yang Yu felt a little sad that his son didn't recognize him. Xiao Yang was not only unwilling to call him dad, but he didn't even look at Yang Yu. Maybe he was angry in his heart. Yang Yu knew what his son cared about, and he defended himself by saying, "Dad has his reasons for leaving you to Uncle Tang to take care of you." Yang Yu's reason was that he was too timid. He didn't dare to confess to Du that he had an illegitimate child. He was afraid that Du would not be able to accept it. Xiao Yang would rather hide behind the fierce Tang Rui than say a word to his father. Yang Yu originally wanted to cultivate a good relationship with his son, but his son ignored him, and he didn't have much time. "Brother Rui, I have to go back. Otherwise Du will find out." Yang Yu had sneaked out, and he didn't dare to stay any longer. Tang Rui nodded, then watched Yang Yu walk out the door and disappear in the corridor. Xiao Yang ran to the door and looked twice. When he couldn't see his father's shadow, he went back to the house in a bad mood. Seeing Xiao Yang's disappointment, Tang Rui asked, "Do you want to go back with your father?" Xiao Yang pursed his lips and nodded. He only rejected his father on the surface, but in fact, he still longed for his father's love in his heart. "I'll take you back tomorrow." Tang Rui planned to bring Xiao Yang directly to Du tomorrow. Xiao Yang shook his head and said sensibly, "Uncle Du will not want Dad if he knows. I can't go back." "Ah, if you don't want to go back, then stay and play with Ao Bao. Ao Bao will give you all the puzzles." Xiao Yang didn't understand what Ao Bao said. He continued to say to Tang Rui, "Dad doesn't want me to go back either. I will cause trouble for him if I go back." Tang Rui said, "This matter will be exposed one day. There is no point in avoiding it." Xiao Yang stopped talking. He was too young and didn't want to experience so many ups and downs. However, fate played tricks on him. He was destined not to live a plain and happy life like ordinary people. It was a bit cruel to say so many realistic things to a 4-year-old child. Tang Rui comforted him, "Don't worry. Uncle Du will accept you." Poor Du, who didn't have a son yet. This was a great deal of buy one get one free. How could he not accept it? The next day, after Tang Rui fed Ao Bao breakfast, he took Xiao Yang to Du's residence. Now Du and Yang Yu live together, and their life is pretty good. Standing outside the door, they can hear the ambiguous noise coming from inside the house. Tang Rui didn't mean to avoid it at all, and went up to knock on the door directly. Yang Yu heard the noise, got up from Du, and went to open the door. When he opened the door, he found that it was Tang Rui who came with Ao Bao, and Xiao Yang followed behind him. Yang Yu was so scared that he winked at him. "Brother Rui, you came at a really bad time. Du and I are doing something. Why don't you come back when you understand? Or I'll bring some fruit to see you tomorrow." Tang Rui ignored Yang Yu's look and said, "Called you out." Diu in the room pulled up his pants after hearing the noise, and came out. "What do you want to call me for?" Yang Yu still wanted to cover up at this time. He pushed Diu hard into the room. "You have nothing to do here. Go in quickly." Diu was confused. "Didn't someone call me just now?" "No one called you. Go back to the room quickly." Yang Yu was afraid that Diu would notice Xiao Xiaoyang. Xiao Xiaoyang looked so much like Yang Yu that Diu would know whose child Xiao Xiaoyang was as soon as he saw him. So Yang Yu tried his best to stop Diu from seeing Xiao Xiaoyang. But the truth would eventually come out. Diu still saw Xiao Xiaoyang. "Who is that kid? Why does he look so much like you?" Yang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Knowing it was over, he wanted to explain that Xiao Xiaoyang was his nephew. But Xiao Xiaoyang came up and called him Dad. After hearing the word Dad, you can imagine how ugly Diyu's face was at that time. Diu pointed at Xiao Xiaoyang and asked Yang Yu, "Is this your son?" At this moment, Diu was trying to stay calm and not look out of control. But his hands couldn't stop shaking with anger. Things had evolved to this point, and there was no way to find excuses to excuse himself. Yang Yu finally admitted it himself. "Well, he is my son." Xiao Xiaoyang looked so much like Yang Yu, and it was obvious that he was his biological son. Diu didn't feel disgusted with Xiao Xiaoyang, but he hated the way Yang Yu hid it from him. "Why did you tell me now that you have a son?" It's not that Diu couldn't accept Xiao Xiaoyang. He just didn't like Yang Yu lying to him. Yang Yu was speechless. He didn't know how to explain. Neither of them spoke. Diu looked at Yang Yu quietly, and Yang Yu looked at the ground silently. Tang Rui spoke up to break the deadlock. "If you don't want this son, let me and Ao Bao raise him." Yang Yu raised his head and quickly grabbed his son, not allowing Tang Rui to take him away. "Brother Rui, give him to me. If Diu doesn't accept my son, then I'll pack up and take my son away." Diu was so angry that his temple swelled up. "I didn't say I didn't accept it." Yang Yu suddenly felt a glimmer of hope, and he asked closely, "So, did you accept it?" Diu said excitedly, "Regardless of whether I could accept it or not. I'm asking you now. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had a son? I only knew I had a son the day before yesterday." Yang Yu hadn't expected that he would have another son, and he himself was not ready yet. So how could he dare to tell Diu rashly? Yang Yu decided not to shrink back anymore. In order to let his son fully enjoy the father's love, he straightened his back and said to Diu, "If you can accept it, then we will live as a family of 3 in the future. If you can't accept it, then you will live alone in the future." If he accepts it, Diu will certainly accept it. After all, he has long known about Yang Yu's previous romantic history. Now that he has an illegitimate child, he is not too surprised. But he is still a little angry. Tang Rui has been watching the show with Ao Bao on his back, waiting for the two of them to come up with a result. "Have you discussed it?" Yang Yu looked at Diu. "Do you mind?" Diu sighed. "No mind." Yang Yu excitedly picked up his son and went into the house. Finally, the family can be reunited. Diu followed into the house. Their family looks quite happy. Tang Rui and Ao Bao stood outside the door, looking at the warm scene in the house. That happy scene stimulated Ao Bao. Ao Bao immediately expressed his thoughts. Ao Bao also wanted to go out and bring back an illegitimate child for Rui Rui. Tang Rui's expression became a little distorted. "If you dare, I'll beat your buttocks." Tang Rui was not as generous as Diu. He would never accept any illegitimate child. Then, Tang Rui carried Ao Bao home. On the way home, Ao Bao kept talking about this matter. Tang Rui got angry and hit Ao Bao's buttocks twice in the street. Being spanked in the street, although Ao Bao had no sense of pain and didn't feel any pain at all, he still felt ashamed, covered his face with his little hands, and cried twice, "Woo!" Many pedestrians stopped to watch on the roadside. Tang Rui was afraid of causing a big sensation, so he stopped spanking Ao Bao little but, otherwise, he would be considered child abuse. Tang Rui quickly left the crowded place with Ao Bao in his arms, and when he got to a small path with few people, he slowed down his pace and gave Ao Bao a good verbal education. Tell Ao Bao what an illegitimate child is, and why he doesn't like illegitimate children. After Tang Rui's explanation, Ao Bao finally understood what illegitimate children are. It turns out that children born outside with others are called illegitimate children. After understanding this, Ao Bao no longer thought about this matter, because he would only have children with Rui Rui, and would never mess around outside. Ao Bao would only have children with Rui Rui, not other people's children. Well, that's good. Tang Rui lowered his head and patted Ao Bao on the forehead. Ao Bao promised that he would not bring back an illegitimate child from outside. But he could not guarantee that Ruerue would not bring back an illegitimate child from outside. Ao Bao was a little worried. So he muttered, Ao, don't worry. I'm only interested in you. Tang Rui was still able to control his lower body. He couldn't get hard for anyone except Ao Bao. He only had his silly Ao Bao in his eyes. Ao Bao contentedly put his little head on Ruerue's chest, listened to Ruerue's strong heartbeat, and sighed, Ao. As long as he could be with Ruerue, Ao Bao would feel very happy. Tang Rui dragged Ao Bao little, but with his hand, and rushed towards home. When he saw the picture of Yang Yu and his family of 3 reuniting, Tang Rui was indeed envious. But he was not too envious, because he only needed Ao Bao. And raising another child would cause trouble for them to be alone. Yang Yu and his family did have a problem. That is, they didn't know how to arrange their sleep at night. Xiao Yang wanted to be closer to his father for a while, and enjoy more fatherly love. So of course, he rushed to sleep with his father. And he didn't like Uncle Du who rushed to his father. So he wanted to deliberately occupy his father, and not give Uncle Du a chance. Xiao Yang hugged Yang Yu's arm tightly. Dad, let's sleep together. Yang Yu originally thought that his son would be distant from him. But he didn't expect that his son would actually take the initiative to ask to sleep together. He was so happy that he couldn't bear to refuse. Okay. Let's sleep together tonight. Du didn't say anything. He hugged his pillow, and went to sleep on the sofa in the living room. He had expected this result, and was fully prepared in his heart. Therefore, he had no objection, and lay on the sofa calmly, and picked up the newspaper to read. Fortunately, Tang Rui didn't bring a child home to raise. Otherwise, he would have to sleep on the sofa in the living room as tragically as Du. Du's body can barely turn over when sleeping on the sofa. But Tang Rui, who is so big, can't turn over at all. It must be very uncomfortable to sleep. Ao Bao seems to have fallen in love with Xiao Yang. Since Xiao Yang was taken away, Ao Bao always talked about going to play with Xiao Yang. Maybe Ao Bao is too lonely on weekdays, and finally met a playmate, so he always misses him in his heart. Tang Rui secretly tried to persuade himself to be more generous, and not to be jealous of a 4-year-old child. But he heard Ao Bao talking about Xiao Yang 4 or 5 times a day, and it was hard not to be jealous. Tang Rui felt sour in his heart, as if he had drunk a bucket of vinegar. Ao Bao, do you want to play with him so much? Ao Bao mainly didn't know how to put together those puzzles, and wanted Xiao Yang to help him. Tang Rui's face was still very ugly. He would never buy such a brainless toy next time. Otherwise Ao Bao would always want Xiao Yang to help him. Give it here. I'll help you put it together. Tang Rui thought that if he played with Ao Bao in person, Ao Bao would probably forget about Xiao Yang, who knew that Ao Bao actually asked Xiao Yang to accompany him. Ao. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's little mouth, kissed him fiercely, and asked with gritted teeth, "Can I play with you?" Seeing that Ruerue seemed angry, Ao Bao stopped making trouble. Next, Tang Rui played a jigsaw puzzle with Ao Bao. The pieces of the puzzle were all messed up, and they had to be found piece by piece. Although this was not particularly brain-intensive, it was very time-consuming and troublesome to find. Moreover, this puzzle was 1 square meter in size, and it was not easy to complete it. Tang Rui got bored after playing with Ao Bao for a while. After all, he was old and had no interest in this kind of thing. He fell asleep while playing, but he still patiently accompanied Ao Bao to continue playing. However, in the middle of the game, Ao Bao disliked Ruerue for finding the picture too slowly. He was not as fast as Xiao Yang at all. He was so slow that he might not be able to complete it in a day. Ao Bao thought about it, and decided to find Xiao Yang to play with him. Tang Rui couldn't believe that he couldn't even beat a 4-year-old kid. Ao Bao, can I play with you? Ao. Ruerue is not as good as Xiao Yang. Tang Rui, who was seriously insulted. He didn't expect that one day he would have to compete with a 4-year-old for favor, and he was a little bit defeated. Tang Rui was about to reject Ao Bao's request with words, but at this moment the doorbell rang. Yang Yu, Xiao Yang, and Du, the 3 of them, appeared outside the door neatly. As soon as he mentioned Cao Cao arrived. Tang Rui didn't like them very much, so he stopped them outside the door and asked, "What are you doing here?" Seeing that Brother Rui was a little aggressive today, as if he was very angry, Yang Yu didn't dare to provoke him, and said timidly, Brother Rui. My son said he wanted to come to your house to play with toys. So I brought him here. Tang Rui doted on Ao Bao very much. He bought whatever Ao Bao wanted. Ao Bao liked toys. So he bought a lot of toys. Now the toys are piled up in the house like a mountain. And you can open a toy city. I don't know how many children dream of this. After Xiao Yang went back, he kept thinking about it. This morning, he repeatedly told his father 3 times that he wanted to come to Ao Bao place to play. Yang Yu now just wanted to give his son more fatherly love and try his best to meet his son's requirements. So he brought Xiao Yang to the door. It's just that they came at a bit of a bad time today. Tang Rui was in a bad mood and would step on the thunder point if he was not careful. Brother Rui, if you don't welcome us, then we'll go back first. Yang Yu took Xiao Yang's hand and prepared to leave. At this time, Ao Bao poked his head out from inside and called him, Ao Ao. Yang Yu turned around and greeted Ao Bao. Ao Bao. Good afternoon. Ao Bao set his eyes on Xiao Yang and took the initiative to extend his little hand to invite Xiao Yang. Ao. Xiao Yang shook off his father's hand, ran over, held Ao Bao's brother's hand, and then went into the house to play, leaving the 3 adults outside looking at each other. Yang Yu smiled awkwardly. Brother Rui, my child is not very polite. He went in without slippers. Look, he messed up your floor. When we go back, I will teach him a lesson. What Tang Rui cared about was not whether the floor was dirty or not. He cared about Xiao Yang and Ao Bao holding hands together. I really don't know why Ao Bao suddenly likes to play with Xiao Yang. Seeing that Brother Rui's cold eyes were always on his son, Yang Yu was a little nervous. He was really afraid that Brother Rui would pinch his son's neck in the next second. Brother Rui, you are not jealous of my son, are you? Yang Yu has known Tang Rui for a long time. He can still see clearly how deep Tang Rui's feelings for Ao Bao are. So he knows that Brother Rui must be jealous of his son. Tang Rui replied calmly, why should I say your son is jealous? His hair has not grown out yet. He has not grown out yet. So he is not qualified to be jealous. Ha! He is not qualified at all. Yang Yu knew that Tang Rui was saying one thing and thinking another. He smiled and said, isn't Ao Bao's hair not grown out yet? Tang Rui didn't understand what Yang Yu meant by this, but he felt uncomfortable after hearing it. So he glared at him. Shut up. Yang Yu stopped talking and shrank back to his own Du. He successfully transferred the fire of war to Du. Tang Rui glared at Du with his sharp eyes. Under the low pressure from Tang Rui, Yang Yu and Du felt like sitting on pins and needles, and they both wanted to go back quickly. But Xiao Yang was playing with Ao Bao, and they couldn't get away for a while. Xiao Yang knew that the uncle surnamed Tang was staring at him, but he was not afraid at all, and he played with his brother Ao Bao calmly. The puzzle that Tang Rui spent half a day to complete was completed by Xiao Yang in just over 10 minutes. His talent was very high, which made Ao Bao like playing with him even more. Tang Rui was jealous all the time, and he almost killed himself with jealousy. But he didn't go up to stop Ao Bao from playing with Xiao Yang. Ao Bao and Xiao Yang played like this for an entire afternoon, during which Yang Yu kept urging Xiao Yang to go back because he couldn't stand Brother Rui's cold face. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Yu and his family of 3 finally got together. Only Tang Rui and Ao Bao were left in the room. Tang Rui just glanced at Ao Bao and said, I'm going to cook. After that, he went into the kitchen, leaving Ao Bao alone in the living room. Tang Rui not only went to cook, but he also had to reflect on why he was jealous of a little kid. He was so old, almost 40, and he should be more generous. He kept persuading himself to be generous, but he still couldn't help being jealous. He couldn't help it even if he wanted to. He was really jealous to death. Tang Rui was jealous of himself. He was absent-minded when cooking and almost cut his hands several times. He was also accidentally burned. Although his hands were rough, they were still burned red. Tang Rui hurriedly took his hands to wash them under cold water. Ao Bao was bored playing in the living room alone, so he ran to the kitchen and wanted to talk to Rui for a while. He saw Rui's hand burned. Ao Bao trotted over, hugged Rui's hand, and blew on the back of the red hand. Huff. Huh. Huh. After blowing for a while, Ao Bao kissed the red place again and said in a not-so-standard pronunciation, Ao. Rui. No. It hurts. After Ao Bao kissed him, Tang Rui didn't feel any pain. Moreover, he was not very sensitive to pain, so this little pain was nothing to him. However, he was still moved by Ao Bao's actions. It seemed that a warm current flowed through his heart, and the jealousy also disappeared a lot. I'm fine. Tang Rui pulled his hand out of Ao Bao's little hand, then turned off the gas, bent down, lifted Ao Bao little but with one hand, and carried Ao Bao to the living room. His body flew into the air, and Ao Bao subconsciously hugged Ruirui's neck and asked, Ao. Ruirui didn't want to cook anymore. I don't want to cook anymore. Tang Rui didn't want to cook now. He just wanted to cook for Ao Bao. Tang Rui held Ao Bao steadily and walked towards the leather sofa in the living room, asking as he walked, Ao Bao, are you hungry? Ao Bao looked down at his deflated belly and replied, Ao, hungry. Tang Rui was waiting for Ao Bao to say, I'm hungry. So eat my meat? Okay. Ao Bao would rather eat Ruirui's meat than eat it. But Ruirui always said that meat can't be eaten as a meal. Today, he doesn't need to eat. He can eat me directly. Ao Bao is so happy that he can't wait, awoo. Seeing that Ao Bao agreed, Tang Rui started the next step. He pecked Ao Bao's little mouth twice, and then tasted it deeply, pried open Ao Bao's teeth with his tongue, and explored the inside of his mouth. Ao Bao's mouth is sweet, sweeter than the dessert sold outside. Even if the amount of sugar Ao Bao eats is strictly controlled, the sweetness of Ao Bao's little mouth is still the same. Tang Rui thinks that Ao Bao's little mouth may be born so sweet. Not only the top is sweet, but the bottom is even sweeter. Ao Bao is like a sculpture of sugar, and his whole body is sweet, which makes Tang Rui unable to stop. When kissing, Ao Bao will also take the initiative to cater to Ruirui, sticking out his little tongue to dance with Ruirui. They kiss several times every day. With more kisses, their kissing skills matured. Ao Bao's skills were no worse than others. He was just like a veteran. Sometimes, Ao Bao could even take the initiative from Ruirui. After the kiss, Ao Bao's mouth was full of Ruirui's taste, which was the so-called human flesh taste. The taste was very fresh. Ao Bao smacked his lips twice and savored it carefully, Tada. In addition to the human flesh taste, Ao Bao also tasted the man's taste, which was a very strong taste that filled his mouth for a long time. Seeing Ao Bao smacking his lips and savoring it, Tang Rui's breathing became more rapid. He aimed at Ao Bao's little mouth and took another bite. Ao Bao was really too sweet. He couldn't get enough of it. Just as they were immersed in a passionate kiss, there was a noise outside the door. Someone was knocking on the door. Knock knock. The originally brewing passion was interrupted by the knocking sound. Tang Rui frowned with displeasure on his face. He didn't want to pay attention, but the person outside the door kept knocking. Tang Rui had to put down Ao Bao and open the door with a dark face. The person standing outside the door was Xiao Xiaoyang. He was less than 1.2 meters tall and stood outside without being conspicuous at all. If Tang Rui didn't lower his head, he wouldn't notice him. Seeing that only Xiao Xiaoyang came, Tang Rui asked, What are you doing here? Where is your father? Xiao Xiaoyang tugged at his clothes and said awkwardly, Dad and Uncle had a quarrel. I was scared, so I ran out. Uncle Tang, can I come and play with Brother Ao Bao? Xiao Xiaoyang raised his head high and looked at Tang Rui, who was nearly 2 meters tall. With difficulty, the pair of black and white eyes showed desire. No matter how cute Xiao Xiaoyang pretended to be, Tang Rui still couldn't like her. He answered heartlessly, Go back quickly. It will be dark soon and your father will be anxious. Tang Rui could see that Xiao Xiaoyang must have liked Ao Bao, so he wanted to stick to Ao Bao. But how could he let his rival stay by his side? He had to drive him away. Faced with Tang Rui's tough attitude, Xiao Xiaoyang could only leave disappointed. After watching Xiao Xiaoyang leave, Tang Rui closed the door hard and locked it again. After locking the door, Tang Rui returned to Ao Bao and continued what he had not done before. Because the weather was very hot, Ao Bao was only wearing a small white vest, which could not cover much flesh. Tang Rui was too lazy to help Ao Bao take it off, so he directly put his head into Ao Bao's small vest. Tang Rui put his mouth on Ao Bao's heart, kissing him and saying, Ao Bao, why do you smell like milk? Ao Bao drank a bag of milk before, but Ruirui didn't feed him. He drank clumsily and accidentally spilled a lot of milk, which all flowed onto his body, so he smelled like milk. Tang Rui thought Ao Bao was producing milk, so he found it very novel. After the two of them were intimate for a while, they sweated a lot and became sticky. When Tang Rui sweated, His hormones became more active, and he smelled a strong manly smell. In Ao Bao's opinion, the smell on Ruirui's body was a strong smell of human flesh, fragrant, and he felt very hungry just by smelling it, which made Ao Bao even more impatient. Ao meat. Ao Bao's stomach was growling, so he quickly fed Ao Bao meat. Tang Rui felt that he smelled too strong, all sweaty, so he wanted to wash. Ao Bao, wait for me. Ao Bao smelled so good, and he smelled so bad. That was of course not okay. He had to wash himself a little better to give Ao Bao a better experience. Ao Bao grabbed Ruirui's arm and pouted his mouth in dissatisfaction. Ao Bao couldn't wait any longer and wanted it right away. Then let's wash together and play in the bathroom. After that, Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and prepared to go to the bathroom. Ao Bao shook his head and refused, saying that he liked Ruirui, who smelled strong. Tang Rui smiled and pecked Ao Bao's mouth. Don't you think I stink? Ao Bao lowered his head and licked Ruirui's neck, proving with practical actions that he didn't dislike it at all. Ruirui doesn't stink at all. Even if it's a stinky Ruirui, Ao Bao likes it. They have been through so much along the way, and they no longer dislike each other. Although their bodies have been corrupted, their love has never decayed. Ao Bao doesn't dislike it, so there's no need to take a bath. Tang Rui pushed Ao Bao back on the sofa and tasted it. It was the greatest blessing of his life to meet Ao Bao, because he didn't eat any other food. Ao Bao didn't feel full when he ate meat. If it were before, Ao Bao would have burped a long time ago. But today, he was still a little hungry. How could Tang Rui let Ao Bao starve? He quickly fed him more. Now Ao Bao was full and dozed lazily in Ruirui's arms. The dim setting sun shone in from the window and just shone on the sofa. Although the afternoon sun was not dazzling, the temperature was still very high. Ao Bao, who was dozing off, soon couldn't stand it anymore and woke up, grumbling about the heat. The power bureau cut off the power early today, so the fan couldn't be turned on. Tang Rui could only fan Ao Bao manually in this hot summer, with Ruirui by his side to help fan him. Ao Bao had everything he needed. It's hard to find a good old man like Tang Rui, so Ao Bao's luck is really good. While fanning him, Tang Rui asked, Ao Bao, do you want to eat watermelon? I'll go buy one right away. Ao Bao was eating some meat and was already full, so he didn't want to eat anything else. Tang Rui was still thinking about eating some iced watermelon to cool down. You really don't want to eat it? It's late. The fruit shop will close. If you want to eat, you have to go early. Ao Bao twisted his little butt. Roro hasn't eaten enough yet. He wants to eat more. Ao Bao's movement made Tang Rui's breathing pause, and his voice became low and said, okay, eat more. When it was almost dark, Tang Rui took Ao Bao out to buy watermelons at the fruit shop. They arrived just before the boss closed the stall. Now the weather was hot. The watermelons were sold very quickly, and only 2 were left. The leftover watermelons didn't look good. The green watermelon skin outside was still with large white patches, which looked like they were not ripe yet. Tang Rui knocked on the watermelon twice, and the sound was quite loud. The boss looked at the 2 of them and said, the last 2. Sell them to you at a low price. After that, Tang Rui twisted 2 big watermelons in one hand and held Ao Bao in the other hand and went home. The watermelon didn't look good, but when we got home and cut it open, we found that it was just the right amount of ripeness, with plenty of moisture and sweetness. Tang Rui cut a small piece of watermelon, removed the seeds, and handed it to Ao Bao. Ao Bao took the watermelon, but didn't eat it. Instead, he stood on tiptoe and fed it to Tang Rui. Ruirui. Tang Rui was not polite. He took a bite and said with a smile, it's sweet. Ao Bao took a bite from the place where Ruirui had bitten, and it was just as Ruirui said. Sweet. It was very stuffy at home, but it was cool outside. Tang Rui took a stack of cut watermelons and took Ao Bao to the tree outside to cool off. It was cool outside, but there were mosquitoes, and they sucked blood fiercely. Tang Rui had to keep chasing mosquitoes away for Ao Bao. And while chasing mosquitoes away, he watched Ao Bao eat watermelon and said, don't eat too much watermelon at night. If he eats too much watermelon, Ao Bao will probably wet the bed several times tonight. Ao Bao ate too much watermelon, and his stomach was full of watermelon juice. Tang Rui didn't sleep much all night because he had to get up to help Ao Bao pee. He got up 7 or 8 times and had no time to sleep. He should not eat too much watermelon next time. A month later, Tang Rui was promoted to governor. He only needed to tell his subordinates to do things. He finally had more free time, and could spend more time with Ao Bao. As the last zombie in the world, Ao Bao had to be watched carefully, and could not go out often. If he went out, and came into contact with others, and accidentally spread the zombie virus on his body, it would set off another doomsday. Therefore, Tang Rui usually took Ao Bao to play at home, and rarely went out. Occasionally, Xiao Xiaoyang would come to play. But since he heard from his father that Ao Bao brother was a zombie, he never dared to come to play again. Tang Rui also suddenly realized that it was much quieter around him recently. After thinking carefully, it turned out that Yang Yu and his family of 3 had not come to play much. No wonder it was a little quiet. When Tang Rui took Ao Bao to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, he met Yang Yu and Xiao Xiaoyang. Why were the father and son walking hand in hand in the vegetable market? And they were holding 2 bags of freshly bought vegetables in their hands. Ao Bao had good eyesight and noticed them at once, and waved at them. Ao. Tang Rui followed Ao Bao line of sight, and saw that it was Yang Yu and his father and son. They hadn't seen each other for several days. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back to chat, and asked Yang Yu for something. Yang Yu looked at Tang Rui, who was walking towards him, and greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Rui. Ao Bao. What a coincidence. We met here. Tang Rui was too lazy to talk so many polite words with Yang Yu, and asked directly, do you have other movies? Yang Yu can always find some good movies. Not heavy taste. Not pure meat. With plot. Can be seen as love action movies. Tang Rui doesn't particularly like to watch this kind of thing, but Ao Bao likes to watch it. So he occasionally accompanies Ao Bao to watch and kill time. Yang Yu asked, Brother Rui, what type do you want to watch? Fresh and artistic. If it's too yellow and violent, it will lead Ao Bao astray. Just watch some art movies. Yang Yu recommended. I have a movie with a bad ending, but it's quite touching. Do you want to watch it? Tang Rui didn't quite know what a bad ending meant. Anyway, it was okay to have something to watch. Give it to me. Yang Yu nodded. Okay. I'll send it to you after lunch. The 2 adults finished chatting, and it was the turn of the 2 children. Ao Bao took the initiative to greet Xiao Xiaoyang and asked him to play with him in the afternoon. Ao. When Xiao Xiaoyang saw Ao Bao, he hid behind his father in fear, only showing a pair of small eyes to peek. Ao Bao didn't understand why Xiao Xiaoyang was suddenly afraid of him. Ao. Yang Yu looked at his son hiding behind him, and said to Ao Bao, he might be shy. Xiao Xiaoyang didn't look shy at all, but really scared, because he already knew that Ao Bao was a zombie. So he didn't dare to approach him like before. Seeing Xiao Xiaoyang's fear of him, Ao Bao was a little sad. He finally made a new friend, and he hadn't played well with him yet, but he became distant so quickly. Ao Bao lay on Ruirui's back and asked sadly, Ao Bao, why are you afraid of Ao Bao? Is Ao Bao too scary? Tang Rui guessed that Xiao Xiaoyang must know that Ao Bao is a zombie, so he is so afraid. It's good to know, so that Xiao Xiaoyang and Ao Bao don't play together every day and develop feelings. Ao Bao is still sad and feels that he is not likable. Oh. Tang Rui turned around, kissed Ao Bao's smooth little face and said, others don't like you, but I like you. How could Ao Bao be unlikable? In the end times, everyone who saw Ao Bao loved him, except for a few women who liked Tang Rui and hated Ao Bao. No one didn't praise Ao Bao for being cute. Ao Bao was a little disappointed at first, but after hearing Ruirui's words, his mood instantly improved. It didn't matter if Xiao Xiaoyang didn't play with him. He had Ruirui to accompany him, and he only needed Ruirui. After comforting Ao Bao, Tang Rui's tone suddenly became sharp when facing Yang Yu. Take care of your son. Don't let him talk nonsense everywhere. And you have to keep your mouth shut. If others know that Ao Bao is a zombie, it will be dangerous. The humans who have survived from the apocalypse to the present day all hate zombies very much, so they absolutely cannot tolerate Ao Bao. Therefore, once Ao Bao identity is exposed, they will definitely do everything possible to eliminate Ao Bao. Brother Rui. I know. Yang Yu accidentally let the cat out of the bag, which made his son know that Ao Bao was a zombie. He regrets it now, and he doesn't know if his son can keep his mouth shut. After that, they chatted briefly for a few more sentences before saying goodbye. Tang Rui carried Ao Bao on his back and wandered around the vegetable market. He bought a pound of corn and pork ribs, stewed them in soup, and bought some green vegetables. Although Tang Rui had a big appetite, he only needed to eat rice, and did not need to mix it with too many vegetables. Shortly after lunch, Yang Yu brought the disc on time, and he emphasized, "This ending is not good." Even if he saw a bad ending, Tang Rui would not have too many emotional fluctuations. After all, it was just a movie, not reality. Just finished eating. Just happened to watch it to kill time. Tang Rui put the butterfly into the DVD and played it on TV. After watching the movie, Ao Bao immediately dropped the toy in his hand, climbed onto Ruirui's legs, sat down in a serious manner, and the two watched it together. The movie started with a pair of white shoes walking on the cement road and walked into a massage shop. Then the camera pulls up and captures the full face of the protagonist, a fair-skinned young man in a white shirt. He looks like a high school student standing at the door of the massage parlor, which creates a huge contrast and makes people want to watch. The plot is about a young man who sells meat in an improper place to earn money for his mother's medical treatment, but meets his true love. The ending Yang Yu mentioned is not perfect. The two protagonists finally separated due to various reasons in reality, and did not get together. In the end, they each got married and started a family. At the end of the film, the former lovers met on the street with their children, and the two looked at each other from a distance. Although the two protagonists have already started a family, they still have regrets in their hearts, and can never let go of each other. Even if they have married other women, they will still keep the souvenirs they gave to each other, and take them out from time to time to look at them. After watching this movie, Ao Bao was depressed and sad, and couldn't even eat dinner. Ao Bao, it's just a movie. There's nothing to be sad about. Although Tang Rui also felt a little regretful that the two people who loved each other didn't get together. It was just a movie after all, and the director deliberately made it like that. Ao Bao was not sad because of the movie. Ao. Will Ruirui separate from Ao Bao in the future? Of course not. Now there is nothing that can separate them. They will always be together. Ao Bao still felt sad, and was afraid that Ruirui would leave him. Tang Rui scooped a spoonful of rice softened by pork rib soup and fed it to him. Don't think about it. Eat the rice quickly. Ao Bao opened his mouth while thinking about things and ate the rice. At night, the power went out again, and the candles at home had run out. Tang Rui wanted to go out and buy 2 candles. Ao Bao, wait for me at home for a while. The place selling candles was next door, and Tang Rui could buy them in a short time. There was no need to take Ao Bao with him, so Ao Bao was left at home. Tang Rui went out alone, and went to the small shop next door to buy candles. The boss wore a pair of reading glasses and moved slowly. Wait a minute. I'll look for it. Is there any more? Just when the boss was looking for candles, another person came to buy candles. The young man stopped beside Tang Rui and said, "Boss, give me a candle." The boss held the candle he had finally found in his hand, and walked towards the two of them. There is only this last one. Tang Rui came first, so of course, this candle should belong to him. Tang Rui paid the boss 3 yuan and bought the candle. The young man next to him looked at Tang Rui with pleading eyes. "Can you give it to me? I need it urgently." Tang Rui glanced at him and said, "I need to use the candle to read." The book was a story book. Tang Rui had to tell Ao Bao a little story every night. Without the candle, he couldn't read it. And the young man obviously had something more urgent to do, so he had to have a candle. "Please." Seeing the young man's anxious look, Tang Rui hesitated for a moment, and finally handed him the candle. "Take it." He had memorized the story book by heart, and he could tell it to Ao Bao directly without reading it. At worst, he could make up one himself. Anyway, Ao Bao would just listen to it as a lullaby. When Tang Rui handed the candle to the young man, their hands seemed to be holding together. And this scene was just seen by Ao Bao, who came out to look for Ruirui. Ao Bao thought of the scene in the movie he watched today, and suspected that Ruirui was in love with that young man. So he ran away crying. Tang Rui seemed to hear Ao Bao crying, and he turned his head and saw Ao Bao crying and running towards the street. Tang Rui hurriedly chased after him and shouted, "Ao Bao, don't run around." It was hard to see the road at night, but Ao Bao ran very fast and ran all the way to the high-end community where Yang Yu and his family lived. Yang Yu and his family were ready to go to bed, and suddenly heard crying outside. They opened the door and found that it was Ao Bao squatting at their door crying, "Ao Bao, why are you here? Where is Brother Rui?" Seeing Ao Bao sitting on the steps outside crying, Yang Yu felt so distressed that he quickly invited Ao Bao into the house and asked kindly, "What's wrong? Did Brother Rui bully you?" Ao Bao's little face was already tearful, and his voice was a little hoarse. Ao. Rui has fallen in love with someone else and doesn't want Ao Bao anymore. Yang Yu pulled Ao Bao into his room and said, "Brother Rui cares about you so much. How could he fall in love with someone else? Is there any misunderstanding?" Tang Rui treats Ao Bao as if he holds her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and holds her in his mouth for fear of melting her. In his eyes, there is only Ao Bao. He is an absolutely loyal man, and the probability of him falling in love with someone else is almost zero. In short, Yang Yu doesn't believe that Tang Rui will fall in love with someone else. It must be that Ao Bao misunderstood. As soon as Cao Cao was mentioned, Cao Cao came. Tang Rui ran up 3 steps at a time and appeared at the door before Yang Yu closed the door. Tang Rui held the door with one hand, not allowing Yang Yu to close the door. Before he could catch his breath, he asked anxiously, "Where is Ao Bao?" After hearing Rui's voice, Ao Bao quickly hid in the house, and didn't seem to think about listening to Rui's explanation. Yang Yu looked at Tang Rui, who had just run up and was still panting, and asked, "Brother Rui, what did you do to make Ao Bao cry so sadly?" It was the first time that Yang Yu saw Ao Bao crying like that, and he felt that there must be something hidden. "I don't know." Tang Rui just went out to buy a candle, and when he turned around, he saw Ao Bao running away crying. He was also confused now, and he didn't know what he did to make Ao Bao sad. Yang Yu didn't rush Tang Rui into the house, so he stopped him outside the door and asked, "Ao Bao said you like someone else. Is this true? How can this be true?" If Tang Rui really liked someone else, he would have collapsed that day. As for why Ao Bao said he liked someone else, Tang Rui was a little confused and said, "Where is Ao Bao? I'll ask him in person. This must be just a misunderstanding, and it would be better to explain it in person." Hiding in the house crying, Yang Yu moved aside and let Tang Rui walk past him. The power was out. The lights could not be turned on, and there were no candles in the room. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. But Ao Bao's sobbing could be heard clearly. Ao Bao hid behind the cabinet, biting his fingers and crying. Tang Rui walked over, moved the cabinet away, and then picked up his silly Ao Bao. Although the room was dark and he couldn't see anything clearly, he could already imagine how Ao Bao cried. And he was really distressed. "Be good. Don't cry. If there is anything, let's talk it out." Ao Bao saw Rui holding hands with someone else. "Where did you see it? And when did it happen?" Tang Rui himself didn't know when he had held someone's hand. So where did Ao Bao see it? He was really confused. It was at the door of that small shop that Rui held hands with a young man, and Ao Bao saw it with his own eyes. Tang Rui smiled bitterly, looked at his silly Ao Bao, and explained, "I just handed the things to him, not holding hands with him." Ao Bao felt that Rui was fooling him, because he clearly saw it with his own eyes, and they were indeed holding hands. Ao Bao didn't want to go home with Rui today. Tang Rui wiped the tears on Ao Bao's face little by little with the back of his hand and asked, "If you don't want to go home, then don't you want to eat meat?" Recently, Ao Bao sleeps with meat in his mouth every night. If he doesn't eat it for a day, he will feel something is missing. Ao Bao is still angry now. He would rather eat less meat for a day. "Ao, don't eat meat." Tang Rui bit Ao Bao's mouth hard. "I've explained it to you. Why are you still angry with me?" Yang Yu helped to speak beside him. "Ao Bao, I know what kind of person Rouge is. I can guarantee you that Rouge will never fall in love with someone else. Usually, I didn't think Yang Yu looked so good, but at this moment, Tang Rui suddenly felt that Yang Yu looked much better than before." Ao Bao didn't put down his suspicion because of Yang Yu's guarantee, because he saw it with his own eyes. And this couldn't be false. Seeing that Ao Bao still doubted himself, Tang Rui really wanted to beat Ao Bao little, but let's go home and explain slowly. After that, Tang Rui directly carried Ao Bao on his shoulders and prepared to take him back. Ao Bao didn't want to go back, and struggled desperately. "Ao." Tang Rui turned his head, aimed at Ao Bao's little butt, and bit it. He knew that Ao Bao didn't feel pain, so he deliberately bit it a little harder, leaving a deep tooth mark on Ao Bao, but although Ao Bao didn't feel pain, he was still sad. Rui actually bit him cruelly. It turned out that he didn't love him anymore. "Ow." Tang Rui gently rubbed the place where he had just bitten. "Okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ao Bao couldn't stop crying. Ruirui was so mean. Ao Bao crying here woke up the father and son, who had already fallen asleep. Diu and Xiao Xiaoyan came out with messy hair to see what was going on. When seeing Ao Bao, Lil Yang would shrink back in fear, while Diu would walk over and ask, "What's wrong?" It was already quite chaotic. And then another person came to join in the fun. Yang Yu felt annoyed and pushed Diu back to the bedroom. "Never mind your business. Go back to sleep." Tang Rui hugged the still crying Ao Bao and kissed him again and again. "Let's go home and not disturb them." Ao Bao just cried and didn't answer. Tang Rui didn't ask any more questions and carried Ao Bao away. When they got home, Ao Bao was still sobbing intermittently. When he finally stopped crying, he stayed in Tang Rui's arms and cried for a while. Ao Bao rubbed his tears and snot on Tang Rui, and his little hands tightly grasped Tang Rui's collar, fearing that his Ruirui would run away with someone else. Now Ao Bao only has Ruirui. If Ruirui likes someone else, then Ao Bao really doesn't know what to do. Woo! Ruirui. Ao. Please don't abandon Ao Bao. Okay. How can I bear to leave you behind? Tang Rui now only had Ao Bao left. If he lost Ao Bao, he would be dead too. Be good. Stop crying. Ao Bao stopped crying when he was tired, collapsed in Ruirui's arms, and slowly fell asleep. His body was still twitching while he slept. Tang Rui wrung out a wet towel, helped Ao Bao wash his face, and then carried Ao Bao to bed. The next day, after a nap, Ao Bao had completely forgotten what happened yesterday. As usual, he acted like a spoiled child as soon as he woke up and asked Tang Rui to hold him. Tang Rui did not mention what happened last night, as if nothing had happened. Ao Bao was still asleep. His eyelids were only half closed, revealing a small gap to sneak a peek at Ruirui's handsome profile. Tang Rui kissed Ao Bao on the face and scolded him with a smile. "My silly Ao Bao." Ao Bao protested in dissatisfaction. He was not stupid. Tang Rui replied lovingly, "Well, I'm not stupid. I thought that what happened last night should be over." But who knew that the young man actually came to thank Tang Rui for giving him the candle? Ao Bao had forgotten what happened last night. But now when he saw this young man, the unpleasant memory came back to him. Ao Bao excitedly got off Ruirui and prepared to challenge the young man. Whoever won would own Ruirui. Ao. Tang Rui pulled Ao Bao back to his side, then looked at the young man with a cold face and said, "It's just a small matter. No need to thank him specially." In fact, the young man had a crush on Tang Rui, so he came to thank him so that he could make friends with Tang Rui and get familiar with him. But he didn't expect that Tang Rui already had a little bottom by his side, and this little bottom was really not comparable to him. The young man knew that he was much worse, so he just thanked him and left quickly, and didn't pester Tang Rui. Although the young man didn't stay for long and left quickly, Ao Bao was still indignant in his heart, grinning, and wanted to chase him and bite him to death. Looking at Ao Bao's fierce face, Tang Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Ao Bao. He just came to thank me. And he's jealous." Ao Bao pouted. "Ao. He is interested in Ruirui. Ao Bao wants to bite him to death. Ao Bao is jealous of him. Tang Rui is very happy. How can you tell that he is interested in me? You can't bite people casually. If the zombie virus in Ao Bao spreads, the end of the world will be staged again. Ao. Then Ruirui will help Ao Bao to beat him." Tang Rui agreed to Ao Bao's nonsensical request. "Okay. Next time I see him, I will beat him up." Ao Bao is completely satisfied now, and he pounces on Ruirui and hums a tuneless song. Ao. Ruirui is the only good one in the world, and Ao Bao without Ruirui is like a grass. Ao Bao moving singing made Tang Rui laugh. "Where did you learn it? You can even change the lyrics yourself." Ao Bao shook his head, deliberately keeping Ruirui in suspense, and didn't tell Ruirui where he learned it. Tang Rui held Ao Bao's little face, lowered his head, and kissed him several times in a row. "My baby." At night, the big and small were wearing white vests and lying on the bamboo mat. Ao Bao playfully lifted his little feet to Ruirui's chest. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's ankles, lowered his head, and bit the pink toes. The itchy feet made Ao Bao couldn't help but let out two pure and hearty laughs. Tang Rui let go of Ao Bao's little feet and asked, "Do you want to tell a bedtime story?" Ao Bao calmed down, rested his little head on Ruirui's chest, and prepared to fall asleep listening to the story. Tang Rui fanned with a palm leaf fan in one hand and patted Ao Bao back with the other hand. Once upon a time, there was a man trapped under the ruins and was about to die. At this time, a little angel suddenly appeared in front of him. Later, he fell in love with the little angel, and the two of them lived happily together. Ao Bao entered the dreamland accompanied by the voice of Ruerwei telling stories. Ao Bao, it's cold. You need to wear one more layer, Tang Rui said, as he put on the small woolen sweater that he had prepared for Ao Bao. Ao Bao raised his hand very cooperatively and put his arm into the sleeve. Tang Rui helped to button the clothes with his hands and asked in a nagging voice, "Was it cold when you slept last night? If it was cold, change to a thicker quilt to cover yourself." Ao Bao shook his head, indicating that he was not cold. Ruerwei was a natural heater. They would sweat even if they hugged each other to sleep. It was really not cold at all. After putting on the coat, Tang Rui squatted down again and helped Ao Bao put on white cotton socks and small cloth shoes. His hands kept moving. "What do you want to eat this morning?" "Ao meat." The only thing Ao Bao wanted to eat was probably Ruerwei's meat. Hearing Ao Bao want to eat meat, Tang Rui said helplessly and amusedly, "We've already eaten this last night. Let's change to something else." Ao Bao thought for a while, and thought seriously about what he wanted to eat. After thinking about it, apart from meat, there were only snacks and lollipops. But Ruerwei didn't allow him to eat too much of these. Seeing that Ao Bao hadn't decided what to eat for a long time, Tang Rui made his own decision. "How about fried dumplings? Fried dumplings have meat in them. Ao Bao likes them." And immediately nodded his head. "Ao, eat." Tang Rui picked up Ao Bao and went out to buy those quick frozen dumplings to fry. If you buy fried dumplings directly outside, the quantity is small. You can't eat enough. And it's expensive. It's much more cost-effective to buy semi-finished products and fry them yourself. And you can eat as much as you want. I don't know since when Tang Rui has become a good man who knows how to budget carefully. After buying the semi-finished dumplings, Tang Rui was busy frying them in the kitchen. Ao Bao was watching TV in the living room. And halfway through, the power went out. There was nothing to watch. So Ao Bao went to the kitchen to play with Ruerwei. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he smelled the burnt smell of fried food. And Ao Bao suddenly felt nauseous and made two retching movements. Seeing this, Tang Rui hurriedly put down the spatula in his hand and patted Ao Bao back. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" After that, Tang Rui thought that Ao Bao might have caught a cold when sleeping at night. So he went to find some cold medicine to feed Ao Bao. In the next few days, Ao Bao retched from time to time, and could not eat, but only snacks. At first, Tang Rui suspected that Ao Bao did not want to eat, so he pretended to retch. But later he found that Ao Bao's belly had become bigger, and it was visibly bigger. Obviously, Ao Bao had only eaten snacks these days, and had not eaten a good meal. It was good enough if he did not lose weight. So how could he gain weight? Tang Rui put his hand under Ao Bao's clothes and put it on the soft white belly. Then he pressed it with his hand and felt a hard lump in Ao Bao's belly. Tang Rui couldn't make up his mind. He didn't know whether Ao Bao's belly was a tumor or not. So he had to call Yang Yu's private doctor. When Yang Yu learned that Ao Bao was sick, he hurriedly brought the other two people to Tang Rui's place. The private doctor also pressed on Ao Bao's belly, and then used a stethoscope to listen to the movement of Ao Bao's belly. After fiddling with it for a long time, the private doctor said something very surprising. "This little guy seems to be pregnant." Yang Yu was the first to express his disbelief. "Really? Isn't Ao Bao a boy?" As he said that, Yang Yu was going to pull down Ao Bao's pants to see if Xiao was still there. "Do you open Yang Yu's hand? You are going to die." Tang Rui was still watching from the side. Yang Yu dared to openly pull Ao Bao's pants. Be careful of Tang Rui's fist. "I'm just curious whether Ao Bao is a boy." In fact, Yang Yu had seen Xiao. When Ao Bao wore a skirt before, he always liked to lift up the hem of his skirt. And he accidentally saw the legendary Xiao. So Ao Bao must be a boy. There is no doubt about this. But how can a boy get pregnant? Yang Yu turned to look at his personal doctor. "Did you make a mistake?" Tang Rui, who was standing next to him, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He put his hand on Ao Bao's bulging belly and stroked it again and again. His mind was full of the words, he was going to be a father. He never thought that one day, he would really be able to have a child with Ao Bao. After a month, Ao Bao's belly was getting bigger and bigger. which basically confirmed that there was indeed a child in the belly. After a few months, there was a baby boy in the family, but he didn't have a name yet. Ao Bao was full of doubts about this little thing that fell out of his belly. He would lie on the side of the cradle, watching the baby sleep, and occasionally poking the baby's delicate face with his fingers. Tang Rui came over and took Ao Bao aside, saying, "Be good. Don't wake him up." The baby cried every time he woke up. When he cried, Ruirui had to hold him and coax him, and Ao Bao would be left aside by Ruirui. Ao Bao was unhappy, but he could only watch Ruirui coax the baby obediently, and occasionally he had to help Ruirui by handing him a tissue or something. Tang Rui had time to talk to Ao Bao only after the crying baby drank the milk and fell asleep. Ao Bao, who had been neglected for a day, felt wronged and didn't want to talk. He picked his fingers silently. Tang Rui held Ao Bao on his lap and coaxed him, saying, "Ao Bao, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have left you aside. Please forgive me." Ao Bao leaned his little head against Ruirui's arms and sobbed softly. Ao Bao didn't like the baby. He took Ruirui away from Ao Bao. Tang Rui didn't say anything, but patted Ao Bao on the back. After a while, Ao Bao gradually got used to the baby's existence, and sometimes he competed with Ruirui for holding him. After all, they were close, and the feelings were still there. Time passed in a flash, and before he knew it, the baby had grown up, could walk, and could talk. The first word he called was Daddy, and this Daddy was called to Ao Bao. When Ao Bao heard it, he was happy all day and couldn't sleep at night. Ao Bao still couldn't say Daddy, but his baby could already call him Daddy, which was amazing. When he grew up a little bit, the baby learned to call Father, and the two words Father were called quite formally, which was very suitable for Tang Rui. Tang Rui originally wanted the baby to call him Dad, but the baby liked to call him Father. Anyway, Dad and Father were the same. There was nothing to worry about. At night, the baby liked to squeeze in between them to sleep, which made it impossible for Tang Rui to be intimate with Ao Bao. Originally, they wanted to drive the baby away, but the baby would protest by crying. Tang Rui and Ao Bao had no choice but to let him sleep between them. When the baby fell asleep, Tang Rui carried him to the corner, then came back to hug his Ao Bao and slept contentedly. When he woke up the next morning, the baby found that his sleeping position had changed, and his father and daddy were sleeping happily in each other's arms. The baby crawled over angrily and woke them up. Tang Rui woke up first and covered the baby's mouth. "Shh! Don't wake up, Daddy." Another year later, the baby had become a little boy who could run and speak fluently. Sometimes he would teach Daddy how to pronounce correctly. In fact, Ao Bao didn't know how to speak Mandarin. He was just too lazy to speak it, because Ruirui could understand his Aoyu. He could just speak Aoyu at ordinary times, and he didn't need to force himself to learn a new language. When he reached the age of understanding, the little boy would always ask some very strange questions, such as how his father gave birth to him. Tang Rui usually played dumb and never answered his questions directly, but Ao Bao would tell the little boy in detail how he was born. Ao Bao touched his belly, and while he was talking, he used gestures to describe the way his belly was getting bigger, just like a dumb person making gestures. Tang Rui was watching Ao Bao from the side, his eyes full of doting. After Ao Bao's vivid description, the little boy understood that he had fallen out of his father's belly. "Daddy, why don't I have a name? Other children have one." The other child the little boy was talking about was Xiao Xiaoyang, who was 5.5 years older than the little boy. Usually, Xiao Xiaoyang would take extra care of the little boy. The little boy was as cute and lovable as his daddy. Every time Xiao Xiaoyang saw him, he would give him a good beating. As for the fact that the little boy had no name, neither Tang Rui nor Ao Bao responded, just because the little boy was a person who did not exist at all. The little boy was sad that he had no name, and then he hid in the room and cried. Ao Bao walked over, knocked on the door, and shouted in a not very fluent accent, "Bao! Bao!" Bao Bao was the name Ao Bao gave to the little boy. It was not really a name, but just a nickname. The little boy opened the door and threw himself into Ao Bao's arms, crying, "Daddy!" Ao Bao was about to stroke the little boy's head when he suddenly heard Ruirui's urgent call in his ear. "Ao Bao! Ao Bao! Wake up!" Ao Bao was awakened by the calls. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ruirui's handsome face full of anxiety. Ao? Ao Bao was a little confused and hadn't recovered yet. Seeing Ao Bao wake up, Tang Rui was so happy that he almost cried. Ao Bao, you slept for more than 20 hours. You scared me to death. Ao Bao was still a little confused. He got up and looked around, as if looking for something. Bao. Bao. Tang Rui didn't understand. What baby? Ao Bao touched his belly and said, Bao. Bao. The baby fell out of Ao Bao's belly. Tang Rui held up Ao Bao's little face and said with a smile, I was confused because of sleep. How can there be a baby? It took Ao Bao a long time to accept that it was just a dream. When he woke up, he was still a little sad. And he couldn't get over the sadness for a long time. After waking up from the dream, Ao Bao had not yet recovered. He lay in Ruirui's arms and sobbed softly, mumbling for a baby. Tang Rui put his hand on Ao Bao hunched back and patted him. You must be hungry. I'll go cook noodles for you. Ao Bao had slept for more than 20 hours in a row without eating anything during this period. Now his stomach was growling. Tang Rui took Ao Bao to wash his face first, then went into the kitchen to boil water and cook noodles. He also heated another pot, fried 2 eggs, and stir-fried some sauce to eat below. Ao Bao was sad at first, but when he saw the meat sauce fried by Ruirui, which was fragrant, he was no longer sad. He opened his little mouth and wanted to taste it first. Tang Rui dipped a little bit of meat sauce with chopsticks, and then brought it to Ao Bao's mouth, which had already opened early. This is the sauce for the noodles. A little salty. Ao Bao ate a little. It was indeed salty, but the taste was good, full of meaty aroma. After all, this was made by Ruirui himself. Even if it was choking, it was still delicious. Tang Rui scooped out the meat sauce, picked up the noodles cooked in the pot next to it, mixed the two together, put the fried eggs on it, and garnished it with some cucumber shreds, which looked very appetizing. Ao Bao licked his lips excitedly beside him, waiting for the meal to start. Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao couldn't wait, so he quickly blew the noodles to cool them down and fed them a mouthful. Each noodle was sprinkled with meat sauce and stained with sporadic meat crumbs. The taste must be better than those sold outside. After Ao Bao finished a mouthful, he clapped his hands and urged Ruirui to hurry up, and he couldn't wait to eat the next mouthful. Don't be impatient. Tang Rui smiled and picked up a chopstick of cucumber shreds and fed them to him. Ao Bao dodged with a look of disgust. Ao Bao. No. Ao Bao was not too picky about food in the apocalypse. But after the apocalypse, this picky eating problem became serious. And now, he doesn't eat most vegetables. The reason why he doesn't like to eat vegetables is that when Ao Bao was a child, the nanny deliberately gave him vegetables for every meal, and never gave him meat, eggs and milk with high protein and high nutrition, which is also an important reason for Ao Bao developmental delay. Therefore, eating vegetables has become a childhood shadow of Ao Bao, especially the red vegetables, such as tomatoes, carrots, etc. Tang Rui knew that Ao Bao didn't like to eat vegetables, so he mixed cucumber shreds into the noodles and fed them together with the noodles. After Ao Bao was full, he lay lazily in Tang Rui's arms, motionless. This bad habit of lying still after eating made Ao Bao almost fat like a piglet. But Tang Rui never cared, because he didn't mind being fat like a piglet. At this time, a cold wind blew outside, and a hint of coolness seeped in. A dead leaf floated in from the windowsill. It seemed that autumn had really arrived. Ao Bao felt a little cold, and quickly huddled in Ruirui's arms to get more heat. Ao Bao, don't move. I'll clean your ears for you. Recently, Ao Bao always rubbed his ears with his shoulders. It must be that his ears were itchy. Tang Rui brought a silver ear pick and cotton swab to help Ao Bao clean his ears. Ao Bao leaned sideways and rested his little head on Ruirui's thigh, with the tip of his nose very close to Ruirui, while Ruirui was helping him pick his ears. Ao Bao playfully poked Ruirui, who was close at hand. Ruirui was originally dormant under his pants, but after being poked by Ao Bao, he stood up all of a sudden and propped up a huge peak. Ao Bao thought it was fun and poked it a few more times. Tang Rui grabbed Ao Bao's naughty little hand. Stop it. If he continued playing, he would not be able to continue cleaning his ears. Ao Bao was just playing because he was bored. He had just finished a bowl of noodles and was now full, so he didn't want to eat Ruirui's meat. After cleaning the left ear, he switched to the right one. Just now, he was facing Big Ruirui, but now, He was next to Big Ruirui with the back of his head. Ao Bao felt that the back of his head was burning hot, as if he had touched a soldering iron. Although Tang Rui was feeling uncomfortable now, he was not in a hurry. He continued to clean Ao Bao's ears slowly, emphasizing that slow work produces fine work. After cleaning his ears, Ao Bao ran to watch TV, leaving Tang Rui sighing there. Seeing that Ao Bao was so absorbed in watching TV, Tang Rui couldn't bear to disturb him. So he turned around and went to the bathroom. He didn't go there to hide to relieve himself, nor did he take a cold shower, but to wash clothes. Ao Bao has had severe wet dreams recently, which is also known as spermatorrhea. After a while, white sticky substances will appear on his underwear. This is a normal physiological phenomenon, which also means that Ao Bao has grown up in the true sense. Although Ao Bao is now a zombie, he has not stopped growing, but his growth is a little slow. Tang Rui first picked up the underwear that Ao Bao had worn and smelled it, then put it in the water, added some soap crumbs and scrubbed it. Ao Bao was tired of watching TV, so he stopped watching and ran over to wash clothes with Ruirui. Ao Bao was playing with water when washing clothes, and he got his body wet. Tang Rui quickly took Ao Bao to change clothes to avoid catching a cold. Tang Rui took the two wet clothes that had just been changed and said, Ao Bao, you go to the living room to play obediently, and you don't need to help me. Ao Bao shook his head to show that he didn't want to play anything else. He just wanted to accompany Ruirui. Ao. Tang Rui rubbed Ao Bao's little head. I'll play with you after I finish my housework. Ao Bao then obediently went to the living room to play with toys, waiting for Ruirui to finish his work and come to accompany him. Usually, only Tang Rui played with Ao Bao, and occasionally Yang Yu would bring Xiao Xiaoyang to visit. But Xiao Xiaoyang was always on tiptoe, because he was afraid that Ao Bao was a zombie, and he didn't dare to play freely at all. Ao Bao also deliberately bared his teeth to scare Xiao Xiaoyang twice, and Xiao Xiaoyang cried. Now Ao Bao's greatest pleasure is to scare Xiao Xiaoyang. Awu. Ao Bao chased after him with his teeth bared, and Xiao Xiaoyang ran in front in panic, crying for his parents. Tang Rui and Yang Yu, two adults, were drinking tea leisurely nearby, occasionally reminding the two little ones to run slower and not to bite or bump into each other. Yang Yu took a sip of the freshly brewed tea and asked, Brother Rui, your tea is good. Where did you buy it? Tang Rui picked up the teacup and took a sip. There is a small supermarket 100 meters to the right, where I can buy it. Yang Yu had drunk a lot of good tea, and he didn't care about the inferior tea bought in the supermarket at all. He just asked casually and found a topic to talk about. Yang Yu put down the teacup in his hand, coughed twice, and then started to talk about business. My child is learning to read now. Do you want to call Ao Bao to join us, so that the two of them can learn together and have a companion? Tang Rui had no expression on his face. Ao Bao is not honest. Don't lead your child astray. Ao Bao is not the kind of good student who will sit on the bench and listen to the lecture honestly. Tang Rui can't control him, let alone others. Yang Yu laughed and teased. How can this be considered a bad example? Ao Bao is not a bad kid. But to be honest, Ao Bao is indeed dishonest, and not the material for studying. In addition, Ao Bao is actually not stupid at all, just a little too naive. Ao Bao was tired of chasing Xiao Xiaoyang, so he climbed onto Ruirui's lap and sat down to rest for a while. Still panting, Ao Bao's little face, wet with sweat, was particularly beautiful, and Yang Yu, who was standing next to him, was moved. If he could go back to the beginning of the end of the world, when entertainment was popular, Ao Bao would definitely become a top star just by his face. And Yang Yu, who was once a top star, might have to stand aside, thinking of his dazzling past. Yang Yu couldn't help but sigh. If the end of the world hadn't come, it would be great. For Tang Rui, this is not good at all. If the end of the world hadn't come, he wouldn't have the chance to meet Ao Bao. After all, his identity is very different from Ao Bao. He is just a retired soldier, and Ao Bao is a rich young master. If the end of the world hadn't come, there would be no intersection between them. Tang Rui is very grateful to have experienced such an end of the world, so that he and Ao Bao can meet and fall in love in the troubled times where everyone is in danger. Yang Yu does not regret this doomsday, because he also met his other half, and his other half is very accommodating to him. The two of them attack each other and have a happy sex life. In the afternoon, Yang Yu took Xiao Xiaoyang home. Ao Bao was also tired of playing, and lay on Rui in a daze. Tang Rui lowered his head, bit Ao Bao's little mouth, and said sourly, "Look, you have been chasing other men for a day. Although Xiao Yang is still young, he is also considered a man." Ao Bao explained that he was just playing with Xiao Yang. Ao. Tang Rui didn't want to listen to this so-called explanation. He just wanted to punish Ao Bao. Afterwards, Ao Bao was carried back to the bedroom by Tang Rui. Seeing that he was going into the bedroom, Ao Bao felt relieved, and even very relieved. Eating meat is not a punishment at all. For Ao Bao, it is a reward. Ao Bao shouted happily, Ao meat. Ao Bao thought Tang Rui was going to give him meat to eat. But he was actually overthinking. Tang Rui just wanted Ao Bao to see what the meat looked like. Of course, he could touch it, but he couldn't eat it. Ao Bao was so angry that he cried, "Woo meat!" Seeing Ao Bao crying, Tang Rui smiled helplessly. "Okay, give it to you." After eating the meat, Ao Bao was finally satisfied, and nudged his little head on Rui's chest. Ao. Having meat to eat all the time is the greatest happiness as a zombie. Ao Bao felt that he was filled with happiness, which was great. Tang Rui did not move, but kept the posture of being connected, and had a good chat with Ao Bao. Ao Bao, do you like me? Ao. Yes. Tang Rui then asked, do you like my meat or me as a person? Ao. Ao Bao likes both. Ao Bao replied, still satisfied Tang Rui. Not long after eating the meat, Ao Bao fell asleep. Late at night, the moonlight slipped in from the gap between the curtains, just sprinkled on Ao Bao's sleeping face. Tang Rui admired his Ao Bao beauty in the moonlight. He could stare at Ao Bao all night without blinking. This night was not quiet. There were insects and frogs calling outside. But Tang Rui could only hear the sound of Ao Bao snoring.